storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move.
like you. Be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I woke awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? What can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero? Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see.
America's division. We are moving now into the final series of day 6 of this group stage, and it is going to be an all South American matchup, as we are going to be seeing Hikori taking on Ego Boys. Ego Boys at this point are already going down to the lower half of that playoff bracket. There is really nothing that this series will do to change that. However, on the Hikori side of things, they need at least 1 point in this series to keep their hopes alive of reaching that upper bracket. 1 win, or at least 1 point here, would tie them up with D2 Hustlers. Obviously, 2 points would get them a little bit further ahead, and then we just have to wait for D2 Hustlers' outcome tomorrow afternoon. So, Hikori in need of at least 1 point here, as I welcome in ET once again. ET, Hikori looked pretty good in that first series, but the job's not done yet. They need at least 1 point out of this best of 2, and we see them going in for that Medusa already, so they're not messing around here to start.
And again, if you're Hikori, you're coming in on a hot streak, 2 wins already. You get first pick again in your next match, and now you play versus Ego Boys. Ego Boys not doing so hot, 2-10 like you said, but confidence picks. They pick the Sand King Snapfire pretty much immediately, so hopefully we're going to see a different Ego Boys. I don't believe we saw them get to play yesterday, so shaking off the dirt. They did get sort of kicked in the mud pretty much the entire group stage, but now just get some practice, maybe do some mock drafts, get some experience, and if you meet up versus Hikori in that second round, if Ego Boys are able to hold on, then you will have this sort of practice. So it's definitely something that Ego Boys could definitely swing into a positive no matter the outcome. And like you said, more important that Hikori win this than really Ego Boys lose this, if that makes sense, where Hikori, they want the points, they want to separate themselves from the pack, and D2 Hustlers, they've got a pretty heavy matchup tomorrow. So if they can 2-0 here, then I think you almost secure themselves the slot in that upper bracket. So we'll have to see if, yet again, this Mars Medusa works out. We saw it work out in that previous series. So tried and true from Hikori.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, as we said, tried and true. They're not going to take too many risks at this point. They need at least 1 point in this series, so they're going to just go with what they know works. Meanwhile, for Ego Boys, well, they can afford to maybe experiment a little bit more, as we do see the Ursa pick come out for them. As we said, they already know where they're going for that playoff bracket. So at this point, they're kind of playing with house money, so to speak. No matter really what goes down in this series, their overall position won't be affected. So that could give them maybe a little bit more freedom to try something out here and see if they can maybe crack that Medusa. A lot of teams have sort of struggled to get through it, but no, if Ego Boys could sort of put it together here, then they would be able to not just sort of give themselves a little bit of a boost here on the back end of this group stage, but potentially ruin the plans for their opponents and regional rivals to try and make it to that upper bracket.
Yeah, and we see this Ursa picked up in this position. In fact, we saw it picked up earlier today. Sammy Boy playing it, especially versus the Mars. It is something that really Vitaly is going to have to deal with. It's a very annoying lane. Even though you can push back that Ursa off of you, you do need your 4 position to really be adept at also saving you. Otherwise, we've seen the Mars get punished. We've seen him get pushed back. And I think for really Hikori, Vitaly needs to be that playmaking hero. He needs to be able to get his level 6 in a decent fashion. But of course, we have also seen Lumiere put the team on his back without Medusa, where it feels like for the first 25 minutes of the game, it doesn't matter what Hikori are doing as long as he's able to get his space and he's able to get his farm. So I think that's where Ego Boys really need to turn up the heat, need to stop Lumiere from really getting away with murder. He's been getting so much space in pretty much all of the games he's played. Even the games they lose, it feels like Lumiere is always gunning for that top net worth spot. So I really like what Ego Boys are doing here, especially if we're going to see Alone on that Snapfire. That's just mode, activity, activity, activity. Try to get aggressive, try to get on Hikori's side of the map.
Yeah, the ability to try and play up tempo here against the Medusa is going to be absolutely big for Ego Boys. They really can't allow Lumiere to get that big, because we've seen what happens when they sort of give him that much time. So Ego Boys looking to push the pace. Meanwhile, for Hikori, well, 4th pick coming out here. Not really sure if they want to sort of reveal their mid laner right now, they could simply take that second support and sort of maintain a certain degree of mystery. Of course, you do run the risk at that point of allowing your opponents to take a couple of extra bans. So Hikori will go in for the Wind Ranger, although at this point, not 100% sure where that Wind is going to end up. They could lane it both mid and in that sort of position 4 role for El Misho, so they do have some options available to them as we move into Phase 3.
And it's just incredibly flexible. It matches up well versus the Ursa. Mid, it matches up pretty well versus the Snapfire, where if you ever skill up the value point in a Little Shredder, it just doesn't matter. If it's mid, we usually don't see that point. So to that degree, Alone might just want to go Snapfire still, farm it up, do whatever you can. And really, with King Tekka on that Sand King, he's the one hero that can maybe make this Windrunner feel a little bit vulnerable. We've seen the Sand King versus those vulnerable heroes, namely just the Morphling, where you get a little bit too ahead of yourself, you get punished, you get pushed into those side lanes for the sort of split push play, and then the epicenter is definitely enough damage to kill the Wind. And this time around, Hikori, while they do have the Treant Protector, they don't have that El Misho SD just yet. So while they can still pick it, Ego Boys are making the call that they need something else, that maybe this is going to be a +4 Wind. They took out the Viper. They want to feel out the lanes a little bit. And Hikori, it really is hard to say, because we have seen the regions really sort of split it up, where some teams only value the Wind as that Viper counter, as that mid laner, and then we have four Zoomers that will pretty reliably first phase that Wind and then play it 4 and then do whatever, and they don't really care too much. So I'm interested to see where this Wind does actually end up laning, even though Analog put on a show for us earlier when he was able to take it mid.
Yeah, and that is something that Hikori really do sort of revel in a little bit here. They know they could take that Wind Ranger in one of two directions, and really regardless of whether it's at the 2 or the 4, it's still going to have a bit of an impact for them. So that flexibility, absolutely pivotal for them here. But personally, based on what we've seen Analog do with the hero before, I would like to see him in that slot again. But we are going to be finding out here in just, hopefully, a few moments. Hikori are in for their final pick. No, I don't know. Ego Boys were sort of banning out the Viper and the Broodmother, so they were sort of looking at it more as an offlane pick here for Hikori, which we'll have to wait and see, as the Shadow Demon will be the call. So this is looking quite a bit like what they ran previously, and that last lineup looked pretty good for them.
Yeah, and I mean, shockingly similar lineup. Really, the big change out is that Gartic is on that tree instead of the Undying. I almost like the tree more than the Undying, so it really feels like they are just kind of running it back, having the Lumiere Medusa instead of the Luna as well. But fundamentally, everything on Hikori is pretty much the same as that draft, where Vitaly's on an active hero. You've got that SD to save Lumiere, to save your Analog from getting a little bit too ahead of himself. King Tech is going to end up on that Bat Rider, and we will have a mid Sand King. Okay. And we did see Alone on this mid Sand King before, specifically laning up versus another, I believe it was the Morphling mid. It was some other farming hero where you are sort of shut out of the lane, but you always have that small camp to rely on. And I think, again, you need to get active on Alone. And I wish that we would be able to see him on his Morphling, on his Wind, because they really are just some of the best. Individually, it's hard to not talk about Alone when you're talking about that mid skill. But this tournament specifically, it feels like something's been off. It feels like Ego Boys have been losing lanes, have been losing games where they've been ahead in that first maybe 15, 20 minutes, and something just sort of breaks apart their team. So hopefully, after a day of rest, they're going to be able to pull out something versus Hikori. And again, Hikori, they need to win. They need to separate themselves if they want any chance at that upper bracket.
Right, they are the team facing really all of the pressure here. Ego Boys have little in the way of stakes. Personal pride, yes. The chance to drag down a regional rival, absolutely. But in terms of their own personal gain, a lot less here for them to have to worry about. So that could sort of free them up to maybe play a little bit more loosely, a little bit more maybe aggressively as well, which is something we mentioned that they're going to have to emphasize trying to go up against this Medusa. So we'll see how well this one works out. We'll see just how well Alone plays. You mentioned he is one of the more sort of talented players in that South American region in the middle lane, very skilled mechanically, and to this point in the game, as you were also to this point in the event, rather, as you were mentioning, he's been sort of held in check, I guess would be the phrase for it. They haven't really been able to fully take advantage of his skill set, and I don't know, some of that has come down to the hero choices. There have been a few too many mid-Vipers for Alone, for my liking, or for Ego Boy's liking as well, based on their record, but maybe the Sand King is someone who sort of hits that happy medium for you. He's not going to be an all-in hero, but he's someone who might be a little bit more mobile and could be a little bit more aggressive for them in the early stages.
And it feels like with Alone, you don't need him to draw the lane. You don't need him to sort of rely on his hero to carry him forward. He definitely can work people. We've seen him work people. But just something about these past few days has been off for Ego Boys. We've seen them GG out maybe a little bit sooner than some other teams. We've seen them sort of throw away their chances. So hopefully now they've got Rises on a comfort hero. They've got him on his Ursa. That was a big issue that they were having earlier on in the tournament, just having the bans be a little bit too focused on that player, and then the rest of the team not really able to find the space to sort of carry him when he was on those off heroes. So hopefully now this is going to be sort of a revival for Ego Boys. And if anything, it's good practice versus Hikori, because you are going to be facing them in that upper division of SADPC Season 3. So opponents that you are going to definitely remember this matchup against.
Yeah, very much familiarity with those squads heading into the next season, and even from some recent events here, both on the pro circuit and off of it over the past couple of months. So these two teams going to be seeing quite a lot of each other, and already have seen quite a lot of each other. So we'll see how they play this one up. This is a rather sizable grouping for Ego Boys. They've got 3 heroes up in this lane, and Alone was sort of shifting over there as well, but it looks like the Sand King doesn't actually want to be involved in that. He is going to sort of shift himself back, as Tano will simply wait for the bounty rune to spawn. Gardic is going to sort of wander his way over, but once he sees that the Tusk is there, that's not a safe play for him. But Rises actually tried to do kind of a similar thing on the other side of the map. He is going to get hit up, though, by the Rebuke, but he simply uses the Urshock to get into the river, and he'll take maybe 1 or 2 more right clicks, but he should be just fine.
Yeah, and I think, 50-50 split? Yeah, nothing they could do in just very basic stuff. Again, we have these SA wards placed where you're going to be able to see El Misho maybe make the rotation mid, but otherwise, it really shouldn't be too much. This should just be sort of the farming lineup.
They're still holding with a bit of a... No, they're not. Okay. Bit of a tri-lane there. Kara doesn't see the immediate opportunity, though, so he will back off. But we do see that every once in a while. It's been maybe not quite as popular now as it used to be earlier on in the patch, but always got to be on the lookout, just in case. If somebody steps too far forward, maybe you can get that sort of early kill onto him, but at that point, you basically would have needed the Bat Rider to scale something other than Napalm, and that's not the way he likes to play it, not the way any Bat Rider really likes to play it. So they simply send Kara down to the bottom lane, and they will get down to sort of standard practice here. Tano and King Tekka not really going to be able to do a whole lot in this lane until they start getting those levels, but at that point, that's where things are going to get a little bit dangerous. We've seen before with that Medusa, even if you sort of pop on that mana shield, the Firefly, if you have those multiple stacks on you, is just going to tear through your overall sort of HP pool. So Lumiere will have to be very careful, but we see him already getting the full wand completed, so he's just going to sit back here, build up those charges, and he'll let Gardic sort of handle the actual heavy lifting, although Gardic, he's in some trouble. There's going to be that Firefly into the tag team, and I'm not sure the Tran makes it out here. Can King Tekka get the last little bit of damage in onto him? No, the tower shots are actually going to turn him back. The Snake was thrown out as well there by Lumiere, and King Tekka's at least going to be able to fall back, but he doesn't quite get that first sort of surprise play that he wanted.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Tano, he gave sort of the little level up to the Bat Rider. He was able to get that Firefly just a little bit sooner, and actually, Rise's bottom, him and El Misho.
Boy, they're going in.
He's got an 11 stick. He has to turn and get one more. Rise has got to dodge this out.
There it is. He got it. It's
just barely surviving, but so much damage.
Kara? He thought Rise was sort of facing the other direction. That, if the tower shots had actually been focusing on the Ursa, that could have been disastrous. But aggro's on the creeps instead. Everything's going to be fine. Everyone will simply back away and sort of chill for a little bit. But a lot of damage across the board here. Really, Kara, the only one who doesn't get immediately sort of beat up. So Everyone will take a step back, they'll heal up, they'll refresh, and we'll see if there's any sort of secondary fight there. But now Vitaly, he actually doesn't have any regen, so he's got to be very careful. Rises could maybe get in onto him with the sort of cookie play and the earth shock, and Vitaly gets hit up. I don't know. If he hits the spear, maybe he's safe, but if he misses it, he could very easily go down. So
there's the bottle, though.
Okay.
So out of the danger zone, he's going to be just fine.
Healing himself up. Oh, okay, hold on. Rises wants in again. Scatterblast will be there, but yeah, there's that spear. Even hit him up with the disruption as well. So Elmisho not even going to be taking any chances. Doesn't want his teammates sort of running into that one. So, yeah, they're not going to be able to find it. But Rises and Kara, they're showing that sort of willingness to try and push forward here. See what they can get. Burn through the regen and maybe try and slow Vitaly down. Oh, God, down a little bit as they do jump in. Earthshock into Cookie, gets them into position. The spear is going to push Rises back, but he's still in trouble here. Kara hits him up with the Scatterblast, and how does he get out of this tree line? He's going to try and dance. Elmisho comes in with the disruption, but Rises is in there. He still gets the kill up in the top lane, as you said. Yeah, Gardic will be taken down by King Tekka, but Lumiere with the long-range snake does connect in onto the bat and will turn that into a 1-for-1.
And top, it was really peculiar. Both Lumiere and Gardic both had 10 stacks of napalm on them. They just stuck around a little bit too far. Both of those heroes not very mobile, so easy punish. And hopefully King Tekka will be able to sort of snowball the lane, but only got enough gold from that to buy out his bottle. Meanwhile, Lumiere is just farming up, having a good time.
18 last hits for the Medusa. Pulled the wave back in between the towers, so I don't really think there's anything Tano can do here. He's still kind of making his way over, just in case, but this really isn't worth pushing in for him. As you said, the Medusa's just going to have a happy time farming up. Not really a whole lot of pressure that can be applied at the moment. Meanwhile, what exactly is going down here mid? Alone, holding his own for the most part, even with Analog in terms of that last hit count. Multiple points up here in the Sandstorm too, so that is going to help him take these creeps as he pushes his way over. There's a stacked camp here for him. Analog, he sort of suspected what was going down. He's just not able to actually get there in time. So the Sand King will find that extra farm, but this is always an interesting one. Sand King's just sort of going to push into the side every once in a while, but Analog is starting to get more and more, I don't know if aggressive is the right term, but more and more sort of into his face as Rises, speaking of in your face, going to get himself taken down in the bottom lane. Vitaly and Elmisho jump in onto him, and Kara did not really have enough to save his teammate, didn't have the mana for the cookie there.
Ooh, and he's trying to get the salve deny on Vitaly, but he just barely out of range. And Kara, the cookies have been a little bit off the mark. He definitely needs to be cautious, and he needs to get in position on this tree. He doesn't have mana, actually.
Yeah, that rebuke takes him out of range, but they're still going for this, and Kara may still die. No, Rises is here to back his teammate up. Scatterblast comes in, and Vitaly's actually one who's gone too far. One more hit will do it, and Rises, he gets back in there at the perfect time. Kara, extremely confident that his teammate was going to arrive in time to help him, so he sort of baits that one in. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, King Tekka and Tano, this is a bit of a busted play for them. They're trying to get in there, looking for some sort of kill, but between Lumiere and Gardic, they're just not really going to be able to find all that much, and now they've just got to sort of back away. King Tekka's just straight up going to TP onto the tower.
Yeah, in 20 stick on the Medusa, there's just no shot for you to kill her. You need a few more levels on each of your heroes, and even though you have that second point in sticky napalm, there's just simply not enough damage. And okay, Tano did shards off a courier. Gonna get another one as well.
Huh. Double courier snipe, TP's away. Gardic, good instinct, wrong location as he's gonna miss on that one. Meanwhile, I believe Kara denied to the tower. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just suicided.
So, technically, it'll count as a kill. Realistically, Corey don't really get a lot for that. So, Kara just gonna die. TP's back into lane. Gonna deliver out some items for Rises, and well, the Ursa, honestly, he's doing okay in this lane. Last hit-wise, you might take a look at him, and he is a little ways behind some of the other cores, but I don't think it's really going to be too big of a setback for him right now, and at a certain point, Rises is simply going to be able to sort of rotate into the jungle anyway once this laning stage comes to an end, so they haven't really done too much to shut him down, but they're going to go for this as Vitaly pushed in with a rebuke, but he's going to get stunned up by the cookie before he can actually throw the spear out, but now that spear will be deployed, and Analog's actually TPing in as well. Power shot will come through, and Rises in some trouble. Shackle, well, it doesn't latch, but they don't need it to. It just locks it down long enough for Elmisho to get in there for the damage. Rises goes down, and Analog is able to find that secondary kill onto Kara.
And we see him do this time and time again on the wind, always able to make those fast rotations. It feels like this wind can just be anywhere at any time, and we'll have the Javelin by the time he does have that next focus fire cooldown. And Alone actually made the rotation top to do something about this triple medium camp stack, but he's given away sort of the Batrider's lane as the Tusk was also rotating over, so this feels a little bit bad. He was able to farm it up, but he's working towards his Blink Dagger still. And oh, Lumiere?
And King Tekka ended up getting taken down in that top lane. Couple of tips going his way afterwards as well. So Elmisho able to combine forces with Lumiere for that one, but we did see a pause coming out, and yeah, Lumiere is going to be DCing. So they've got to get him back into the server here, but at this point, connection issues aside, this is a fantastic start for that Medusa. He's got a kill and an assist to his name, 53 last hits on the board, and almost no pressure. In fact, the only time we've seen attempts from Ego Boy's side, like that last one, it results in King Tekka being taken down. So not only a lack of pressure, but actually negative pressure is, I don't know if that's probably not a term, but anytime they try to go into the Medusa, they end up giving her even more than they would have if she just had been left alone.
Yeah, precisely, and it really isn't anyone's fault. The Tusk just inherently wants to make plays on the map. Tana wants to weave his Batrider, get a little bit of that soul XP, and once King Tekka does hit level 6, we might see some rotations, but the big problem with Batrider versus Medusa is it gets to a point where the Batrider can't come back to lane. He's not going to have enough damage to take down the Snake. We'll see if Lumiere gets any more points up in the Snake. He might just go for that split shot. He's got a Yasha queued up, so we'll see if he goes for the Sanjin Yasha Crystal as the build he favors so heavily, but hopefully we'll see some Manta Ag, something a little bit more normal. But at the same time, Rises made the rotation up here after dying bottom. He wanted to get out of that lane, didn't want to have to play versus that Mars Arena when he wasn't level 6 himself. And this Ursa is just incredibly displaced, and they're sort of pinging him out now. And Analog, they see his rotation here, but really, I don't know what this Ursa's doing here. It feels pretty strange.
Yeah, I mean, Alone previously had been sort of farming up in this camp we see over here, and he was able to clear that out, but then he burrows away and then TPs himself home. So Rises is just kind of stuck in no man's land, and I'm not sure he actually gets out of this one. There's no TP available for him. It's on 65-second cooldown. Elmisho could just lock him down with the disruption, and then you get Gardic and Analog in here for the follow-up. So not 100% sure if they have the damage at that point. The focus fire is not going to be available, but Rises is going to have to sort of make a break for it at this point. This is not a situation where Hikori will just simply leave him alone. So he's going to have to start planning out his sort of exit route here. He does have an Earthshock, so maybe if he's lucky, the disruption, once it ends, he could try and maybe Earthshock into the river and just hope that the Shackle doesn't connect onto anything. And I think that's the best bet for him to get himself away. But the fact of the matter is, as you said, he really shouldn't be here in the first place. We shouldn't really have to talk about his escape route, because you should not be in the middle of this Northside jungle with no apparent reason for being in this position.
Yeah, and the only reason he really is there is because of that slight level deficit he gained because of Analog's rotation. So it really just feels like whenever Analog gets this win, really every aspect of the game sort of revolves around what he's able or what he's unable to make happen. And it does feel a little bit like, what do you do now if you're Rises? Because you don't really have a lane to go back to. Sometimes when we do see, and we might see from Alone, once he gets this Blink Dagger, he'll sort of inhabit that dead lane, or he might try to make a play somewhere else. But we see the mid laner sort of move out, and then the safe laner decides to take it over.
Easy breezy.
But that's not what we're seeing. We're
weren't
seeing
so
Tano
damn
instead
dead,
stay
I'd
there,
shoot you
get the
again.
XP.
You weren't so
And
damn
I
dead,
don't
I'd
think
shoot you
Tano's
again.
really been able to get very much done with sort of the Phalanx top. They were able to get first blood, 5 or 6 minutes ago, but King Tekka's lane, aside from that, really hasn't been going in his favor, and he's not even going for the Boots of Travel build. He's got a drum queued up, and that is not really a fantastic sign for your Batrider.
Yeah, if he's got to sort of hobble together some close enough kind of items, then something's gone a little bit wrong here. And you take a look at his net worth right now in this sort of chart, he's pretty far down there. He's only a couple hundred behind Vitali, I suppose, but you take a look at his net worth compared to where Elmisho's at, and it is a little bit concerning for him. And I think in the near future, the only thing that he's going to have going for him is maybe hitting that lasso when he hits level 6. But who do you then go on? Who exactly do you make the jump in onto? If he can catch out maybe some of these supports, then that might give him a little bit of confidence, just picking up sort of quick and easy kills. But if he's going to try and go in onto a core hero, I don't really know if he'll have the damage to make that happen. So it's going to have to be sort of small-scale stuff for the Batrider, which sort of mirrors what his item build is looking like at the moment. So well, we'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, though, still no sign. There it is. Still no sign of Lumiere is what I was going to say, but as I say it, he's back in, and they're immediately ready to go. Wow. Okay. So we'll see how Rises gets out. El Misho hits him up with the disruption. Can they get the shackle? No, they go for the power shot first instead. Now they'll try the shackle shot if they can get the angle, but they don't have it. And Tano is in there with the shards. So Rises is going to be able to get himself away. It's a bit of a close call, but he will make his way out of that north side jungle.
Still, you force everyone to come while your Ursa isn't farming. So it feels quite bad, but now alone, we'll see if he tries to hide out the fact that he does have this Blink Dagger now on the Sand King, or if there might be that punishment play where he doesn't have the epicenter just yet. He needs one more skill point, then he might be able to make that play onto Analog, get that vulnerable hero, kill off the wind, get the sort of aggression off of the map, as we still see sort of Rises struggling to find a home. As Lumiere, he does the rotation. He comes mid, takes it over, and is going to make his way into that triangle now and is just going to start farming up on the Dusa.
Yeah, it is really standard stuff, and we do see Lumiere actually going for that Manta. So we were sort of wondering that earlier on. We've seen that sort of S and Y into the damage build for him previously, but not going to be the call this time around. He will just go for the Manta style, something far more conventional at this point. But regardless of which item build he was really working towards, this Medusa has been getting off to a pretty fantastic start, and Hikori, in the interest of maybe creating more space...
In bottom?
Yeah, they're going to move in. Vitaly actually not even waiting for his teammates, and he didn't need to. Sets it up. Analog comes in with the longest range power shot possible, and we'll be able to find that kill. Now they're going to try and get damage onto the tower as well, but King Tekka and Alone are in here. They're going to go for it. They go in for the lasso into the epicenter. Nice. Can they get that Wind Ranger? And not just yet. Analog still alive, trying to fall back. Tano, though, wants to track him down. The snowball is going to get him into the fight, and Analog may be taken down, but he's got the wind run up. He's just going to fall back. Tano, I don't know if the tag team would have been enough, but it's absolutely not enough without it. So Analog will fall back. El Misho gets taken down there, but that's pretty much going to be a one-for-one trade. Considering Hikori were able to find the pickoff first with that power shot play.
And take a look at this stack. That is a huge ancient stack for Lumiere to take. I don't know if he's going to be able to take it fast enough right now, but it looks like he's going to start to finally try it. And man, they always get so many stacks for him. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, now we know. I mean, why Lumiere likes to play some of these hyper carry heroes. He knows his teammates are actually going to set up for him. So if you can secure this much farm for yourself, why wouldn't you want to play heroes like the Medusa?
And King Tekka, alone.
Yeah. Oh boy. King Tekka, no health, no mana, quickly taken down, and Analog is there again. I mean, anytime you're looking for a high-impact play, a big kill, some sort of pick play to go Hikori's way, you're looking at Analog. He is just constantly able to make this happen. He gets the power shot down onto Alone there as well, so the SK may want to be a little bit careful. There's no detection in the area, but with El Misho in there and holding onto a dust, that could have quickly changed. So much better play for Alone to simply back himself away. Don't even want to take the chances right now, as he's just going to try and fall back and farm up.
And the Medusa continues to accelerate. And Alone, while he is in sort of a lull, we'll see if he decides to go for those Boots of Travel. We could see an early Ags. We could even see the Veil. We don't really know what the Sand King is going for just yet, but I would really love if Tano is able to do something with his level 6. He's been getting a lot of levels compared to his teammates. Same with Kara, you have these kisses, you want to try and make a play on someone. Unfortunately, the easiest play to make that on is Vitaly, and it feels like as of right now, there's no hero that wants to go to that Mars's lane except for King Tekka, just because you do have that Firefly, and if you get it off before the arena comes down, you do just fly over the walls, so it's not the biggest issue. But now, looks like this bottom tower is going to just be forfeit for Hikori, even though there are smoked heroes coming here.
Yeah, they are making a play for it. Alone.
Ooh, Analog. It's just the he's a little too smart. They know it, and when they see Tano, they know something's up. They don't know exactly what it is, but ooh.
Alright, they're in onto El Misho at least, so that is going to get them 1 kill. The Shadow Demon will be taken away. He's going to disrupt himself, but he should still be dying. You know, Vitali, yeah, going to get jumped in on. The Snowball will lock him in place, and that is a couple of big ones. El Misho and Vitali both taken down. They don't get Analog, unfortunately, but all things considered, I think that's probably the best you were going to be able to get there. So they can't save the tower, but they will get 2 kills in exchange, and that is going to be a nice bit of gold going into their hands. But now Analog slips away, and he's going to look for some revenge.
Yeah, and with the Invis rune, ooh, Kara. Ooh, he's going to give up the fact that they know where he is, but there's no lasso. Yeah, and Analog's just going to slink away.
Well, at least you break up that Invis play, so Analog wasn't quite able to sort of get in onto Rises in the way that Hikori may have been attempting to, but you're also not going to be able to lock the Wind Ranger down. So Analog falls back. He's going to continue farming up here. I believe his Maelstrom is now complete. Where is that courier? There you are. Nope, that is a TP scroll coming out to him, so he's just locking the Javelin right now, and he's actually queued up a BKB, so it's actually a little bit strange. Not entirely sure what's going on there. He's just going to hold on to a casual Javelin for the time being.
Yeah, and it's just matching the pace of the enemy team. He doesn't want to have it accidentally combined from the Mithril Hammer. He wants the Ogre Axe first, and he just wants to not have to worry about the Snapfire or the Sand King. He knows that's the only way that Ego Boys kill him, and ooh, he has to be careful.
There it is.
They don't have Epi, but
can actually do this. The Wind Run is out, and Analog should be able to get back, or maybe not. He's going to get pushed back by the Flame Break, and that Shackle will save him, but Alone is still going. Burrow Strike gets him in. They need 1 more hit, and they will be able to get it, but now El Misho's in. Purge will be dropped. Alone is in trouble. Gardex TPing forward as well, and Sand King will be taken down, so it is going to cost him his own life, but that is a big kill onto Analog. They need to be able to continuously put that pressure in onto the Wind Ranger. They just need to not necessarily have to sacrifice Alone to do it next time.
it is slightly unfortunate, and it's really the raindrop causing them to have to go a little bit deeper. Unfortunately, you didn't lose the Bat Rider, who did end up going for those Boots of Travel, sort of Lauren the Wiser. I don't really think I haven't seen Dramas in a very long time. I'm very glad he did not buy that item. But still, you have to be worried every single time you give up a death on this Sand King. It just telegraphs to Hikori that, hey, Lumiere, you can do whatever you want for the next 20, 30 seconds. There's no play on the map that can be made that will make you stop farming. And now, having his Lance finished, he is just farming up. He's playing Medusa. And Rises, while he is working towards that Diffusal Blade, you're never going to see the same amount of farm on these two heroes. The Medusa is always going to be ahead. And they're making a play with Vitali's Blink. Well, they see him on the low ground.
They see King Tekka. They're going to hit him up. The spear, that doesn't stun, but they won't need it to. King Tekka very, very clearly going to die there. And that's going to be some more stacks that Hikori will now be able to take away. So, I mean, the stacking is there.
Blast it?
He could try. That would give away his position,
all
though.
Gone.
Yeah. He's not willing to take the risk. So Hikori will take the entirety of that stack in the west side jungle. And meanwhile, Lumiere pushing his way mid, tier 1 tower taken down, so Hikori just keep on pressing forward. It's just, we are ahead, let's get more ahead. And now...
they got the disruption onto Kara, but is able to walk away.
But, I don't know, that's one of the things about Hikori that I think has been the most interesting in this event. On the one hand, they're so sometimes just chaotic. It's all about just sort of forcing your opponents to sort of panic to a certain extent. Speaking of panicking, yeah, Tano going to get jumped in on. He is going to get saved momentarily by that cookie play, but he should still go down. But Alone, he's in there with the epicenter. It's a nice bit of damage. Gardic taken down already. Vitali will fall as well. Tano is eventually finished off, but at that point, if you're Ego Boys, you got the trade that you wanted. Alone picks up the double, and that is a pretty spectacular fight for them, all things considered. 2-for-1 trade, and your Sand King gets both of those kills, so he is going to take a nice step forward, moving up to second place in net worth, and that is going to get him about halfway to the Aghanim Scepter.
And once he gets that Aghanims, that's when we were really going to start seeing heroes pop. Up until that point, there's not really much he can do. There is a completed Diffusal on the Ursa, so they do need to be a little bit careful, but as soon as they really make any attempt at that tower, they get the Disruption Illusions just to prod it a little bit more. We just see Lumiere TP bottom to the place, his home, the triangle. He just continues to farm up at an incredible rate.
Yeah, we see The Eye of Scotty being worked on for him, and he's already a pretty decent, decent portion of the way there with that first ulti orb, so the progress just continues to be impressive for him, and the lack of pressure from Ego Boys is more and more problematic as this goes on. But maybe they're not getting pressure onto Medusa, but we know Ego Boys are capable of making some plays here. As we saw, Alone was able to sort of jump in mid as he leaves the Dragon Scale behind. We'll double back for it, but as you sort of mentioned, when we see heroes pop is when this Aghanim Scepter sort of comes into play for him. So Alone is going to enjoy a bit of a power spike, and the Ursa is presumably going to start getting himself a little bit more involved here as well with the Diffuser complete. Not sure what he looks for next, if it's something like the BKB or the Blink. Okay, BKB queued up for him, so looking for just the durability and the ability to push into that fight without having to worry about the numerous sort of forms of lockdown that Hikori have. So well, if he gets that Aghanim Scepter on the Sand King, if the Ursa gets the BKB, then that's going to be a pretty big fight for them as Alone. Oh, this makes me nervous. I don't like that. Faking it out multiple times. All it takes is one sort of slip up and you end up looking a little bit foolish, but he'll be fine.
Yeah, and the unfortunate fact of the game is that if Rises doesn't have this BKB, they can't ever go to the pit, so he needs it to be able to have that aspect of his hero available to him. They might think about poking, prodding it. He does not actually have those Fury Swipes reset timer, even though I'm not sure if they are affected by Roche, but they're actually going to go in here, and this is where this fight could go incredibly sour for them. If Hikori get any wind of this, especially with the power shot, they have to be very, very cautious on the Ego Boys side.
They're pinging it out. Gartic's going to check a little bit there with the Nature's Grasp, and he's got Overgrowth. So Ego Boys at this point, they need to leave, but they're not going to do it in time, and now the Ursa is in some trouble. He did pop the Enrage, though, so he's not dead just yet, but Lumiere pushing in with that Stone Gaze. They'll lock him down. Rises is dead, but that's a nice Burrow Strike into the Mortimer Kisses, so Kara's going to be able to pick up the double, and Ego Boys, they want to keep this fight going. Rises is actually going to buy back, but they're taking a lot of damage here. Lumiere is going to be able to take down King Tekka, and now Analog is buying back. King Tekka buying back. Oh my god, every buyback is going to be used here. We're just going again. Round 2 is ready. And Rises, can he get it? He's trying for it. He's so close to it, but Lumiere's going to come in. He grabs it.
Cookie. Oh no, Vitaly, so good.
Flush play from Vitaly in there. They're going to be able to take the Aegis. The Cookie is just a little bit mistimed. Kara, I don't know. I mean, it's at a little certain point you're trying to do too much there. Rises really just needs to grab it and get out, but he's pushed around a little bit. The Cookie play can't get him back into position like he would need to be, and Hikori take it. I mean, that is a lot of buybacks expended now, considering you didn't actually get the Aegis that you wanted in the first place.
Basically 1 for 1, and while you do have to use buyback on that wind, who cares? You are going to have that BKB. You already aren't going for the sort of farming build. You're letting Lumiere, who is at a breakneck speed, already has the Scotty, now has an Aegis. It feels like Hikori were slowly, or not even slowly, but very quickly barreling towards that Medusa late game where you just don't care.
Rises has been caught. He's hit up by the spear. The Purge comes in. Even the Soul Catcher deployed. He's gone. There's nothing that they could do about that one. Rises... It feels like you should know better at that point. Obviously, they don't have the full vision, but he's alone in the west side jungle after Hikori had just taken Roshan a few moments ago, so feels like he probably should have seen that one coming, or at least seen some sort of maneuver coming, but he wanted to try and catch back up, was looking for those last hits in the west side, and yeah, they're just going to keep going. No reason for them to stop. Lumiere is massive. I mean, what can Ego Boys do here? Ursa does not have a buyback. He just used it in the Roche Pit fight, and I don't know, maybe some sort of miracle lasso play could pull this in, but then you're dealing with the Aegis on the Medusa as well.
And you get the vision coming in from the Shadow Poison. You don't... Well, you do have a Blink Dagger actually on King Tekka, but unless you get onto El Misho, you're just going to get saved. And this tier 3, it only has 1,000 more HP. You still have Glyph. You haven't committed it yet, but Alone.
He burned a lot of that ult, though, not doing damage. El Misho is probably still going to die, but now Vitaly's in there with the spear into the arena. Alone will be taken down. Tano is just going to straight up die here as well, although, okay, he's out for now, but Gartic comes in with that Overgrowth. They've locked him down. Tano will fall. Gartic, though, dropping an exchange as Rises is trying to push forward, but he is so low on HP, he has to back off. The Enrage is going to get him away, but I guess, technically speaking, mission accomplished if you're Ego Boys. You push them off of your tower, but The cost is pretty high and the fight's not done.
Oh,
That's a huge play from Vitaly. Big in there with the spear pushback, and Lumiere just sort of stands his ground and continues to dish out the damage. Now they're back in, so mission unaccomplished. They do not push their opponents out of their base. Kara will be taken down, immediately going to commit the buyback, but at this point, that is the final buyback that they have in Vitaly. Come on, man, that's just not fair. Pushing in again, getting the spear stun. Lumiere grabs the ultra. Can he get the rampage? Needs a little bit more damage.
Oof.
Oh, Vitaly takes it away. No rampage for Lumiere, but that is still going to be a clear-cut win alone. All right. More power to him. TP's in, goes for the Blink Burrow, and will take Vitaly down, but they still haven't dealt with Lumiere on this Medusa. And at this point, even if you get onto him, he's still holding the Aegis, so you just sort of bring him back up with full HP and mana, and you effectively just make him angrier.
And you're already out of buys. Oh, if that lasso latched. But yeah, he doesn't really need to be scared of anything until that Ursa has respawned. And we might see him back off now. At least I would back off now. Okay, he's just walking out. He's still sticking around as his team. I mean, they're all here. Now you have Elmisho back, and man, Alone needs to be so careful.
He's playing with fire here, really, yeah. One play goes awry for him, and
goodbye.
He's gone. Purge should do the trick. And gone. So, Elmisho able to get that kill from long range. Lumiere, meanwhile, finishing off the racks, and Vitaly actually is going to rejoin his teammates here with a BKB in hand. It's a long walk from that middle lane, but he is coming up to reinforce this one. So, Hikori did lose a couple of heroes there, but by this point, everyone is back in, and they're really ready to go as King Tekka. He blinked out there. He was looking for the lasso, but didn't actually get it off. So, maybe an opportunity, but he's not actually going to fully commit for it. And now, I'm not really sure what is left in the tank for Ego Boys. They're going to have to give it a go, and the Ursa's back up, so maybe they can take the fight now, but this Ursa still doesn't have his BKB.
And really, Hikori, they want to hit this timing as much as they can. This is when they don't have Glyph on Ego Boys. There's no split push play. They're just not strong enough. And you see Alone, he's just sitting in the base. He's going to pop a smoke on himself, try to get onto the backline. He needs to find the SD again, but there's still just the snake. Aegis is going to expire in 7 seconds, so Lumiere might look for the soft reset. We'll see if it gets disabled.
Trying to get him back, but there's going to be the lasso. Hold on. Can they time this out perfectly? Not quite. The Aegis does expire, so a little bit of that region will come into play. Not all of it, though. Now Alone, he's in there with the Burrow Strike into the epicenter. It's a lot of damage. Lumiere and Gardic both taken down. Vitaly now hit up by the Walrus Punch as well, but Analog, look at the man go, just pushing his way forward. But now that he's sort of too deep in, he is going to, or he was looking to TP out. He cancels it, though, or gets it canceled on him. Either way, Analog will be taken down. Rises grabs a double. Vitaly's now in some trouble. Trapped up inside of the shard. Snowball is going to be targeting him up as they are going to try and get onto him, but they're not going to be able to catch up. So instead, they'll focus on Elmisho. They catch the Shadow Demon hanging out here further to the east, and they should be able to finish him off as they will get 4 kills, and they have effectively saved their own skins. They're not out of the woods just yet, still down pretty massively, but that is, for now, a game-saving play as Vitaly, okay, he's going to be able to get one back as Tano goes too far forward, but that's absolutely huge for Ego Boys. They desperately needed that play.
Yeah, and they make it perfectly timed onto the Aegis. They get the punishment, and really, I'm surprised Hikori, maybe they don't have the timer. Maybe that was just an actual misplay coming in from them as they were completely confident up until that point. You saw him sort of backing off a little bit too late, almost as if the timer itself was maybe 10 or 15 seconds off in his head. So 100% get punished for it, and while you still are in a very dominant position, now maybe you get that BKB on the Ursa. Maybe you're able to finish this F-Blade on the Sand King, and that does make that high ground push that little more difficult. And again, the Glyph is going to be able to reset. So I wonder if we're going to see Hikori run it back or take a little bit more of a measured response, wait for a few more items on Lumiere, as he is going to get them incredibly quickly. But I feel like if you're Hikori, you also just want to get out of this game. You feel like you're going to win no matter what.
Right, they just want to sort of get it over with, not give their opponents too much time. As Rises hit up by the Purge, hit up by the Soul Catcher, hit up by the Overgrowth, and he's not going anywhere. Rises taken down, he's dead for about 45, so this could be the opening for Hikori to push back in, but if they want to go through the bottom lane, they do need to get this tier 2 tower first, so that could slow down the push a little bit for them. As what is going on here? Vitaly in for another play. He's just been so active in this game so far. Analog able to push forward as well. With that follow-up stun in the Shackle, the Focus Fire comes through and Kara is dead. And again, as we were sort of mentioning before, Ego Boys, no buybacks here. There's one on Alone, but neither of those 2 dead heroes have them, and here comes Hikori looking to push the high ground once again.
Yeah, and really, they do have Glyph. They might be able to force out these heroes slightly, but it feels like, again, without this Snapfire, that was sort of the key hero that they were missing before. That's why they didn't really defend too hard, but you have that dieback still playing against you. You have that timer, and it feels like without the Glyph, the mid tower is also very low, so they've got to get something. They've got to get a miracle play going. The issue is Lumiere's not giving it to you, but King Tekka, there's the disruption, though.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to pull him all the way back as Lumiere will hold his ground. Vitali's in there with the arena as well. King Tekka already dead, and now Rises, he's just going to get locked down. The Stone Gaze actually sort of locks him in place first, and now he's dead, and there's still no buyback. But Alone, in there with the Epi, he's going to be able to take down Almisho, but what else can they do here? Really not a lot.
Game.
Tano's dead. Alone is just going to sit in the corner and think about what he's done, and, well, it's like the ending to Blair Witch. He just sits in the corner, and then it's over for no reason, so... Hikori are going to be able to clear it out, full 5-man wipe. That's a Blair Witch Project
for the
reference
GG.
for you, by the way, if you're over the age of 30. As Hikori are going to be able to take the win. We can reference old movies because there's really not a whole lot to talk about here. Hikori just closed that one out, and that's the win that they needed. They're at least sort of going to be in position now to contend with D2 Hustlers. They needed this win. They go in with the Medusa, no nonsense game for them, and they walk away victorious.
Yeah, and can't say color me surprised because Ego Boys, again, they have not been hot. They've not been doing well. They've not been succeeding. And it's a little bit sad to see because it feels like Hikori, they played this matchup not even 25 minutes ago. And they swap out a few heroes here and there, but same general ideas. Vitali had an outstanding performance, had that spear play in the pit, continued to find these pickoffs, perfect itemization as well. And of course, you're just getting Blink BKB, but some people do go for that greediness. And Hikori just, again, just same lineup. It's just very by the books. Lumiere farms. Everybody has a very good performance. Analog ganks the lanes. Easy game.
Yeah. It worked out well for them in the match before. They just run it back with, as you said, not quite the same heroes, but similar enough strategy. And yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Hikori able to notch back-to-back wins with that particular strat, while Ego Boys... didn't quite get it done there. Once again, not really able to activate Alone in the way that they might have wanted. He does well. 8, 3, and 7 is not a bad stat line, but just doing well wasn't really going to be enough. They really needed him to just kind of carry them at a certain point. So, unable to get it done. Ego Boys dropped the first match here of this best of 2, but we do have one more match to play. Game 2 is going to be coming up in a little bit here. We'll see if Ego Boys can close out their group stage run with a victory for the road, or if Hikori are going to be able to pull off sort of just 4 straight here and compete, for that upper bracket spot. So we'll be hopping into a bit of a break here, but when we return, it will be Hikori versus Ego Boys one last time to cap off the night.
Stick me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lights, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as a lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but in the dead of the night, teardrops on the floor. The pain is over, feel the darkness take control.
Who alive can't put me in a box. I redefine any definition you got. I am the tiger, I'm making steps to the top. The flames, I whip it up, you just gotta hand me the rock. Take a seat, you cannot stand it. All I know, the flow harder than a Scotch bonnet. Don't try study me, you cannot manage. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
Yeah, you better listen. I'm bringing heat, you'll be a fan when I start rapping. Way I'll have your fucking head spinning. I'm known as spit vicious, release bombs and go tick tick. Boom, you blown me that head missing. I'm a phenomenon, stacking cheese like it's Parmesan. 8 different flows, call me Octomom. I'm moving fast like the Autobahn, and I'm independent, so I'm not your fucking starving like it's Ramadan. Sick, twisted, gifted, can't copy, printed, can't hold me down. I shape shift, I'm liquid. I killed this beat, I might get convicted. They know how I move, it was predicted. Persistent, spoke it into existence, so consistent, no assistance. Hear me once, become addicted. If I rap it, then I live it. There's no cap when I be speaking this.
This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
be the final match of the evening here on day 6, as we are moving into game number 2 between Hikori and Ego Boys. Hikori able to get the win there in game number 1, a win that they really needed. That victory does now tie them up with the win total of D2 Hustlers, so Hikori, with that victory, are now still in line for a potential spot in the upper bracket for the playoffs. But the first win in game 1 may have gotten them sort of tied up with D2 Hustlers. They would like a little bit of extra insurance here as they pursue back-to-back victories here against Ego Boys and the chance to go just that 1 win up on D2 Hustlers total. So with that in mind, we do hop into the Game 2 draft. I am joined once again by ET, and ET, Hikori have been looking pretty good here today. They got the win in Game 1 with a relatively straightforward style with that Medusa, as well as Analog's Wind Ranger. We see them going in for the Luna here, sort of a similar overall playstyle for them for Lumiere's hero.
Yeah, and it's just the old standby. I sort of wish they did pick up the SD Luna, but maybe wanting that extra save, maybe feeling that this Undying is the solution to the Mars, we'll be able to see Gartic play that hero yet again. Last time he played Undying, it was pretty fun to watch, especially because there were 0 heroes that could kill his Tombstone, so it felt like it was pretty much a free Undying game in that respect. So I wonder where Ego Boys are going to try to take this now, because 2-base, their idea was there's this Undying, we're going to build pick these heroes that are as mobile as possible, try and get this Ember Spirit, try and really just avoid you as much as we can, and then hope for the best, because you can't touch us, we're just way too mobile. And to that degree, they lost, because they had this Lumiere Luna that just sort of brute forced them down, and there was not much they could do about it. So we're going to see almost a similar strategy here. They're picking up the Luna. We saw it again in that same series versus the Luna versus the Undying. On paper, fantastic hero. Hard for the Luna to approach the lane. Hard for the Tombstone to stay alive when you have a hero with that much range, that much inherent attack speed to be able to focus it down. But Luna still has, I think, the worst win rate in the BTS Pro Series 6, so we'll have to see if this is going to be one on the board for that Luna. We've seen a variety of builds, we've seen a variety of players, and it just doesn't work. It just hasn't found success pretty much anywhere, and I think for Tano to really make this one work, we're going to need to see him play out of his mind, get those stuns, land those LSA spears, get this Mars off to a good start, and then rotate mid, and then have Alone on some hero that can deal with the rotation, because you need to set up for this LSA, you need to set up for this Lina. It doesn't provide, it's not the other way around. You need to have Alone sort of carry you on that end for this Lina to work out. So I hope Ego Boys have a little bit more of a plan with it. It isn't just a counter pick for the Luna and the Undying. I hope there's a little bit more of an idea here for them.
Right, and I don't know. Maybe we're checking out the wrong regions here, ET. Maybe it's a different story in Europe, CAS, China, Southeast Asia, but it's not just a matter of one team failing with it. Just about every team that's played it in this event has sort of struggled to make that Lina work to the degree that you sort of need it to. So to a certain extent, it feels like it's less the player, it's less the scenario, and it's just kind of more maybe an issue with the hero right now. But Ego Boys have to hope that that's not the case, or if it is, that they've sort of found the perfect scenario for that Lina to work. So it's going to get a little bit uncomfortable for them, I think, with that Lina. But we've been saying over and over again, on paper, potentially it's there with the Lina pick. But after so many times of saying maybe it'll work this time, it's starting to feel a little bit less optimistic at this point. But we'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, though, Phase 2 of the bans getting just about squared away here. Ego Boys, mostly support focused. Tusk, Shadow Demon, and the Tiny, although to be fair, the Tiny could be swung into that core role, but they are sort of focused in on trying to make sure that they don't get that second sort of aggressive support, whereas Hikori, they felt a little more free to spread things out. The Kunkka, the Viper, and the Puck all being taken away in the second phase on their end.
Yeah, and again, that is maybe the hero where they draw the line where, sure, we're going to let you pick the Ember Spirit if you really want it, but we're not going to let you pick the Puck that's a little bit too much for us to handle. So instead we see the Clockwork, a hero that I'm very excited that they picked up. And now I can only hope, if Ego Boys have been paying attention to the tournament outside of their own games, that they picked the TA right here. We saw the TA versus Luna matchup earlier, and it's not the most fantastic, but TA versus Clock, that is fantastic, where the TA just immediately cleaves onto those cogs, cleaves onto that Clockwork. You're always able to blink out. To be honest, if you do end up getting hooked, just because Clock doesn't have a very good solution of breaking through those refraction charges, it just feels like that was the solution that teams found out to this Clockwork when it was getting picked out. So I hope that Ego Boys try to find some solution. They try to find something along those lines. Aside from that, I'd also like to see the Treant Protector possibly coming out from the Ego Boys. Just get a little bit of that heal, a little bit of that global save, but also having that lockdown come from your 5 when you have this Lina is absolutely crucial. This will also work. They're very similar heroes in the way that they're played, but I like the Winter Wyvern Lina. It's sort of a classic combo. If you are able to get that Cursed, you have that LSA follow-up. So I like where Ego Boys are taking this one.
Yeah, and I think that is going to be the key here for Ego Boys. With that sort of duo, with the Winter Wyvern in there, you have some very, very easy to hit setups, right? As long as the Winter's Curse doesn't whiff entirely, you're going to be able to set up off the back of it. As you said, the LSA, the Mars could even get in there to try and set up with maybe the Arena or the Spear Stun as well. So that Wyvern gives you defensive strength, and it gives you almost a can't miss opportunity to try and force a fight. So maybe in the lanes, not quite as effective in terms of sort of doing that early harassment, but that's not necessarily what they need it for in this situation anyway. So the Wyvern makes for a good pick in this situation, and if you're Hikori, you're going to have to sort of watch your spacing on that front, right? If you get in too close, especially with the Luna on your side, that Winter's Curse could quickly sort of turn your own momentum against you.
And doubling down on the Tomb Hitter, where now you have 2 heroes that are going to be able to focus down that that Tombstone, and being able to get out of those cogs, you are able to just fly over them, even though you are going to eat one of those pushbacks. It isn't the worst feeling, especially when you can actually sort of outrun and escape this Clockwork that is going to be running at you, that is going to try and get aggressive. So we'll have to see what else they decide to round up their lineup, but really, a lot more of an obvious draft coming out from Ego Boys. They don't have that flexibility we typically like to see. And okay, Hikori, we're back to Broodmother. We're back to seeing if this is going to be another Broodmother win, I suppose.
Yeah, now here's the thing. We saw earlier today, 2Based had a counter strat that they attempted to employ against the Broodmother, which, in all fairness, did slow the Broodmother down. The only problem is it literally did not matter, which I know sounds a little bit harsh, but if you want to sort of find more optimistic terms, we don't really have any. Sure, the Brood farmed up a little bit more slowly in the first maybe 5 to 10, but it was the same situation. Once the Broodmother hit 6, she just went completely off the rails. No one on the side of 2Base could slow her down. So if your Ego Boys could be in for a similar situation here, maybe that Brood has to be a bit careful in a Winter's Curse kind of scenario, but outside of that, feels like the Brood is going to have a fun time, although Ego Boys do respond with the Sven, so you are at least going to have the sort of stun and the cleave to try and deal with the Brood and those Spiderlings. That's something.
And I do really like the Sven pick. We've seen Rises played before, and it is one of his most successful heroes, and you are playing versus that Spider, so you will be able to hopefully stun up those creep waves, maybe get those cleaves off on the Spiderites, on the Spiderlings, able to farm up a little bit faster. The only thing I am a little bit afraid of is that Silken Bola, where you have that 40% miss chance. You might have to be a little bit scared, but I like the hero player combination. I like that Rises is getting on this sort of secondary blink initiator. If you weren't going to get that very easy lockdown from your 5, I'm glad that now we're going to be seeing it from your 1 position. And Rises, this is a 1v9 hero. This is the sort of big guy that he likes playing. The Mars doesn't take too much farm off of the map, so we'll have to see what they end up picking for alone, not having last pick. But this is a good idea. I like where Ego Boys have taken their draft. And I feel like I say that usually when we do see Ego Boys play, it's just something gets disconnected in their heads when they're playing against some of these Div 1 teams, and they just feels like they fall apart in that really just that 15-20 minute mark where they get the leads, they have things going for them, and then something just doesn't click.
And that's part of the reason why they come into this now. I believe I think it's 2-11 is their stat line, but it's one of the reasons why it's been so frustrating and so disappointing for fans of this team. It's not because they're just a bad team. You look at their win-loss and you're like, oh yeah, sure, they're the worst team in the field. But that really is not the case. They draft well, they sort of have it in their heads exactly the way that they want to play it out, and then something always goes wrong. It's either a mistake on their part or just being sort of outmaneuvered by their opponents, but what looks like sort of strong or at least even drafts on their part end up sort of falling apart. So that's the frustration. If they were just bad because they don't have the skill, that would be one thing, but that's never really the factor for them. It's always something else that sort of hinders them from really hitting that maximum potential. But one last match here to close out the group stage. You got Rises on one of his more sort of comfortable and favored heroes, and they put Alone on the Void Spirit as well there to round out their draft, while Hikori go in for the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, and I almost wish that Ego Boys took the Ember Spirit instead, just because Ember Spirit is one of those proven heroes versus the Broodmother, where you max out that Flame Guard, you get the Orb of Corrosion, and then you have to split all of the spiders. You sit and Sleight of Fist for maybe 5 or 6 seconds, but that is one of the ways to put down this Vitaly Broodmother. But instead, swap it up, and now Alone, I'm sure he might be a little bit unhappy, as some people do think that that Ember Spirit is the direct counter to that Void Spirit, just because you have the root, you have the little bit more damage, and you are going to be able to run at this Void Spirit. But again, Alone, and I feel like we say this all the time, individually, very, very good player. It just needs to sort of go his way. If he's able to get the runes, if he's able to contest, that's one thing that Void Spirit does sort of have over the Ember, where you can just put down the Aether Remnant. There's not really any contestation for him, even though the Ember will always put down that Remnant to try and guarantee at least one rune. There's always going to be that sort of fight at that 6, 8, 10 minute mark. So we'll see who gets what, and that's really going to dictate the pace for both these spirits. Every single time we see a spirit versus spirit matchup, that's the way it sort of goes.
Yeah, it always just comes down to a scenario in which, I mean, even one fight, as you sort of mentioned, could make all the difference. That sort of spirit versus spirit matchup very much comes down to sort of the skill of the individual players involved a lot of the time. So we'll see whether it's going to be sort of Alone who can get that edge. If he can, his team's going to be looking to be in a pretty solid spot, but if Alone sort of struggles here, I don't really know. They're going to have to sort of then turn more towards the likes of the Mars to try and be that playmaker for them around that sort of maybe 10 to 20 minute mark. So, as you said, it's going to really dictate the pace for these two mid lane heroes. So, quite a bit will be riding on that situation as both teams trying to set up here. We do see those wards coming in once again. Hikori getting into the north side jungle for the first. They'll put the second down by the middle lane. Ego Boys, meanwhile, also laning up mid. Where is their second ward? They actually put theirs up top as well. Okay. It's a nice bit of vision.
And the Ego Boys vision, just looking out, it might be something to protect them from that Broodmother or calling those rotations, but seeing this Ember Spirit, having Clockwork and Undying, again, the supports aren't really going to make rotations. It's going to be on Analog, but Analog could definitely take the pressure. We've seen it in, 3 games in a row now where he's able to make those rotations, able to win his teammates' lanes, and that's where Lumiere always sort of emerges as the net worth, really just the front runner, the winner. You can call him a bunch of different names, but he always has the most farm.
And we mentioned in game 1, that's a large part of it. If he's getting up those stacks as we saw before, and if there's space being created for him from that sort of mid position, then he's just free up to play his own game. So we'll see if they can do that again here. They're going to look for, well, presumably a little bit of pressure here in the top lane as Vitaly and Elmisho are going to make their way forward. And this is sort of the matchup that's going to get a little, I guess, iffy to a certain extent. As you were sort of talking about, Rises with the stun and the cleave should be able to, in most situations, get himself through a lot of those spiderlings, so that will take some of that threat away. But you've always got to be afraid of that bola. It's going to slow him up pretty significantly. If he tries to turn and fight, then the mischance is going to really sort of hinder his overall damage output. So, could see a situation here where they go in with the bola. El Misho maybe pushes forward with that battery assault, and Arises may have to rely on Carr to maybe not bail him out, but at least provide some serious assistance through the first couple of minutes. But right now, not quite going to see that play. El Misho actually went for the flare at level 1, so that's not quite going to give him the same amount of aggressive potential as he's just trying to, I guess, help his teammate secure last hits with that flare.
Yeah, and he's been sort of unsuccessful in getting those range creep blasted, so they are both barely ticking level 1 here, whereas on the side of Ego Boys, I think maybe there was a cheeky deny coming out from... No denies coming out from Vitaly or El Misho, but they are splitting the XP actually 50-50, whereas El Misho did rotate over to that small camp just for a few moments there. So not having those levels until the clock is really at level 3 at this point. He needs sort of the 1-1-1 build, and actually,
where's he going? What happened there? He walked into that sort of tree line. I don't know if he was going for the juke or what, but it very nearly cost him, but the bola play does come through. Rises gets slowed up enough, so his teammate gets away. Meanwhile, Gardic was able to find the kill onto Tano down in the bottom lane. They're going in onto King Tekka as well. Can actually get it, though.
One more beam. Ooh.
A beam, a decay, anything. There it is. Okay, Gardic able to get in there for the last bit of damage as he picks up both of those kills. So, double kill for your Undying. That's going to get him a nice chunk of change. And Vakori on the board with the first 2 kills.
And this is something that is a little bit troublesome with this lane combo. As Vitaly, yeah, they were able to get him top. It was just the level 2 pop on the battery assault. I think catching him without the Arctic burn as well. It's a very long cooldown, very easy to punish. It's just, you know, already kind of going a little bit unfortunate for the Ego Boy side. But back to that bottom lane, just the Undying Luna combo where you get maybe 2-3 stacks of decay, and suddenly this 75 damage stun actually hurts. It actually is something you need to be a little bit scared of, and you get a few more right clicks more than you otherwise would from that Undying, and you just kind of fall prey to it. And
now we see Lumiere a second point up in the Lucent Beam, so effectively doubling that damage, so Ego Boys are going to have to be very careful, although Lumiere did just lose his courier, so that's going to be a bit of a setback, and now with Tano sort of bullying up Gardic, I don't think they're going to immediately be able to go back in for that play, but as long as the decay spam is there, Lumiere is going to have some nuke damage, but now he is dodging. Wow. Dodges the spear and the LSA. Nice little sidestep to get him away from that, and if you're Ego Boys, you have to try for those plays. You really don't have too many alternatives, but that time at least they will be denied.
Oh, and nice pull coming in from Tano, keeping it even because he was able to stack that camp, so they did lose a full wave. But the beam, Lumiere, hold it back. Okay, clean stuff coming in from Hakori.
Good offense, better defense, to borrow a phrase from the traditional sports world, as Lumiere is able to pull it back. Takes a spear to the face for his trouble, though, so that is a little bit of damage to him. But he's farming up now underneath this tower, and there's really nothing more that can be done for Ego Boys. They just fall back, and they'll sort of look to secure themselves as Tano. Stunning up Gardic, coming in now. He's got that fiery soul up, so he can do a nice bit of damage, but Gardic's going to turn. He's going to drop down the tombstone.
Ooh,
Tano,
he messed up.
Well,
and he
that's
might be
a
dead
problem.
too.
Yeah, Tano may just be able to bring him down. No, okay. He at least gets the tombstone, though, so that's going to be a nice bit of gold to the Lina, and it eliminates any threat that Gardic had there, as he's still in danger. Tano's coming back in onto him.
He's losing the stacks.
That's a problem. LSA, though, not going to guess correctly. Gardic, though, going back in for the decay, and this is turning into a very sort of clowny situation. Tano, though, I mean, he could get the kill, but he needed to be able to connect with that stun. Without it, they're not really going to be able to make that one happen. But now, Gardic has to sort of play it back here a little bit. He's holding on to the salve, so he could heal up once he's safe, but now he might just need to sort of be on call if Lumiere gets jumped in on. There was a moment there where it looked like King Tekka was sort of looking for the spear, but he's not actually going to pull the trigger on that play, and now, El Misho.
Oh, El Misho. Oh, Tano.
Immediately spotted, but he's going to go in for the battery assault. Tano, though, connecting with the LSA. Good play there, and he has the Trank Boots, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Tano is still just sort of getting out of this one. Or maybe not. Uh-oh, El Misho cutting him off, but now the battery assault is over, and he doesn't have any actual damage.
But yet again, this is forcing it to be a 1v1, just the Luna versus Mars, and Lumiere is completely okay with that. He's not getting shoved out of his wave. They don't have that synergy play. All the mana is not being used on him, so he's just having a good time.
Yeah, last hit count. Pretty much even with what the Sven's getting on the other side, so not a whole lot for Lumiere to complain about at the moment, as, King Tekka That's maybe the second or third spear he's missed here in this lane, so that wasn't going to result in a kill anyway, but if you're taking up the mana to go in for that damage, you need to actually get the damage. Otherwise, Lumiere is going to feel even more comfortable in this scenario. Meanwhile,
the bigger issue is just Vitaly. He's been completely left alone here, and he is winning the 1v2. He has an Orb of Corrosion, he has the Soul Ring, and he's had the Soul XP because El Misho left so early, just stacking for his teammate as well. So you're going to get level 6 on this Brood just extremely early this time around. There's been no effort to shut her down.
Yeah, and this is where the nightmares start. Once Vitaly has those Spiderlings up and running, he can, if he feels like it, completely ignore the Sven. Really, just go into the jungle, farm up, take some of these camps away, and at that point, Ego Boys are going to feel the pressure to actually try and push in themselves to try and get that Broodmother sort of out of their woods, but by this point, you won't really be able to fully dislodge her. As bottom lane, Tano going to get taken down. El Misho in a little bit of trouble here as well, as the Dissimulate will drop him down, and I think he should die as alone. He's going to be able to push forward with the Astral. The problem is him pushing forward means that the Mars was sort of left alone, but they're not going to be able to catch him. That is a clutch usage there of the, I think, the Remnant from the Void Spirit that sort of pulls that one back. So they do save King Tekka. The problem is there is a cost paid elsewhere on the map, as Vitaly just rushes in onto the Sven, and Ryzen's had no support in that situation. He was pretty much by himself, and he does get taken down. Vitaly gets the kill, and he gets the tower. And now he has free reign over this jungle.
And I think Kara just solely focusing on getting these stacks up. Unfortunately, Vitaly is going to appreciate that greatly, but just a nice play from the Ember Spirit. Analog left a Remnant top, he decided to TP mid, show, gets that full wave, TP's top, kills the Sven, and it just feels like Hikori, they're getting those little advantages again, and this is where you give them an inch, they take a mile, and then they just always snowball their lanes. It's pretty wild how successful they can always get things going on their side of the map.
Yeah, they are just absolutely rolling right now, and they might be looking for a bit of a wraparound here. El Misho's trying to stay hidden. I don't think they see him. Yeah, they have absolutely no vision in that area, so the Clockwork may be able to sort of sneak his way over, and if he can get in behind this duo, this is it. This is go time. He's going to push his way forward. Battery Assault, actually not activated preemptively, so that Tano LSA does sort of distract him momentarily, but the Battery Assault is still in there, and they've got it. That's a good attempt from Kara getting in there with that Cold Embrace, but it's not going to matter as Lumiere deployed that Eclipse, so the magic damage still comes through. Lumiere is going to be the one to get the kill, and at this point, King Tekka, I mean, he's just not having fun. He doesn't even have his boots yet, so he's been taken down twice in the lane. His net worth is sort of the lowest among those core heroes, and he just keeps on sort of getting bullied in the lane. Speaking of which, Tano, I don't know about this one. He's hit up by the Lucent. Here comes El Misho looking for the battery into the Cog Trap, but he's not quite fast enough to get it.
Yeah, and out top,
oh my goodness.
Yeah, he just rotates mid, gets spiders, sees the Sven, knows that there's no hero to do anything versus him, yada yada yada, and now Rises will TP mid, but yeah, he's just gonna cancel it out. He knows that he's just gonna die. There's an Arcane Rune on this Ember, and maybe they make the play on the Gardic. He's gonna walk into a level 8 Void Spirit, but I mean, they're just getting so much. You're not defending your towers if you're Ego Boys. It
Even
feels
if
like
Gardic
Hikori getting a
dies,
lead.
just doesn't really matter. I mean, he is going to go down, but who cares? It's a kill for alone, sure, but so much control of the map now is going the way of Hikori. They've taken 2 towers. Vitaly's got himself 3 straight kills, and he's outpacing everyone right now. Highest net worth in the game by a rather sizable margin compared to those Ego Boys cores. So this is exactly what they wanted to see when they took this Brood. Take control of the lane, push Rises into the jungle, and then, to be honest, Vitaly's then pushing Rises out of the jungle too. Just telling him, go. You can't farm here. You also can't farm there. You really just don't farm on the Sven, is what Vitaly's saying.
And they've got really good vision. Unfortunately, they did get dewarded just a moment ago from the Ego Boys side, but they've got good vision. They've got good plays. They try to make an attempt on the Lumiere, but you're just a little bit too low level, and it just feels like they're not able to find what they need to find. I wonder what we're going to be seeing from Alone with this triple null. I don't really know what the buildup is after, whether or not you go for that Yule Scepter or maybe you get a Boots of Travel, but Analog, it just feels like every single time he makes a rotation, he gets something out of it. He really doesn't waste any of his time, and even if he was wasting his time, you have Lumiere playing on the other side of the map, getting farms, sitting in his triangle, and while that's happening, you have a Broodmother pushing in top. It just feels like Hikori have crafted this lineup that's just going to be so annoying for Ego Boys to deal with, and really the silver lining is Sven. Yeah, bottom.
He's going to get jumped in on Analog. Does now have a point up in the Searing Chains. He had sort of gone without it before, but now he's going to have that extra locked in. As Amisho even going to hookshot his way in, but King Tekka's not dead just yet. Analog, he's going to try for the slight, and he is going to get it. So King Tekka will fall. Amisho, meanwhile, I don't know if that trap was trying to sort of trap up Tano or not, but he does sort of get it in there. It's going to cost him his own life, but maybe Analog... No, not maybe. He's just going to back off. But while he backs away, Vitaly, he's in onto Alone. This play from Hikori, it's nearly flawless. There's so few mistakes coming out from them right now, and Ego Boys are hard-pressed to find any answers all of 11 minutes in.
And it's got to be Rises. It's got to be waiting for this Sven, but waiting for this Sven, what are you going to have to lose? Unfortunately, they are going to lose that card top, so the aggression will be slowed down just a little bit, but Vitaly, he just has so many spiders, and once he gets that pipe, then the Void Spirit can't kill it with his step. He'll have to use both of them, and that's when he gets bowled up, he gets ran at, and King Tekka having to use his ultimate bottom just to not survive. It feels like once that hero gets his ultimate again, maybe you make an aggressive play, try to kill someone with the Laguna, and they're trying to make
Alone.
a move here, but Alone.
This is not a good idea. He is going to get hit up. Can he jump away with the Astral? Well, he can try, but he's not going to get far enough. Vitaly just keeps on chasing, and that's another kill for the Brood. 5-0 now for Vitaly, and now, well, they're trying to force this one on Ego Boys. They do get Amisho. Nice play in with the Laguna, but now Gardic is on the run, and Vitaly, he's just kind of waiting for his moment, but they are going to continue chasing in onto the Undying. They do bring him down, but now Vitaly makes his move. Analog's coming in to help out, and Kara, he's just straight up dead. Sleight of Fist gets in there. Kara taken down. Tano hit up by the Bola. This is just going to be basically a shooting gallery for Hikori. They just keep on knocking these heroes down one at a time. Yeah, no, hold on. Is there Searing Chains? No, there is not.
Nice. Just barely survives there. Didn't have enough mana for one more spawn Spiderlings, but these supports, again, it just feels like they're food. You forced them into that top lane. I feel like they really should have waited to make that play anywhere else, and while you do get both support kills, does it really matter? You now have level 12, 13 minutes into the game on this Spider. It does so much more damage, 450, 8-second cooldown, that's really the bigger thing. And he's working towards Greaves. I don't know if he's got a full pipe coming out now. No, he's got a full mech coming out now. And once you get that, I feel like you're going to sync up with the Luna. He's going for Dragonlance into Sanjin Yasha. And once you break into these towers... Oh,
Amisho hooks in onto King Tekka. This Mars, he's just got nothing to do. He's straight up dead. There's just no play for him. And now Ego Boys, they're sort of grouped up here in the middle lane. But Kara, he might just... damage. He's just dead. He's gone. Analog gets the kill. Alone is now in danger. He and Tano are just going to have to try and desperately hold the line here, but...
Tano is dead too.
Yeah, he can't get away. He's going to get trapped up inside of the cogs. Amisho should just be able to finish this one off himself, but now Rises, you do not want to be here. But he's already in, so it's a bit too late. He's just going to have to try and fight it out. God Strength will be deployed, and while Rises is safe, his teammate gets taken down. Alone will fall. Analog gets the double. Rises, though, is still trying, and... Well, King Tekka's TPing back in, so maybe they can do this now if he gets off a good arena, but... They're not really going to be able to catch Analog unless he makes a pretty sizable mistake.
You gotta be careful.
He's running out of HP, and he's running out of time with the God Strength. This really doesn't feel like it's worth it as King Tekka. Okay, they're going to go in, but there's the Searing Chains into the spawn Spiderlings. Rises has no HP, and he's going to be taken down. No, he is not. He's still alive for now. Never mind. Side of Fist comes in, Analog gets the kill, and there's going to be the follow-up on to King Tekka. Kara, a good attempt with the Winter's Curse, but he's not going to get it, and now Alone CPing in as well. They're just going to keep on throwing bodies at this.
Yeah, and really the only limiting factor for the Hikori lineup is Vitaly's mana pool at this point. He just keeps on casting Spawn Spiralings, and okay, Tano, that's half of your HP. You're getting bowled up.
Alone's caught out here as well. He's gone too, so Ego Boys just can't. They can't do it. Tano's dead, Alone is gone, and this just feels like desperation at this point. I don't know. We're 15 minutes in. There's 21 kills on the board for Hikori, and... if there was something that Ego Boys could have done, it feels like they've sort of just thrown that shot away. Right? We were talking about Rises maybe being the one to sort of pull it out for him, but he commits to that fight mid and ends up getting taken down, so any progress he was making gets sort of set back too far, and I don't know. Ego Boys just feel like they're sort of grasping at straws here, but there's not a whole lot for them to do. Misho's even sort of tanky enough with a Vanguard at 15 minutes where he can just sort of stand here and almost taunt the Ego Boys heroes.
And really, it just feels like the play isn't up to snuff at this point, where you have these answers, you have these things going for your lineup, these are your advantages, you drafted them, you got there, you got to the point you needed to, and they're just not able to make these plays, and they go for an attempt on mid. Almisha just hooks in, goodbye.
Kara gone, and Hikori are just going to keep on charging their way forward. I mean, it feels like we're just saying the same thing every 30 to 45 seconds, and that's because we actually are. Hikori just go in time after time, over and over again, and Ego Boys haven't really been able to change up the strat enough to survive it. But now, we do see a bit of a change up. They are actually going to initiate in with King Tekka, and they do find the kill. Analog is dead, but oh, those Spiderlings, those are going to get cleaned up quite nicely. Rise is able to break those through, and maybe this is finally the moment where Ego Boys sort of try and get things together. That's a nice pick off onto the Ember, and Vitaly wasn't really able to just sort of push his way in there to keep the fight going, so it's a nice step in the right direction, although Tano is almost certainly going to die here immediately afterwards.
And Almisho is dying in the Sven's Ancients, but God Strength used, they know about it, but the bigger issue is, during all of this, it is a 4v5, Lumiere has completely focused on himself. The only reason he's hitting this tower is because he's run out of creeps to hit, and Rises, okay.
Getting a little bit of help in from King Tekka, but King Tekka's now dropping low as well. Gardic's going to be able to bring him down, and now Vitaly just looking to reset, throws the bull out. Rise is going to get sort of locked in place again. They even throw down the tombstone, and Gardic, he's so tanky right now with that flesh golem. And here comes Lumiere as well. This is going to get ugly. Kara hit up by the Eclipse. He does go in for the Winter's Curse, but that doesn't matter. Rises and Kara are both dead. Lumiere grabs a double. Gardic isn't even going to be killed by his teammate. And Hikori win the fight once again. It is 26-9. They are pushing the tier 2 tower mid, and there's just nothing. Like, what do we talk about for Ego Boys in terms of trying to get back into this? The Sven was looking like the best hope for them before, but now Rises is almost completely shut out of this.
Yeah, and without God Strength, it really doesn't matter. I think that's why you don't see them popping the glyph there. They know if there is any hope that might actually need the glyph's damage so they can do anything. You almost have level 18 now on Vitaly, and then the spell just does 520 damage for some reason and has a 7-second cooldown. So you're just continuing to see this Broodmother just almost be a free win, and Lumiere, he doesn't feel the need to back up. He just feels, hey, I'm going to start cleaving, and another missed spear from King Tekka.
Yeah, King Tekka just can't seem to catch a break. Cold Embrace will keep him alive for now, but there's going to be that nuke damage in from Vitaly. King Tekka's just straight up dead. He has no buyback right now because we're 18 minutes in. Why would he be saving for buyback?
And Kara, one more slight.
Ooh, not just yet. He's going to be able to fall back, but I don't know if that's really going to matter. Tano's now in some trouble as well. Hit up by the Bola into the spawn Spiderlings. Gardic does take the Laguna Blade to the face, but he's still not dead. He is actually, okay, not going to live as they do get in with a lone. Rises now will pop the God Strength, though, and they're going to try and give this a go, but he's just not tanky.
No armor.
Wow, that's absolutely horrible. Rise is taken down. He does have money for his buyback, but they're not even going to do it.
Yeah, they're done. They're done.
I'm kind of surprised that they went at it this long. That was just an absolutely painful game for them. They just get completely outplayed from the very start.
Yeah, and it felt like what should have happened shouldn't have happened. Really, alone, as good as he is, it felt like he wasn't making the same plays that Analog was able to make. I'm very, very surprised that they did end up going for the Void Spirit instead of the Ember Spirit. Aside from that, yeah, the play just wasn't there. It just, Ego Boys having a real rough week. I hope we're going to see a different form coming into playoffs. They've got one more day to sort of prep themselves for it. They're not going to be playing again until that playoff stage, but yeah, cementing themselves as sort of the bottom of the pack right now.
Yeah, they will be the lowest possible seed moving into that playoff bracket. So we came into this matchup with maybe some high hopes for them. Obviously, they weren't going to be able to change their seeding, but maybe they could get something going against a regional rival, try to close things out in style. Instead, it's not that exact scenario. Instead, they dropped 2 matches, so more of the same for Ego Boys. Unfortunately, the struggles for them continue. But if you're Hikori, this was the dream scenario coming into for what for them is the final day of matches. They win all 4 of their games. They've got 8 wins on the board. They're now 1 win ahead of D2 Hustlers, so Hikori get to sit back, check out day 7, see what D2 Hustlers can get, and depending on those results, we might end up having some sort of tiebreaker scenario. I don't think there's tiebreaker matches. I think they're going by a
Strength of schedule or
yeah,
something like that.
a name in a
Yeah.
language that I don't know how to pronounce, so I'm not going to try, but one of those algorithms to determine that. But to a certain extent, that could potentially help them out. I'm not entirely sure how that score affects them right now, but they have done all that they can. They have bolstered that overall win-loss ratio to the best of their abilities, 8-6 here at the end of their group stage run, and they get to kick back and see how things play out tomorrow. Might be a little bit stressful for them while they watch those D2 Hustler matches, but this was the best scenario for them. They needed all these wins, and they get every single one of them. So very nicely done by Hikori, showing their strength here on their final day of play.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
So, with that being said, we are done with day 6. Hikori, cap it off in style, as we said, 4 straight victories, getting sweeps over both Simply 2-based and Ego Boys. So that will do it for us on this penultimate day. We are going to be shutting down here in just a little bit, but we do still have more on the schedule for tomorrow. Day 7, the final group stage day, is still going to have quite a lot in store. We have 3 teams who are already going to the lower bracket, but 5 teams fighting for 4 spots, and among those teams as well, even the ones who are sort of sitting in solid positions here, like 4 Zoomers, who locked down their place earlier today, seeding is not entirely set. So the final outcomes of these matches tomorrow could very well determine who ends up sort of playing whom in that first round of the upper bracket. So still plenty to play for, still going to be some exciting stuff, to check out tomorrow. So that will be getting started at the same time that we've been sort of starting pretty much every day. But in case you're not aware of that, it's 1 p.m. Pacific time for those of you who want to check things out. So with that in mind, we will be shutting it down. So thank you all for hanging out with us, spending your Sunday checking out some Dota with ETNI, and we will see you all tomorrow. Final day of the group stage going to be coming up.
Cracky.
I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on a memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. Can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in us. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We gonna light it up. a step, can't turn back now. You know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We gonna light it up now.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. Swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came.
If we are one grain of sand in the middle of the ocean, can you try to understand how a touch can cause explosions? Rise up. We're too great to be landed. Rise up. We're too great to be standing.
They never gonna stop us, fly at 'em like choppers. Better cook those wrists, cold butter my fists, we fire starters. One out of a million will reach those heights. Always had a feeling that I won't deny that one. Never could toss. Look in my eyes, I'm on the rise. couple milli now. I'm causing a commotion. I've been coasting, hear my name around the world like an explosion.
So rise up, rise up. We are the apocalypse, and a pill that keeps us floating. As we fly above the stars, the hype won't scare us falling. So rise up. Way too great to be landed. Rise up. Way too great to be standing.
They ain't never gonna stop us. Fly by them like choppers. Better tuck those risks. Hold one of my fists, we fire starters. Let's go. One out of a million will reach those heights. Always had a feeling that I won't deny that work. Never could toss. Look at my eyes. I'm on the rise.
Ain't no love like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pit in my mind like standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I've no more patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Ain't no luck finding real love. Gotta know where to look. Time moves fast, and I've grown up. Yeah, I'm on to you. Used to pit in my mind like standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I've no more patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me What can I do to make you stay a little longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a little longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger. So cliche, I see the sparks you throw my way. I know your name is written on everyone's mind. Your whole show is captivating me, but don't think that I can see right through that disguise. But when you got close to me, you had me
searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make it shine. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. Savannah. Have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. Savannah.
The fire makes the city look so bright. Close your eyes and just stay tight. We have to go. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me.
Quick enough.
So it's just, this is all go time now for Neon. Like, now you've got to really push the tempo. You've got a solid 2 minutes here where Wraith King won't have radiance, maybe even a little bit longer, where you need to use that to full effectiveness.
Do they go immediately, or do they wait? For this 500 gold, your Pudge is going to have that BKB, so you're not even going to have the turnaround potential on the likes of, you know, your Rubik's, your Dragon Knight, your Tiny.
Good question.
See, now's where he should sell that Iron Branch, you know, that 25 gold, that's going to be the difference maker.
The steal. Traps, that's nice for a Rubik. A bit of vision.
Stop the push.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Alright, here we go.
Dire's middle tower
BKB.
has fallen.
Blink
Available.
CTM.
They're in
Maybe
deep.
catch Rubik. That is a great pick. Dire just nowhere to be seen. They recognize right now they're not able to fight into this advantage that Neon have, and they're even pushing on forward for a tier 2 tower. And usually,
I would be.
yeah, usually we see. Oh, Mastros is going to TP into the Remnant.
Not
Can they
again.
chain lock him down for the BKB? Yes, they can. They'll lose Mastros. Ancient Apparition's going to get caught out as well. 3 will fall from Motivate. They are crumbling with the advantage that Neon has at the moment.
Radiant's top tower
Fearless doing
is
his
under
best to
attack.
cut the wave. It's going to be enough to stall, but not enough to stop. As the glyph was even used very quickly by Neon to make sure that that creep wave lives. No glyph available for Motivate. You've still got the Aegis. You've got the BKB that wasn't yet popped by Yopaj. So they'll take this tier 2 tower. Are they in a position to go high ground? Not quite yet, I wouldn't think. But they could take the top half of the map for sure. Maybe after just checking if there's any sort of ancient stack.
Yeah, you see what Natsumi's already doing. He's setting up for this top push. He went back before the rest of the team. Is trying to get that lane shoved out. They want to control the triangle, maybe block it or farm it one more time, and then look to link up top. But they smoked underneath the Radiant Observer. What I believe, maybe that tree was blocking a little bit of the vision, but they're not going to catch Natsumi just yet. Oh, mid Masteros, and that's 2 hits. That's what it. The Sideblade's range is crazy. Dire. Instant Carapace, Fearless gonna get caught. That's a lot of your initiation. Meanwhile, simultaneously on the backline. Masteros falling low. Jackie, Wraith Fire Blast will give him some better positioning.
Good vision,
Fearless
though.
finally gonna be able to jump in forward. There's the Ice Blast, but it completely whiffs thanks to the 4-staff mobility. They're gonna be able to get out. Reset here from Neon. They'll catch him out on the higher ground. Fearless will lose his life. Masteros as well is getting stalked away. They've got this though. Just has to pop a BKB into the TP. That is now big BKB usage on cooldown here. That's down to 8.
TP's bot though, so as soon as he reveals on the map, they're just going to say, oh, what, no Dragon Knight? Alright, let's just push on this top side. And yeah, after taking the outpost, that's exactly what Neon do. Going to be another minute until Masteros is able to join in onto anything, so this is a completely free tier 2 tower.
4,000 net worth lead for Neon.
Ooh. Even trying for a cheeky play there in onto the Dragon Knight. Won't be enough. Zhao's just trying to be a bit of a nuisance here. He'll have the Spike Carapace. Will it be enough though?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think it might be. Even defensive TP's coming in. Oh, was that a stun? Yeah, they were actually able to lock down Yopaj here, but could he just 1v3 this?
Was trying. Stampede, allow him to go further. Natsumi's even going to show up as well. It's the two claws battling it out versus Motivate, and Jackie's not winning this. He'll turn with the armlet toggles. Gets the reincarnation slow. Radiant, they haven't been able to connect with the Templar Assassin just yet. They're really far away. Yopaj still somehow has not lost his first life. Do you have the damage? Jackie, oh my lord. Meanwhile, who have they caught? Masteros. So instead of Radiant connecting with a TA, they're just like, alright, we'll catch the DK instead.
What's he got coming out for? Oh, okay, just a Chrysalis, you know, didn't have enough damage already. I don't know if he's going to be able to hold the recipe. Actually, he's held it at the secret shop. Nope, eventually does come to him, but he's going to need to drop that branch at minimum. Otherwise, one of those two is just going to go on back on the courier. Oh, it's just going to leave it waiting at the secret shop.
Scary prospect here for Motivate to be able to come back, but we've seen what they can do when they are down and out of games. They've been a formidable opponent, but this one is still difficult. If they can get to the late game, your Wraith King is a scary prospect. An Ancient Apparition as well. You know, maybe Rubik getting a couple key steals like he's done so far, but Jackie still is needing time.
He needs a lot of time, and you can see how much emphasis they're even putting in onto just surviving whoever it is that the TA goes on to. Fearless going for an E-Blade on this Tiny. Probably a bit sooner than you might see. You know, this is typically a very late game item, but just wants that little bit of extra survivability.
Yopaj can be instantly popped. Now, but the arrow gets a connection on Masos. Eyes pop. So we're finding a lot of damage here. 2 for 2. Jackie, however, is in trouble. He actually doesn't have reincarnation. It's still a cooldown. Jackie, oh no. Oh, the voice lines. Oh, the voice lines. They're too strong. With knee on their head, you always see these voice lines coming into play. It gives them so much power.
Unlimited power.
That's what it feels like. Telekinesis, arrow. So long stun, Fearless, Carapace. Yopaj is still alive. Force toss, he'll finally die. Down on the deck, 84 seconds. Was 2 buybacks used here to get that kill, but they'll make it an extra. How much gold was given over to Fearless? 946.
It's more than he had to spend for buyback. He's more than happy to do that. Gives him his Ghost Scepter as well, so you're going to have that ability to get your Avatos combo, get your double whack with the Echo Saber, and then just Ghost Scepter up. Make sure you're able to survive the counter gank that might be coming through onto you. Even just the extra point into the grow as well is super helpful for his survivability.
Illusion.
I'm sure we can look to see him eventually use that E-Blade onto one of these other targets. Hell, even the Wraith King, just to give him that extra little bit of, survival potential. The meld armor reduction duration, of course, is 12 seconds, so being able to survive that little bit of extra time with the E-Blade, it's not a crazy amount, 4 seconds, but it's still a third of that meld duration means that you might not get burst 100-0.
See, with this 8,000 net worth lead, how Radiant are able to continue pushing on the map. Void Spirit's going into a Kaya and a Sanj. Okay.
I don't hate it. I mean, he's got the the Spirit Vessel, so that's going to buff that up, which is nice. A bit more survivability against, like, they got a ton of stuns, let's be real, on Motivate's side. So feeling like that might be the better option as opposed to the earlier BKB. Is he right? Who knows? You're in a pretty commanding position right now. It's a lot closer, the quicker build-up, so maybe that's what he's thinking, just trying to exploit the advantage that they had. With the TA going down, though, he might look to change his mind.
Do you know why one's called Yasha and Kaya and then the other's Kaya and Sanj? Why is it not Sanj and Kaya? Why is the Kaya first on one of them and not the other?
Let me have a look. I've thought of it, but I haven't really thought of it, you know? I'm just going to search for and. How does that work? All right. Sanj and Kaya, Kaya and Sanj, Yasha and Kaya. Nope, no clue.
I've always been like, why is that the case? That actually has been throwing me off so much.
It's just the triangle of power, you know? Everyone needs their moment in the sun. Like, our casting combination is Ares and Danog, you know? Why isn't it Danog and Ares? You know, we can even make a little name about it. We can be like...
okay, but I feel like the smaller word comes first often, right?
Not always.
It doesn't...
What about... Wait, so for something and something, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. But I thought that might be a rule, but I'm looking at it. Yash is 5 letters, Sanj is 5 letters, so I'm ruling that out. Next I'm ruling is maybe alphabetical. What's going on? I hear shenanigans. Fearless? But he brought back. Fearless needs help. He ain't gonna get it fast enough. Q tries to chuck out an arrow, but now he's gonna get caught with the carapace. And Q's like, team, I'm the one that needs help. They're trying to turn it around. They know that TA's not up. Force stuff away. Natsumi still can look to hunt. BKB yet to be used.
Trying to play around these choke points again. They've got Jackie here.
Oh, nice. Man, stun. Arrow follow-up. Mastros this time won't be able to get the BKB. TA won't be able to TP to the outpost, but you need a retreat if you're motivated. With the numbers disadvantage that you have at the moment, Jackie needs help for stuff. CTM. Stampede on cooldown. I think they'll make it.
It's a big price, though. Luckily, though, lane's relatively pushed in. Mid is the only one that's somewhat exposed.
Double damage.
And, you know, you're probably going to have the DK up to try and defend this, but not with Elder Dragon form. Wasn't able to pop that BKB in time, like you mentioned, and it's even a level ult.
Centaur. Ice Blast doesn't get the connection. Meanwhile, Lion Axe in the backline will lose his life. They don't have buybacks here. And Wraith King as well is in trouble. They'll get the first life forced off on cooldown from Q, but a great remnant controlling up Yopage's Templar Assassin. It's going to have to pop the BKB defensively. Jackie, he's in trouble. Armor toggles, they try and eat the arrow, but Jackie's going to fall. Void Spirit's committed a little bit too far. Maybe they are feeding away a couple unnecessary kills. You see, they're just so aggressive, though, from Neon. This is what we've come to love from them.
Yeah, a couple of times going too deep. Those tier 4 towers are going to chunk through a Void Spirit that doesn't have much in the form of HP. They should know that this Roshan is up, which they do with the use of that TA trap. Who would they give it over to? Maybe Natsumi? Just give him that extra ring.
I'm trying to see what others what's.
Miranda's is terrible. Nyx is okay. Centaur is good late game, but kind of bad now. So it's either TA or the voice.
Yeah. Now, Playhard's going to turn into a right-clicky Mirana.
Invisibility.
Yep.
You can't see the future?
I mean, okay, it grants 1 extra leap charge. If it granted like 3, then
That's
I'd be
a
like,
lot.
alright, this is a good one. It is, but okay, maybe 2.
Maybe buff the 1.75 with crit strike, and we get Mirana cores. We don't really see Mirana as a core anymore.
For good reason.
Guess that Aghanims is a lot different as well. That magic damage or the We've got to right-click Mirana. Get that in your pub sometimes. That's never fun. Like you said,
Now
good
that
reason.
everyone's been able to respawn, they're going to go for this Roche. Do they know? AA Blast is actually flying there, so nice presence of mind, but it's just going to be too late.
Roshan has fallen to
Alright.
the grave.
Who wants it?
Apparently not
Yopaj
Natsumi.
wants it.
Jeez. Okay, I'll pick it up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So we got...
Yeah, it's not bad at all for the silence coming through from the Psionic Trap, especially if you're able to catch out the Rubik with it.
Uh-oh, they're
Q's
not
been
in
on point.
position. They don't have the Rubik at the moment. Moonlight
Radiant
Shadow.
are scanning.
But they're going to be able to find Lion Axe. That's a really
let's just
important
do it.
target. They'll be able to catch him out. Now Mg.Trust with the BKB TP. He's back to safety, so... Because as long as you just lose one... What is the BKB duration on actually now for DK? It's down to 6 seconds.
Well, I would have said 7 or 6, but they take a tier 2 tower, you know, they don't get nothing out of that engagement, but I mean, even having now those BKB TPs away, they're not going to be effective all that much longer. Meld hit bash could be the way that they go for with this TA, although, I mean, 8 refraction instances is kind of nutty.
The prize is mine.
It is, and they don't really have the greatest damage over time. Like, Radiance is good, but...
And AA Cold Feet, that's about it.
Yeah.
Dire's structures are fortified.
These silences are so
Bottom
annoying.
tower is under attack.
Oh yeah.
Who knows when they're going to pop out. And we got that Psionic Trap damage. Jackie? Okay. I'm like, Mirana, you really want to commit to that
Dire's
TP?
bottom tower is under attack.
They're going to have the Aegis for another 3 minutes here. Do we feel like
Plenty of
Neon are going to be comfortable with going up high ground with this Aegis?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it might literally just be waiting for that level 25, you know. Maybe, if they're on point with their movements, Motivate can catch them out where someone's off on their own because Yopaj is trying to get that solo experience, but I think at least they're going to keep Zhao alongside him. Who, by the way, position 5, Nyx, has the Ag Scepter.
Crazy amounts of farm. It's 4, 5, and 14. I don't even know if they had like a Philosopher's Stone. No, they haven't even had that. So, love and life. Q.
Oh, he's going to stop
Get
this
caught.
TP,
He ran the
maybe?
wrong way. Oh, he still gets it. They even stampede just to make sure they can catch up. But Q is ultra dead here. So pick on the Rubik, down for 80. They are a bit split. Mg.Trust, arrow connected. He's going to take so much damage. And now Lion Axe, look at the range. Needs to get back to safety. They're going to find another pick-off. Now Natsumi's able to come on forward, motivate. They're crumbling right now without the team. 3 heroes don't have buyback. And now the voice lines are going to come out as well. Jackie dragged back. Natsumi's still looking at pressure here.
Dire's bottom tower
Not
is
looking
under
good. I
attack.
honestly felt like maybe they could have gone for the opposite, you know. Have all of Motivate there, trying to get the turnaround potential, but
Dire's structures are
nope.
fortified.
Didn't happen that way.
Dire's bottom
They just
tower
get
is
caught
under
out one by
attack.
one.
Radiant's top tower is under
Rare
attack.
instance of poor positioning coming through from the Motivate boys, and actually going to pop out here.
Dire's bottom tower has
Already
fallen.
down to 0 mana though, just from a couple of mana burns.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
He's got that Aghanim shot queued up, but it's going to take him
Need it.
a bit too long to have that one completed.
Dire's bottom
Ties the
barracks are under
barracks.
Got it.
attack. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
And yeah, you went for the refraction instances. So this TA is almost unkillable. Still having another minute where you're going to have that Aegis available to yourself. So Yopaj should even just help. Standing in the middle of a creep wave might be a small mistake if they're in position to try and make a go for him. You can see immediately backing off, not wanting to take the risk.
Do we see a way that Dire are able to hold the higher ground without much team fight?
I don't think it's the hold the high ground sort of game. I think they need to try and get proactive and try and find a pick off here. It's going to be hard without the DK there. I feel like Mg.Trust needs to find out Natsumi, for example, and then chain that in together with all of your
Jackie?
other abilities.
Oh my god, my heart. Okay, he's
He
got
had
action.
the-
Okay.
Yeah, he's got the shard at least. And you're getting a few items, right? You've got the Solar Crest now on Q as well, so you are actually doing a lot of damage combined together with that, the Tiny and the Dragon Knight to be able to combo together with it. That's not even thinking about the AA shard, but I just feel like if you let them walk up to you, they're going to chip you down slowly with the use of that, well, he's got a Hurricane Pike now. I was about to say Dragon Lance for Yopaj, and just a casual DD in the river, you know.
Oh boy. Boy. That is what he even just completed the Swift Blink. It's got the Aghanims queued up. Not even needing the boots in the inventory.
Yeah, Swift Blink just does it all.
Yeah, it really does. Such a great introduction to the game for a lot of the Agi carriers. You just see they love this item. Don't see the Arcane Blink as often, or the Overwhelming Blink. The Overwhelming Blink has a little bit more play than the Arcane.
Shadow Fiend, though.
I feel
We
like
saw
that's the
Yopaj play
only
it.
person that gets it. Whereas
Maybe
like,
Tinker.
yeah, true.
Actually, even going to use the Stampede to get away here on Play Hard. Saw how effective Yopaj was at using the Arcane Blink in the series yesterday against the Meepo.
Run into Play Hard. This is really, really deep, and you are really far away from your team as well. Felix brought back previously. They'll rip through the Mirana, but Yopaj has a double damage rune back on the back line. They'll deal with Felix now with the Hoof Stomp as well. Jackie needs help. He's got a BKB. If he's going to be able to charge that one up, he can. They're going to look to man fight. Mg.Trust blink on forward, force stuff, getting a little bit of distance to Yopaj, but the BKB's already ripped apart the AA. One click with the DD, but Jackie's just getting kited now through the team fight. They'll control him once, they'll control him a second time. He tried to dodge the arrow, but the Hurricane Pike. Oh, it's too much to handle. No buyback on your Wraith King, and they're going to walk it down.
They're going to walk it down indeed, and it's a little unfortunate. You know, you went for the deep kill attempt, you went to try and finally get an early pick off, but it's into the TADD. There's only so much that you can do before you get immediately ripped through, even the Tiny, with all of that extra armor through from the Grow, the survivability from the E-Blade. It's not enough.
I mean, Jackie has buyback in 20 gold. He's got AA up soon as well. You will not have Fearless, which is the big issue. And Glyph's on cooldown for another 50 seconds.
3, 2, 1. Buyback available. He's going to need to do it, or you're going up against Megas, and you're already having a rough time before that.
Yeah, this is looking like a one where we might see Motivate have to call it quits here pretty soon. Mega Creeps Gaming, they're going to try and burst down the Centaur.
It's
Ice
a
Blast.
Centaur with heart, though.
That is very difficult. They need to kite back far enough for this buyback to be a potential. Mastros is like, guys, he's even got an AC maxed out Dragon's Blood. Phyllis is up shortly. Glyph is up shortly as well.
Middle tower is under attack.
One more attempt. One more attempt.
Fallen.
What can they do? Can they control Yopaj long enough? They need the Ice Blast. Toss him up in the air. Still protected. Yopaj not down just yet. Finally going to turn with the BKB. Jackie just unable to lock through anyone. Once the stuns are on cooldown, the BKBs get popped. Jackie gets kited, gets brought down, and Motivate. They've got to call it quits. What a performance from Neon. Able to take this game one.
Nicely done by the Neon boys. Again, you just got to put faith in the Play Hard Mirana. You know, that's all you're really worried about. I'm glad I didn't change my prediction. You didn't let me do it. So Neon still end up getting the win, even after a disastrous level 1 start for that TA. Yopaj, he's good enough, as well as the team, for creating enough space to basically just enable him to become this absolute beast, doing 60k damage. No one even close to the amount that the TA was able to do that game.
Yeah, it was just a crazy last pick from Neon. They were all in on this. They're like, you know what? Let's go for it. Let's go for this Templar Assassin. Put the Void Spirit as a 1. Have kind of this tempo position 1 that can get really active. Make space for Yopaj. He even got involved really early, nonetheless, anyway. But and the damage dealt. Radiant, they didn't even have someone over 20,000. Wraith King just shy of that mark. And it was a solid performance from them overall. And now this is going to take it to our second map with Motivate. They're down a game here in this best of two. We've always seen Motivate coming out strong, but this time it's going to be OB Neon that are bringing it to the Motivate roster here, as we'll send it to a break. Game 2 coming up shortly.
Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with
my silver soul. Can you dig any deeper now? I gave you all I own, put you on this golden road, but I'm a little stronger now. You cashed in on my promises, you know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out, 'cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now, a little stronger now.
Find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right.
Sage is here for the Loopbet Pro Series Season 6. We've got a cracker to kick off the night. OB Neon taking on Team SMG. Danog, how are we doing on our Monday afternoon?
Doing pretty well. And not even just a cracker to start off the day, right? We've got them all throughout with OB Neon SMG first, then Motivate taking on SMG, Boom Omega, and Galaxy Racer Omega. So the teams that are currently sitting towards the top of that table, all going to be playing today, which is fantastic to see. And what better way to start off than with the Play Hard Marana?
Yeah, it's just back into the classic. We've kind of been bringing up back and forth, like
remaining.
are they ever going to ban out this play hard Mirana? You see every team going up against SMG feels like it's the stock standard Enchantress Elder Titan ban. Kind of brought up that the flexibility they have between these two heroes with being able to put them on Rogi or also Arfu and just what they're able to provide. But Neon, they get their bread and butter.
Yeah, bread and butter, most likely going to be for Yopaj, but of course CTM can play the Sand King as well. But I mean, SMG, they've gone for something that's a little more mobile with the Ember Spirit. Doesn't matter, though, if you're able to get on top of them with that instant burst stun. So if it is going to be Yopaj playing it, expect to see him rush that early Blink Dagger as he tends to do. And it can also bully the Ember Spirit out of lane a little bit. Make sure that that Flame Guard isn't quite as useful. You are still a melee hero at the end of the day. So I'm not minding this start to the draft by Neon. I think they've done a pretty good job. But the Grimstroke Ember Spirit is a lot of pressure themselves. It's just, are you going to lose the laning phase that hard? And is the execution from Neon going to be high enough so that you're going to get a few of those early pickoffs? We've seen, like, there was that one game where what was it? Was it Neon versus, I want to say Motivate? Where I was like, look, Motivate have the better draft, but if Neon can execute this to perfection and it was all around play hard, they're going to be able to do it. And he just did. Time and time again, everything worked.
5 seconds remaining.
Now, you're a bit surprised that they actually picked the Ember knowing that the Sand King was still available, and it's something that Neon really like to play, not only for Yopaj, but also for CTM. But now it seems like you got a pretty good matchup mid.
It's a little surprising, to be sure. I mean, to be fair, it's not really a KP hero, so you can't block pick it. It does... I don't want to say it reeks of it yet, but it's got a little bit of a smell of lack of respect coming through again from SMG. You know, every single time we've had a chance to talk to them, they've always said, look, we don't care what the other team picks. We're just going to do what's better for us. But, you know, you're 4-6 and you're going up against Neon, who are 8-4. So having a much better record so far, you need every single win that you can get right now if you're SMG, because if you don't, like, the best you can get to is 8-6 right now, and you're going up against Neon and Motivate. So first place, and I mean, Neon's in tied for third right now, but I mean, that's a pretty hard ask to be able to take every single one of those games.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, very much is, and they're not easy opponents as well, like you were just saying. Today's we got great teams battling it out. This is really going to set the stage for the playoffs that are going to endure. Dates still not announced on Liquipedia, so I think they are. Did I say the 2nd or the 6th? I'm forgetting the day now.
I thought you said like the 5th or something like that.
I can find that out later on.
Yeah. 5th would be the this coming Saturday, but as we all know, Major starts in, I want to say, just over 2 days.
Nice.
Radiant
got some. I can watch the Major, then I watch the Lupe Pro series.
Can you, though?
What more can
the
you
timing's
want?
A little...
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, we could get the first series of the day for us starts at 9 p.m. So at least we can see, like, maybe 2 series. That'd be nice. With trying to keep some kind of normalcy in terms of our sleep schedule, if we can. Ooh, Oracle's not new, but the Earth Spirit certainly hasn't been picked that much either. So it'd be interesting to see this one go about.
An Arfu classic and a Grimstroke Earth Spirit combo as well. That's one of the better support duos, it feels like.
Yeah, for sure.
5 seconds.
You've got the Inkswell roll in. You both kind of counter out each other's weaknesses, it really feels like. You can play aggressive on the Earth Spirit. The Grimstroke can kind of sly on the back line. A little bit of BKB control, some wave clear. Just overall a bunch of control, not even having to worry about that BKB as well. And their lane's relatively solid too. A little bit of roaming potential. We do see Neon, though, answer with the Oracle here. Are they looking to try and pair this Oracle with something like a Lesh or a DP? Is anything really standing out in one of those combos?
Potentially, but also it could just be seen that they're trying to preemptively stop them from going something like a Darkseer, because it would have been fantastic with the Earth Spirit, it would have been fantastic with the Ember Spirit, and they just want to say, nope, that's not going to happen on our watch. We're going to dispel it every single time with this Oracle pick. So they're just going to go the Doom instead. I think it's fine, but the lane isn't anywhere
back.
near as strong as it might have previously been.
And it's looking like a really good Dispel game in general anyway for the Oracle. You lane versus the Grimstroke, get rid of the Inkswell, get rid of the chains, the silence from the Earth Spirit. They don't really have that burst potential at the moment, so it's going to feel relatively
10
easy
seconds
here
remaining.
for Genuel to be able to get that false promise out. And we get a Natsumi
5
Morphling.
seconds
He's
remaining.
very, very potent on this hero.
Dire team back.
We're going to see... Do you feel like it's on paper right now looking like a good Morphling game?
It's looking like an okay Morphling game. I mean, I would be feeling more confident if he wasn't caught out multiple times in his last Morphling showing. You know, he was caught out in Agi form, I believe, like 4 or 5 times, and I think that allowed Motivate to take that game. I might be mistaken. So the Motivate... Yeah, they lost that second game against Mg.Trust. And, well, a lot of it was onto CTM as well, getting caught a fair few times, but still the
10
the
seconds
Morphling
remaining.
died 5 times in the game, which, you know,
5
in a pub, that's not
seconds
too bad.
remaining.
In a pro game, when you're the one that the strategy is based around entirely, it's, yeah, not ideal.
Well,
No,
Dire
Neon
team
got the
back.
23rd coming out of the draft. Are we feeling a little bit better about the Yopaj Sand King versus the Ember, or do we feel like they're still looking for the Yopaj hero?
I think the Yopaj Sand King is fine, and honestly, I don't even think it's on SMG's radar. They're banning out things like the Bat Rider now,
10 seconds
so
remaining.
if Neon, with their last pick, just decide to go for a CTM's
5
hero, they're going to be
seconds
like, wait,
remaining.
what's this? Is it going to be a blank mid? But Sand King feels like a much better option to me.
Are they now needing a hero for CTM that's going to offer you a secondary way to set up for the Mirana arrow? Because just relying on the Sand King can, I feel like, very much limit the prowess of what the Mirana can do pick-off wise.
Get the
Radiant
DK.
team pick.
It's totally fine for mine. Another stun, hard to burst through. I'm sure they've got a decent amount of magic damage, but you've got the Oracle to be able to save you from
Dire
that.
team pick.
Ursa Warrior.
Something a little different, huh?
Is that a Ursa mid?
Good question.
Oh, Morphling mid. Morphling mid, they put the...
Morphling Ember,
completely,
yeah.
the Morphling Ember matchup. Then you put the Ursa versus the Doom. That is...
Pretty good.
10 seconds remaining.
What hero do we feel Yopaj is going to be playing, though?
5 seconds remaining.
I'd say Morph.
Okay.
He's perfectly capable on it as well. It's like one of those carries that actually can progress into the late game, but still mobile enough that he's going to be able to get his style points
You
off.
may now select
And
your
a faceless
heroes.
void. I mean, it was important that they were able to try and take down this Oracle somehow. So, faceless void. If he's on point, you've also got, of course, the Earth Spirit, the Ember Spirit to be able to catch him. So, I would hate to be Zhao this game.
Yeah.
Like, he is just going to be on the lookout from literally every single hero trying to find him. Probably only Rogi's not gonna be there, but he's still going to provide the Inkswell to make his life a living hell. So, how are we feeling about this? I mean, it is still like, it's still a faceless void going into the Sand King, though, right? It's annoying, and you can get caught out. And Mid One's been known to feed away his life a few times in the laning stage. Still has very good last hits coming out of it and the net worth to match. But
10 seconds remaining.
if you're feeding too much away to Neon, we've seen what they can do with an early
5
lead.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's something I'm a little bit worried about. That Sand King Mirana lane is incredibly potent, but you see that SMG can probably bring Arfu down around level 2, maybe even a little bit later, depending on. It is very much going to limit KP's lane, but we always see that he's happy to be the one that's sacrificed if you can enable someone like Mid One, and that's where SMG have really thrived, where they're given a lot of priority over to Mid One. So it's definitely going to be nice, that capability of having, the Earth Spirit TP down, the Inkswell combo, and even the Void and Grimstroke in the lane together can definitely man fight. But I feel like it's slightly in favor of the Neon duo at the moment. But like I was saying, the support rotation is going to play a big factor in that lane.
Yeah, I mean, you say he's going to play the selfless game on KP, but he's got the Doom, right? So he's got the Devour. He's probably going to go that Midas that we've seen from him. Not that that's too out of the ordinary as a Doom. So it means that so much more is on now Rogi, Nia, and Arfu to be able to, make a lot of space in the super early game, because even though mid one likes to be really active, Faceless Void needs the items to be able to do so. So unless you're getting the perfect pickoffs, it would be a fantastic Void game if he's able to do anything before like the 15-minute mark or so. So look to see all of those other heroes be there in response. And then we've even got the Soulbind Doom, of course, just to be able to lock in onto 2 targets. But, there's a pretty clear, what would you call it? As the chat will spam come out, target priority coming through from SMG, right? They're going to need to take down the Oracle first if they can. He's not going to be in position, but the Mirana a bit more likely to be. Very easy to take her down as well. You've got a silence from the Earth Spirit. You've got a silence from the Grimstroke. If you get the Soulbind onto him and it connects onto anyone, you can't leap. You've got the Root from the Ember. So I feel like Playhard's positioning is going to need to be on point as well. So you've got 2 really passive supports right now on Neon, which means that, maybe CTM's going to need to go a little bit too far forward. The communications going to need to be on point for Neon to make sure that, while he's there trying to soak up a lot of the damage, be his off-laney, tanky, strength hero self, it's not going to come at the cost of his life without the rest of the team being able to join in.
Now, do you feel like Neon are going to have a little bit more of a slower draft, though, with this Morphling mid and the Ursa in the safe lane? Like, maybe Ursa can go Diffuser Blade and play a little bit faster, but it really feels like they're all on this Sand King blink timing for them to pair that up with the Mirana to get some pickoffs.
That is true. But it's weird, right? Because you need to make a decision. How are you going to initiate, but also how are you going to soak up that damage, right? If you go the Blink Dagger, every single rotation needs to be aggressive. Every single rotation needs to be, where you're not just standing there and fighting. It's all purely about the pickoffs. So if they don't happen, then suddenly your team fight structure crumbles. You're a Sand King with a Blink Dagger. That doesn't provide you with any extra stats. It's one of the things that I don't like about the mid Sand King is that you often go things like, Boots of Travel, Blink Dagger, and maybe the third item is a Yules, which even that doesn't provide any HP. So it's a bit more survivability, but you can still get pretty quickly burst down by the other team if you're caught out once.
You see, it does feel like Dire are a bit more reliant on their cooldowns, though, right? Like, you're going to have this Chrono, going to have this Doom. We'll see the early usages that can come out from SMG. It's going to be a pretty big factor here on maybe that first Chronosphere usage, maybe that first Doom usage. If it can net you a kill on an important core, then it might just allow you to take an early objective potentially, which is something that SMG are definitely lacking with their draft. I mean, you don't really have someone on your team. Kind of Neon don't really either at the early stage to hit these objectives, but once the game starts to get to the mid game, we'll definitely see those items start to build up and it'll become a little bit easier there. But how are we feeling? If we've got to make a choice on who's going to take this one, what do we reckon?
I'm going to say Neon. The lanes are pretty good. The positioning from the supports has been pretty solid so far throughout the group stage. And, the win-loss record speaks for itself. I think, as well, just on your point there about taking towers, you're a Faceless Void on SMG. You can take towers, sure, but you can't bash the towers. Imagine if you could.
That's the shard. Yeah. Second upgraded shard once Daddy Gaben makes that a thing.
Mm-hmm. But with Neon, obviously they've got a little bit of a gank-oriented lineup with that Sand King Mirana, being able to go for that pick-off potential on with, of course, the Morphling. Get in with the Adaptive Strike. And then once you've got the team fight going your way, Morphling is actually pretty solid at being able to just take down towers on himself. He's going to need to go into Agi form, so hopefully, for their sake, Yopaj isn't getting caught out like Natsumi was yesterday, but yeah, it's still going to be quite tough. And even like the Ursa, right? Fury swipes, not on towers.
Yeah, so I guess the Ursa is going to at least give you a way to take Roshan early, which is, I guess, something Dire's lacking. You're also on Radiant side, which does make the Roshan control just that much easier, but Radiant kind of have a pretty big timing on their own as well with these Aghanims, Morphling, and the Sand King. So if they're able to hit that, we saw a series yesterday. For some reason, the team is blanking on me. Danog, you're supposed to come through and help me out now. Who played that?
What was the story?
The Sand King Morphling game that we saw yesterday. I'm trying to find it.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
It was Neon. Neon played it versus Motivate. So they're doing it again, but it's Yopaj this time, and that game was very awkward with their timings. Unfortunately, they took a fight pre-BKB.
CTM.
Yeah. So still, it's going to be the same thing. You know, this Morphling Sand King, very big power spike with the Aghanims, means you're going to play a little bit more slow, and the enemy team could punish that. Then themselves having a Faceless Void. Yeah.
Sorry, look at them.
Yeah.
They're just start the game.
Yeah, everyone's still seeing our beautiful face at the moment. So I guess anyone not aware, we do have a pause, which is the mini map is how would you describe that? A kindergarten. Yeah. Well, I go with kindergarten drawing. You go with a Picasso. That's you see the difference in the brain.
Tomato. You know,
yeah, it's the definitely. Same thing. I think Mr. Admin was on it. He was like, boys, you got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Let's sort this one out here. But are there any exciting matchups you feel like we're going to be seeing in these lanes? Particularly, do you think it's just going to be the normal dual lane solo as well, or could we see a bit of a switch up?
I just want to see how aggressive Min 1 gets, because you know he's going to try. You know, you've got a Grimstroke with you, you've got that bash, and he's going to be like, you know what? I am feeling lucky today. That 12% time lock level 1, it's going to get a triple bash, and I'm going to get the kill. It probably will cost him his life, but, you know, I feel like he's going to go for it. Not too much kill potential on SMG's off lane, though. Of course, the Earth Spirit, if you're able to get a kick back into a creep wave, it's going to be nice, but just look to see him rotate once KP gets up to probably level 3, level 4. Try and make something happen mid on the Morphling. Of course, he's just going to be holding that waveform when those rotations are set to happen around those water rune timings coming through. But we're finally underway.
Go. The last day of the round robin, an important series for these teams. Neon looking to cement their position in the upper bracket, and SMG, well, they're hunting right now to mean that they're not going to start in the lower bracket. It's going to be difficult because their last opponents are Neon and Motivate.
They need every single win to be able to tie. So it's pretty dicey. I mean, they've put themselves in this position, right? They've played against everyone else so far. Any surprising results from that? I think Galaxy Racer definitely deserved their 2-0 victory against them. 1-1 between them and Omega. In what
the Lil Gun one was
pretty similar games. Oh yeah, Lil Gun taking the game off of them was probably a bit of a surprise.
That's probably where you're going to be a bit upset. And that was also with the mid one Alchemist as well. They were looking really strong in that game.
Mm-hmm. Was that the Sven turnaround, I believe?
Yeah, that was when Lil Gun had that Sven Darkseer. What was it? Sven, Darkseer, Ember, Phoenix, and Nyx. And that was they played that draft the second time, right? Was it? Yeah. And they looked pretty strong on that.
Yeah.
Alright, what's Mr. Arfu doing? It's just... Is he trying to scout lanes eventually, or is he just he doesn't?
We don't question Arfu Earth Spirit.
That's very true.
He knows what he's doing all the way back to TI7 with some of those game-winning plays. I mean, have a look at some of these players, right? The LFY, they came 3rd, I believe, at that TI. You've got KP, 2nd place finisher. Mid one. What's the best mid one's done? Did he get 4th with Fnatic 1 year, I believe? Maybe TI6?
I can't remember, actually.
I'm gonna say yes.
I believe so, yeah.
I'm gonna look this one up. Because I feel like I'm right. Actually, TI9, he was still playing on Secret, duh. Yeah, and they got 4th.
There you go.
And they also did it at TI6 with Fnatic. Alright, let's go, baby.
Well, actually,
Arrow already connecting.
And we also have Arfu already top. So
CTM's didn't die.
I thought this movement was going to come out a little bit later in the game, but they really want to secure mid one's early lane. And this is also kind of, they protected KP slightly because what the Earth Spirit was doing was body blocking the creep wave, so it would shove back out into KP's favor, which is something that you need. He's already got the boots to start, and having the creep wave in a relatively decent spot. They've also blocked the small camp, and we're actually going to have a try on try here.
All right, really nice. I'm liking this a lot from SMG though, right? They were able to modify this so that they punished the fact that the Caustic Finale was leveled up first by CTM. You know, it's not strong at all in lane.
For the hunt.
You can see there, like, the ganking potential from Playhard and CTM. They realize level 1, it's not going to be enough to kill mid one, who's getting a lot of denies off here as well.
That's not for the
How do we feel like either team's tri lane is going to fare? Is there ones that's stronger in particular? As I say that Afu's looking to dissolve the tri.
It might just be making sure that banner goes their way. Actually going to try and make a play on mid. They don't have any kind of waveform available just yet, but no, he's just going to make his way down to bot as quickly as possible. I mean, it's not a ton of kill potential right now on Neon, and I wonder, Zhao did it once there, just when he was harassing, but he wanted to make sure he's getting the maximum duration Fortune's End. It has that 2.5 second route, backtrack 2 seconds, last 2 seconds there. So wants to make sure that you're not able to get rid of any of the damage if he's able to max challenge.
Natsumi. To see Afu, so it looks like they just wanted that first blood, bait the tri lane, and I mean Genuel, he's got no TP now, so he's gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way if he wants to come down to Ursa.
Yeah. KP was even considering doing a bit of a dive here, but Zhao comes down to the bottom, feeds over the salve, and yeah, early game going really well for SMG, able to manipulate lanes. They got even a hard camp pull, 2 hard camp pulls off, plus the first blood. They're going to be really happy with how things are going. And it would have needed to be that, right? Because you've got this Morphling going into the Ember Spirit, although near Ember Spirit is quite deadly. We've seen many a time.
Yeah, he is. It always feels like Nia is very much enabled when you're playing one of the Spirit heroes, how he can make plays across the map, but against the Morphling matchup, you're still doing relatively well at the moment. It just feels like Morphling, one of your weaknesses is the laning stage, and the fact that you're able to free farm versus the Ember, like even though he's going to get his farm too, top CTM, one more right click, will end up falling. Playhard's also going to take a little bit of damage here, but yeah, like just the fact that the Morphling's able to have a good lane, even though he's not really going to shut down the Ember, is the big factor.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, actually get a roll in onto him. Afu getting the steal on the water rune. It's not an Aegis, but it'll do for how this lane is going. He's gonna maybe even try and go for this rune. Oh, he slows him down. Oh, is it gonna be enough? Oh, Afu. What a player.
That's, what, 2 water runes now, and also a bounty rune missed for Yopaj, so he might actually need someone to refill that bottle.
SMG, they've got their big point pants on today. Very nice start coming through. They're even going to try and here make some aggression happen onto Playhard. Oh, imagine. Can you imagine?
Honestly, is that the play? Deny to Roche, TP mid for the Morphling refill?
Yeah, maybe. It's such a long time out of the game these days, though.
It is, yeah. Yopaj can just do it with the right clicks, last hits. Looks like not too afraid right now, but lane's going very well overall. Got 2 kills on SMG, but still the last hit you see back and forth. KP is definitely taking a bit more of a backseat here, but already level 5, so 3-point score. Cherth has even got the boots and the windlace, very, very much relying on that movement speed in the lane against the Ursa.
Not wanting to continue their aggression all that much. He's actually going to lose a couple of last hits here under the tower, Natsumi, because of this chase that they attempted onto KP, so he's going to be happy with that. But Zhao gets the double small camp pull off. And I don't think they were in a position yet to go for that kill, because Zhao is still a little bit short at the time on his level 3. If they had that, that was basically a guaranteed kill. So maybe getting a little bit too eager on Neon, considering how these lanes have gone for them. You can see here with CTM, he's gone for that that Hooded Defiance, realizing that, look, that's going to block out a lot of this early damage that's going to be coming through onto me. Of course, very nice for the sustain in lane, just with the extra HP regen. Standing underneath a sentry ward right now. Might be in a bit of trouble.
He used the Bow Strike aggressively, so they know they can stand their ground and man fight. Should be able to get rid of the Embrace, unless there's a bunch of bashes coming through from mid one. But that is another kill on the Sand King. 3 deaths, and usually we see this Mirana Sand King lane work out, but Mid One and Roji, they've got other ideas.
Yeah, the other thing that we're seeing as well, he's still gone for that urn on Play Hard, which makes total sense if you've got this ganking lineup that's going to work, but I'm just not sure why the skills aren't matching up to make it happen. 3 points in Sandstorm now, very low range on that Burrow Strike. Roji, Mid One, they're not going to be in a position to get caught out, but speaking of that, Neon might be. Arfu, he's here in the lane. CTM just TP back.
Oh. He's only got level 1 in Burrow too, so it's not going to give him too much distance away. So a turn. It's a lot of damage in the Sandstorm. Arfu, Playhard's actually committing. He's got Genuel coming over. 2 points in the Purifying Flames, but Mid One dropping the Chronosphere finds both of them. There is no opportunity to be able to burst through the Faceless Void, and that is a double for Mid One in the lane.
Of invisibility.
Arfu, they tried to make the kill attempt again on Zhao. It's not going to be enough. But yeah, wow, what an early game coming through from SMG, but honestly, it's on the back of CTM just going a little bit too greedy. You know that the SMG are trying to get aggressive into this mid lane. Well, it's not even that bad with Roji going down. We were talking about those bottle refills before. Ember's the first one to get it this game.
KP should be dead here to Natsumi. I just love what Dire have done though. Like, the Earth Spirit prioritized KP for a very, very short duration from body blocking the creeps. So that was enabled that bottom lane to get shoved out to a relatively decent position. KP's itemization with the boots, Windlace, has meant that he's still been able to get experience, and that means he's got 3,000 gold, 29 last hits. He's getting what he can get, and Devour as well is always going to be a big thing. So like KP, he's had a great lane still, all things considering, and then that early rotation from Arfu netting them the first blood, and they haven't looked back from there.
They haven't. Even regardless, though, Neon do have the net worth lead. It's very slight at this point in the game, but you were thinking that Neon's lanes could have gone even better to allow them to snowball a lot quicker, and now Mid One, he's gone into that Mask of Madness build, so he is able to be part of a lot of these early team fights to try and counter the initiation. He's not going to go into this passive Faceless Void build. That's not his style.
Natsumi just gets the enrage up in the nick of time. He's going to try and turn for Arfu. Mid One's also taken a lot of damage here, so can't really try and chase for more. LTP and Neo, but did get scouted up from that very deep Radiant Observe Warden. Instantly, Roji is able to recognize this, but with that information, Natsumi, he's going to TP out of the dead lane here and look to try and control top now.
Yopaj as well, instantly looking to push this lane into the tower, deny up a lot of experience away from Nia, so he's now got a bit of a net worth lead going on for himself. No tower damage just yet, but you force the glyph. So a one team fight means perhaps an objective coming through from Neon. So maybe waiting for the level 6 mark on Play Hard, and then trying to make something aggressive happen, because you've even got those charges in the Urn of Shadows now. Just going straight into the shotgun is Yopaj as well.
Do you like the E-Blade rush here? Do you feel like he needs another item beforehand, like a defensive one, or?
I think the target priority is very different on both of these teams. Faceless Void's the one that they're going to try and take out because, again, he's the one that could potentially do some pushing onto these towers. And you need the burst to be able to take him down. You've got, of course, the Oracle, nice route. You've got the double stun coming through. But I feel like that E-Blade damage is going to be the cream on the cake to be able to take him down.
Yeah, I thought like maybe a Sanjin Yasha, just because you're against the Doom, and also the kind of roots, the silences is always a big factor, but against someone like a Chrono, that's where that status resistance really doesn't come into play. So he's not going to get the full effectiveness out of it. We do still see...
Even if he gets not caught in the Chronosphere, right? If he goes in onto the Oracle, you can use it for your defensive capabilities. Just toss it in onto your Oracle, let's say.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And it does feel like Oracle, although there is a lot of magical damage on Dire, like any protection you could give him to get those abilities off is going to be really important.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of magic damage, but it's a lot of magic damage that you need to be really close to the enemy unit to actually pull off. The Amber Spirit needs to be on top of you. Grimstroke, you got some with the... Oh, they're actually diving deep here onto the SK.
Yeah, they haven't really gotten the greatest start here, especially with Oracle backing up CTM. And mean, you see how tanky he can be. Hood, Wand, and they're actually going to try and move out of the lane. They made an attempt, but CTM being that bodyguard at the moment.
You could just see what a difference it is having the Oracle behind you as opposed to like a Mirana. There's that insane turnaround potential. They had the Chronosphere available, which I thought, well, maybe they might have gone for a super deep dive now that they knew Zhao was there. See if they can catch him out with a Chrono, but just respecting the TP rotation potential coming through from Neon. CTM, he's going to go straight into that Blink Dagger afterwards, stacking up his own camps.
Ember got clipped by the arrow. Okay,
You get what you deserve.
They've been really lucky with the runes so far on SMG, though. A lot of it has been because of Arfu's rotations, but since then, I think I've counted 2, maybe 3 runes that have gone their way just because of standing on the right side of the river.
The prize is mine.
They get 2 bounties, though. Yopaj with that haste. He didn't get the refill in the invis, but at least he's able to get a couple of charges back thanks to the bounty still, but Dire, they're smoked up. We still haven't seen a Doom just yet. Radiant, they're going to mimic the smoke. They're looking to wrap and play through top, it looks like. Instead, you got to be careful about Yopaj mid. Rolling, kick back. He's able to get the attribute shift off fast enough. And now with the TP rotations, they're coming through. Soulbind's going to leash up the Ursa, but he's still targeting KP. They're even going to try and drop the Chronosphere. But where's the damage coming through afterwards? Januel, can he get the false promise off? He can. So all your abilities have been completely wasted to try and bring down a Morphling, which you haven't been able to do so. But you will get Natsumi's Ursa. CTM still on the front line. Stroke of Fate. They don't have detection just yet, but it'll run out of the Sandstorm. It won't matter. If you can't catch Januel, you see how tanky this heroes can be. So it's a 1-for-1. It does cost you your Ursa kill, but Dire used a lot of abilities. So let's see if Radiant look to get a little bit aggressive now.
They didn't just use a lot, they used every single one of their abilities. And that was probably an ideal scenario. It was basically as good as catching the Oracle within the Chronosphere. He was the 3rd one to TP rotate through, so his took quite a long time to be able to get into that lane. For a diver onto Arfu, is this a little bit deep?
It might be, but I guess all the ultis are on cooldown. Yopaj, great use of that Earth Spirit replicate. We've seen what a person like Thompson can do when he's got the Earth Spirit to play with.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That we see here, just like we were talking about towards the start of the game. As soon as those abilities are on cooldown, you don't have too much to be afraid about as this Yopaj Morphling. You can take towers. Mid one, he's been able to do the same with that Mask of Madness, but I feel like it's so much more important to take away that mid tower. And now they've got a little bit more of this Roche control, which Natsumi's going to use immediately with the use of that Fury swipes. And that is a good amount of early game tempo going Neon's way. Arfu, not quite there in time.
That's the awareness. You know the ult is on cooldown. You know you got a big power spike with these.
And a Blink Dagger now as well.
Yep. This is a good timing. It does still feel like though Radiant, they've got this tier 1 tower mid still, and it's max health. This is going to give them, like we were saying, Radiant on the Morphling, like, still needs space for that Aghanims, and the fact that they've got this tier 1 tower that's taken no damage is going to give them a great time just to be able to continue farming.
Perfect rotation timing as well.
Arrow off
misses
the
from
mark.
arrow.
So Nia's back to safety. That's a real the blink now too.
That's probably the biggest blunder that we've seen from Playhard in the past couple of days, to be honest. They're missing out on that. They had all their timings coming up together. Epicenter up, Moonlight Shadow now popped, False Promise came back off cooldown. Extra little bit of time is going to give them enough to get the Enrage back available as he dives underneath the tier 2 tower, Natsumi.
That is... He's a hungry man. It's the classical alpha support sometimes, especially against an Ursa.
Who can they find?
Got even Arfu looking to connect on a backline wrap. With the Nia, who's got a little bit of mana and some remnants to play with in case this fight breaks out.
You just can't fight without the Grimstroke, though. It's so
jump in, counter from CTM. And now Arfu without the backup of the team, who have roll available, but great use of the body blocks. Natsumi's a bit disconnected right now. Arrow unfortunately hits the Ancients. Arfu's even going to look to buy back. Where are the ultimates coming in through from SMG? Epicenter, CTM controlling up Nia. They're able to burst him down before any abilities come through. KP's finally dropped the Doom on the backline, but Morphling again with the attribute shift. It's a great chrono on 3 from mid one. He'll be able to target down Natsumi's Ursa, but that's just the ages, as now mid one's in trouble. Burrow strike on forward, time walk back up and available. They can now turn their attention to Arfu. He did buy back.
I think you're totally cool with that if you're Neon. A lot of big cooldowns used again, and all you lose is the Aegis. Buyback, Ember Spirit, Death, net worth swinging more and more in your favor. KP's sitting up here. They should see that the creeps are burning.
Here's a goner. 4,000 net worth lead now for Neon mid lane. Genuo, false promise on cooldown. Yopaj gonna try and burst Nia and is able to do so successfully. And now Arfu, nice attempt with the leap. Tried to just get in front of the pathing from the Earth Spirit, but that is a big pick off nonetheless. Getting rid of Nia's Ember Spirit, I should say.
And look how low he is on the net worth charts. He's barely ahead of Play Hard with that position 4. So, you know, there's been a couple of rotations that haven't been perfect coming through from Neon, but in terms of their general teamfight execution, right on point. Even there with that Chronosphere hitting onto 3, didn't have the false promise available, but Zhao was in a good enough position. He's maxing out the Fate's Edict before the Fortune's End. Even though you've got a ton of stuff to dispel, I love it. You need the extra cast range to be able to punish this Faceless Void when that ultimate's on cooldown.
Vanish.
Let's see here again. Neon, they're making sure to stay out of the lanes, not revealing the fact that they're under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow.
Oh, mid one. Oh, mid one. Oh, that's also a 4 times killing streak. Your paw just like, thank you very much. This is looking scary when this Morphling is not even at his power stage in this game.
Liking this build from Zhao as well. He's going into the Aetherlands. He's basically like, look, if I get caught out, I'm basically dead anyway. So I'm just going to rely on myself to not get caught out. And all of the extra cast range is going to help with that. He's gone the Keen Optic. He's going into the Aetherlands. I'm sure after that it might be something like a Blink Dagger. But, yeah, looking pretty good so far from the Neon supports especially. Ultis coming back up off cooldown. Mid 1 TP's in. Chrono in 7 seconds. What can they do in response to a lot of this? Well, Zhao, yeah, it's going to feed your life away, buddy. I'm not sure what you're doing up there. Maybe just wanting to break a smoke. And smoke check.
Clips on mid one. They might be baiting with the Warstorm. Doom comes through as well, but Soulbind a little bit too late. That burst through the Faceless Void, and he's unable to rejoin the fight, even with the Chronosphere available. They're going to try and look to reset, but the damage is not there at the moment. Doom's been wasted, they haven't gotten the kill, and Natsumi can continue hunting for more as he leaps on forward. They'll burn down Arfu, a 3 for the measly life of Januel.
Who essentially just gave it away.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't in a position to be like, all right, guys, they executed a great team fight. I mean, you said the Doom was a little too late. It was honestly a little too early as well, because they didn't get it on the targets before they were able to get the enrage, the morph shift off. But it was also too... it didn't get the double Doom off. The Soulbind was there, but didn't connect on.
Just... I mean, SMG, we've seen some very strong combos, well, at least Chronospheres previously, but you don't really have an Ember this game. So poor. The fact that Mirana is 500 gold behind is just showing the lack of damage in the Chronosphere, and it really feels like now they're relying on a double Doom in a lot of these fights.
He needs damage right now on Neo. Like, Chronosphere's fine, but you need to be able to pump something into it. You know, that Sleight of Fist, maybe with the Javelin, even just on its own, could be quite nice. But he's still a little bit short, 100 gold away.
The one thing is that Radiant do lack a little bit of pick-offs until the Aghanim speed is picked up on the Morphling. You can get that Sand King Blink Mirana, but I think you might need a +1, so maybe this is where Neo can be... Oh, smoke? claim mid one again.
Caught out. Mid one.
Burrow, Spirit Vessel, he's able to drop the Chronosphere, but he's still taking a lot of damage over time. Purifying Flame, mid one is still gonna fall. The Chrono does nothing, and Radiant haven't lost anyone. KP will get bursted down. I need a little bit of extra follow-up afterwards, but it's 4 dropping on SMG. And they had a crazy start to the laning stage, but it is just crumbling for SMG.
It's approaching GG territory. Even there, just these small decisions. Yes, you need to make sure you're trying to be as aggressive as possible to catch someone out. You know, making fast movements so important at the level such as this to be able to, you know, try and take a win against a team of the caliber as Neon. But even there, like mid one, he spent his time farming up the Yasha, so he has the full S&Y component, and then he doesn't wait for the courier to get to him. The courier ends up dying. It's on the deck for the next minute and a half. And, you know, even if that smoke didn't pop, it probably would have revealed their position as well. So, little odd decisions coming through here, you know, going in that deep with a fresh item that's been picked up, but not actually using it, and taking a lot of the farm away from Nia as well. So he's still waiting to pick up one of the Mithril Hammer or the Javelin. I guess just wanting the Mithril Hammer so bad just for the pure base damage, but it's looking rough.
What do you feel like went so wrong here for Nia's Ember? Because it looked like he was actually getting a relatively decent amount of CS in that lane.
He was doing quite well. I think just some of these early rotations that have come through haven't worked out for them. And that's... you don't have the same scaling potential, I suppose. He's only died twice. So it might just be another game where it's just been a little bit too mid-one centric in terms of the farm priority coming through.
And this has kind of been the strategy that SMG have had so far with this new iteration of their roster, but it doesn't seem to be working as well as, of course, what they'd be hoping.
Another tower going down. This time, it's the tier 2 top. They've taken the one in mid, and they've got that outpost control, so... I like this these days. Teams just completely ignoring one side of the map. They're like, look, they've got a Faceless Void with a Mask of Madness. He's gone full on into brawling. Ember Spirit's got no farm. They can't farm their Ancients. So who cares about this bottom side? Let's just take away their Roche. Let's take away their mid. Let's take away the potential to make a lot of these rotations early on. So good read of the game by Neon coming through so far.
And it just feels like we'll probably see them wait for the next ages, because they're really not on a timer here. In fact, see that? They're going to smoke. Dire going to smoke as well. This could be the last smoke, honestly, for Dire if this fight does not go well.
At least he's got the S and Y now on mid one. So
high ground positioning. Neon. Pops. V1, that's the target, but they don't get the bow. Arrow will fly, but instantly bursting down Roger, so they won't have the double doom capability. The blade mid one able to time out back to safety, but they've already brought 2 down. KP, great use of the War Storm, Doom's out as well. Controlling up that Sumi, but Yopaj has got a BKB mid one. He's trying to hunt for Januel, but he's slowed. He can't even get it. Mid one's down, and SMG might be out of it. They are. Neon destroy Team SMG in this game 1, and mid one is out of there straight away.
Radiant victory.
Only the 2 deaths for Zhao, positioning on point every single time. And, you know, it just shows how effective all these silences could be in the middle of the team fight, a lot of this area control. It's just great execution coming through from Neon to be able to take that one. And, you know, again, that Ursa defusal, putting in a lot of work super early. You know, even if he's able to get in onto the Faceless Void, you got to make a decision. Like, you make them panic. Oh, crap, I got to use this Chronosphere super early on while I still can. And it didn't even end up dropping it. It was a nice 3-man hoof stomp coming through from KP. There just wasn't any follow-up.
Fortunately, it just was no extra help with that damage in the early game. Neon felt like, again, they're getting these drafts that they feel so comfortable on. Even though the lanes went well for SMG, you know, it was just Neon that were able to have these early game movements to really net them a solid advantage here. And that Aegis also getting picked up, recognizing that was the big swing in that game, or at least where they got a lot of momentum from it, where they recognized SMG. They used all their ultimates just for 1 kill. Let's respawn, go into Roche. We know they can't contest. And really from there, that game turned around, didn't it?
It did. I'm just having a quick look. All right. I'm trying to see the games that Neon have lost so far. They have lost 4 games. And hold on. All right. So every single game that they've lost, except for one, they have not played the Mirana. Get rid of this Play Hard Mirana. There's only one time that they lost with it. So that's pretty crazy. And that was against Boom, who were on point that game. And it wasn't the best synergy draft either. They didn't have even the setup into the Mirana arrow outside of a tiny. So you just got to remove it. You got to remove it from the pool. You either have to have first pick yourself, or you have to ban it out in that first phase, because they're going to pick it every time. It enables how they want to play. Just ban it. Like, this is the EE Terrorblade. Just ban it. Get it out.
Yeah, it really does feel like it's their bread and butter. Like the Sand King Mirana opener, time and time again, we see it. We've actually been seeing teams first phase the Sand King in particular, sometimes the Mirana, but it feels like SMG, they need a bit of a switch up here with the priority on the bans. And, well, we'll see if questions are going to be answered here in the second draft, as we'll send it to a quick break. Game 2 coming up shortly between Obi Neon and Team SMG.
Going with the gut, never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet, hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up. You can have it all, watch me rip it off. I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella loved. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart, yeah. I won't stop charging me, go and come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. It feels
show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party.
We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party.
We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through eyes covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just picking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. 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 You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Our second game here of the first series, OB Neon taking on Team SMG. Then we were asking for the Mirana ban. It does get taken away. They still keep the Sand King in the pool though, so
it's fine. It's fine. You just got to get rid of that Mirana. That's the key. You know, they've given themselves a shot now, but with that loss for SMG, they have actually guaranteed lower bracket for themselves. So it's not really going to matter in the grand stage of things. I like Neon. They're giving obviously a lot of respect over to SMG with their bans. It feels a lot more targeted than just what we think is good, you know? Like,
10 seconds
I don't
remaining.
think I can recall the last time I saw Neon play an Elder Titan. They could play the Enchantress, of
5
course, but
seconds remaining.
I can't recall the last time they did
Dire
that. So it's
team
clearly just
ban.
what is good for the team that they're playing against. Oh, all right, we're going all in onto this strat again. Just everyone buff up mid one. He thought, you know, I took all the farm that game. That clearly wasn't
Radiant
enough, so I
team
just need to
ban.
take more. And then I need to do more with that stuff. Grimstroke, Inkswell, Omni Knight, Heavenly Grace. So what are we going to see make use out of it? Slark,
Dire
maybe.
team ban. Radiant
Troll,
team
maybe.
ban.
That's what we've seen so far. And Neon, they've done their homework. They just get rid of the Slark straight away.
yeah, it just seems the comparison between these two teams, like Neon in that first
Dire
series,
team ban.
the priority bans they had Enchantress, ET once again in the second game, and they also get rid of the Slark and the Ember. So just real comfort heroes and heroes that they really like to combine up with the Omni Knight. Now this is a strat which we have seen them do well with it. It worked for them in the lower division. It's worked for them a couple times so far.
remaining.
Also in the Pro Series. I believe their most
Radiant
recent
team
game
ban.
with it, though, they weren't able to take it.
I don't think they went quite as all in, though. I think they only had, like, maybe a Treant and +1.
Yeah, it was.
I don't think it was an Omni Knight or something like that.
It was a Lion, Omni, Tree, Ember, and Sven. That was against a Mega. That was with JG standing in that game one.
Well, they got rid of the Ember and the Sven, which is already good for Neon. So again, homework's been done. They're taking this seriously. Love to see it. I mean, they're like, man,
10 seconds
Mage is about to happen and
remaining.
we're not there. And there's a key reason behind that. Even if they made it
5
like 1 or 2
seconds
spots
remaining.
extra, I don't want to say they would have been guaranteed for TI, but their results would have been a bit more set in stone. But as well, just having no Ember, no Slark, it's good for an Oracle. So it's a multifaceted draft. Do you think we're going to see the Treant come out here for SMG? I kind of do. It's against an Oracle, though. So was that preemptive, do you reckon? The Oracle just coming out immediately as soon as they saw that Grimstroke, they were like, okay, they could go for this style of draft? Because they went the Grimstroke last game,
Dire
but
team
obviously didn't go into this massive protecting style.
I don't
Void Spirit, though.
feel like we've seen much success with the Treant Protector. Like, I haven't been very convinced when teams have picked it up. I know China was actually looking pretty good with it, but so far, recently through
10
the
seconds
Loop Bet Pro
remaining.
Series, I've not been impressed with teams that have played it.
5
To
seconds
be fair,
remaining.
I think a lot of that goes down to how they've played it. Like, we saw Ace play it on Lil Gun, and, he went a Blink Dagger and didn't use it for Overgrowth. He would just walk up to team fights, and I'm like, what's going on there, buddy? Your Drow's dying. But I still think they could make it work. It is, of course, going to be harder for that to occur with this Oracle being picked up, right? Like they've gone a little, I don't want to say all in onto this buff up strategy, but I like the Void Spirit, right? Because you're able to dish out a lot of damage, you're able to control this Omni Knight, most importantly. And a lot of the damage that you're doing, it doesn't really care about the status resist that Omni's going to be able to provide. It also doesn't care about regen because it's so burst oriented. So it's good. I'm liking the Void Spirit so far from Neon, and I don't think we've seen them play it so far this game. Oh, oh, all right, sure, why not? Little Gun, they made it work in the upper division against TNC. Let's see if SMG could pull off a similar sort of feat. What do you reckon this is playing around? Do you reckon this is just purely the Ags play? It's a really strong Ags. It's just everything else about the hero is kind of trash.
Are you talking about the Shard or the Ag Scepter?
Shard.
Yeah, the Shard's crazy. I actually like the Shard's nuts. The range on that, and it's nuts. I actually just love the Shard so much. I don't love Pudge. I don't know, like
5
I
seconds.
just don't rate this hero at all. I wish it would come back, mainly just for the
do you?
The good old days of, I never really got to see Dandy Pudge, and he's still playing Dota. So like
he's still ticking along.
Yeah.
Got him a bit of a flex. He's on the old friends list as well.
Let's go.
Back at TI9, we played some pubs.
Okay, cool.
I mean, it's the one name that I'll drop because it's Dandy. Come on, even though he's not quite up at the top echelons again, he's still the face of Dota.
It's Dandy. Yeah. Oh, they back into a mid one.
10 seconds.
It's not guaranteed. It could be Nia or Ricky, but it does feel like mid one loves this hero. So, although it doesn't feel like a Omni Knight pairing though, so maybe it is Nia's.
Team ban. Dire team ban.
I'm just struggling to think like this Omni Knight Pudge. If you get onto someone, KP is one of those people that does like to get the degen aura, just 1 point into it. That plus the slow from the rot can be nice, but you can just go ahead and pick a hero that's got a decent amount of mobility as well. Remaining. So I suppose they're going to try and get onto the Oracle, of course, but
Radiant team
what could they do to prevent this from being a bit of an issue? Like one way is a stun, another way is something like a Troll Warlord that has a slow incorporated. They've already gotten rid of the Ursa.
I love that TA ban, actually. This is something we saw Neon do previously. And if you put the Void Spirit in that lane, they actually were doing great because exactly what you just said. Yeah, dissimulate out. You got your win condition. They don't deal with refraction, a 24th pick. So they did a little bit of their own homework, but I feel like it's maybe nulled out with this Pudge effect.
Is Lifestealer in the pool? Lifestealer, Jug are both still fine. You can spin away from all those slows, which is nice. Take up a lot of what they're trying to try and put it onto. You're against a Pudge who's very beefy, so you can do a lot of damage there. And you've got a Darkseer to enable a little bit more of your movement. Oh, I'm hearing a pause. Never mind. Misclick from your Pudge.
Can they go real greedy and think of like an anti-mage, or that just not a strong enough combo with the Omni Knight?
I don't like the anti-mage. The only other thing I was thinking was maybe an alchemist, but you don't have the mobility. That's the big issue.
Yeah.
It's not a bad outgame though. We've seen
it is
plenty
really
of times.
not,
Yeah, especially with that Darkseer, you're so enabled.
Are we saying for Neon or SMG?
For Neon.
I thought we were thinking about SMG. Okay.
No, I think it's still okay for Neon.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot of... but like, there's no burst at all, actually.
Mm-hmm.
See, we think about a random?
No.
Faceless Void.
All right. He's confident. I mean, the thing is, you're a lot more capable to jump in, right? Use that time walk aggressively because of the fact that you've got this Grimstroke for the setup stun. It's basically like having an Ags yourself. And then you've also got
10 seconds
the Omni Knight to provide you with a Heavenly Grace. So a little bit more survivability.
5 seconds
but where's the
remaining.
damage in the chrono? That's my question.
They're going to get PA.
Choose your hero.
Oh, I thought they were going to raid.
That might have been a bit greedy.
Yeah. I mean, you've got that mobility, like you were saying, but it's
Yeah.
not the greatest laner.
Yeah. I'm not crazy about either of these drafts, I'll be honest. Like, it's a good response, but is it good enough? Against a Pudge, probably. But still, I'm a little concerned. I feel like they're going to have a lot more priority, or they're going to actually be able to get onto those backlines. So Afu, he's going to look to get sniped every single time. I mean, we talk about the potential with the Grimstroke and the Faceless Void with the Inkswell. You can even go for those cheeky, similar sort of plays with a PA or Yopaj, just with Zhao channeling the Fortune's End onto you to get that maximum 2.5 second root duration to be able to start out a lot of these team fights.
If we had to make a decision, though, even though you're not the biggest fan of either draft, how are we feeling about this last game of the series?
I'm going to say Neon, provided they don't make the same mistake that everyone else seems to do against this SMG style of draft. Just kill everyone else. Don't kill the Void first. Kill the Grimstroke first. That force KP to use some of his cooldowns, then switch over to KP, try and kill him, and then you can actually get in onto the Void. But you can't commit too heavily. That is the downside. You know, that Chronosphere is going to be available. So I still think Neon have got it, though.
We get to see a Natsumi Phantom Assassin. He's always looked pretty godlike on the hero. A Yopaj Void. That's always exciting to see as well. But you know what we're here for? We're here for the Puja.
Are we? Are we here for the position 5 Pudge as well? Oh, is he 5? They might be switching it around a little bit. SMG, they have done that a bit in the past. Afu's playing the Grimstroke, so maybe just wanting that to be paired with a Faceless Void.
Let's see, where's he? Guess a bit hard to tell at the start.
Didn't see that coming, did you?
Yeah. You would have to say that it's going to be Afu playing in the off lane, right? He's got the stick, so expecting to go up against the PA.
Alright, Rogi. I'm expecting some banging hooks this game.
He heard you. He did a little bit of a dance there under the cover of smoke.
Got a pretty cool Pudge set. There's some really, really cool Pudge sets. Do you feel like that's one of the few heroes that just... I've got so many, you don't even know what to do with all of them?
I mean, yeah, there's some heroes that barely have any, and they're like, you know what, we need another Pudge set. It's not being picked enough. I just want to see what he's able to do with the Ag Shard if it eventually does get to that point. Last game was GG in 24 minutes, so you're going to get at least 4 minutes use out of it if the game goes around the same level, but it's going to be pretty dependent on these hooks.
Rogi. Alright.
Just stay on the high ground.
I'm gonna have to see it.
Can they catch out CTM? This would be good. Here we go.
They'll get the kill. You really cannot level up Surge at level 1. Rogi! Alright. I'm all on board. SMG. Let's go, baby.
They've done it.
That's all you need.
That's actually a really cool play by KP being able to take that, considering he's playing from Australia. You know, you're playing on minimum 80 ping. Is he going to go down though? No. Minimum 80 ping, so to be able to out-click Natsumi's PA, pretty good. I always lose those whenever I play on the C server, just because you can't avoid ping. It just doesn't come down to
It's just your boom reactions. Come on, like, stop kidding yourself. KP, he's young, lively.
It's not that young. He's like 27.
Oh, younger than you.
Just a couple of years, come on.
Those couple of years can be
3 weeks.
3 weeks. Let's say you're ready for a lockdown birthday.
Oh yeah, I didn't have it last year. It was during that like 2 weeks where we were out of lockdown, and I was like, yay, things are back to normal. Next minute, nope.
Oh no, what's the date?
June 22nd. The shortest day of the year for us in the Southern Hemisphere. Just all of that night.
That's exactly when you want your birthday. Like, there's no better day.
Oh yeah.
Have you?
It was great when I lived in Canada. Sunny day. It's like the world was saying happy birthday, Matt.
Maybe. Just gonna take a bunch of damage. All right, Januel. Gonna help Neon be able to pick up their first kill of the game. They're able to jump in. Natsumi and Januel will pick up a second now.
That's what I was talking about with that Fortune's End, right? You've just got so much ganking potential. They're going to lose play hard. Nope, never mind. Surge, going to be used to be able to get him away. But, I mean, this kill potential is just going to skyrocket further and further. They need to get Zhao up to level 3. Then he might be able to manipulate these lanes a little bit. Getting onto him already. I think they're going to have to turn around, though.
Phantom Strike's on cooldown. 6 being used as well for Natsumi. Get back to safety. Still got a bunch of tangos here for the Phantom Assassin, so Natsumi will be okay as we have that timing now of the water runes. Both the mid laners looks like they're going to be able to pick them up evenly, and it also looks like it's a pretty even mid lane at the moment.
Yep, Nia's doing a good job. We saw there was that period where, like, Yopaj was able to get double the net worth than what he had in a 3-minute period, and I was like, how the hell did that happen? I know there was a couple of stacks going on for Yopaj's Morphling in game number 1, but still, Nia, hopefully he goes a build that's a bit more capable of scaling and flash farming this time around.
Well, the first hook, I love the instant tip. First hook is, yep, it's off the mark, so, yeah, it's just, it really does feel like a Pudge is very, like, you got to be confident. It's just a confidence game from him. You start missing a lot of these hooks, then you're not in that groove, and feels like you can really have a hard time from there. Is the stun going to be enough? Mid one? Okay, gets the time walk out.
They're going to continue to be really aggressive here on Neon's side. Just going with that first item into the band of Elven Skin, wanting that burst potential against the Omni Knight. And now that you're level 3 on this Oracle, they're just going to continue doing it. It's kind of a similar game to... Oh, here we go. They've caught out Afu.
Very nice. Kill for them. Down bot, we also see the Grimstroke will fall. So a couple kills across the map for Neon. Another very good start for them, at least so far in the lanes. And
it was Neon that played that game with the Crystal Maiden, right? Where they just got super aggressive from the level 2 mark onwards. And they're just going to do the exact same thing again. Zhao, he's not worried about having the boots super early on. He just wants a ton of regen at all stages of the game. He's had 2 clarities ferried out to him. He's used 2 mangoes now already. He's still got 1 at spare. He buys another clarity for himself, and he's going to send the courier back out again, and they're just going to keep the harass going.
It looks like Roger hit a hook this time. So that's, he's on the board. Gets mid one a kill. Mid one's thank you, brother. I'll take that kill. No. Still intrigued. Is it the Ricky mid is still plays very much around his diffuser blade timing, right? And not going to get as active as someone like a Void Spirit?
Yeah, I would say so. You do have a higher spike, though, I would say, considering the Void Spirit. Like, you've got the mobility super early on, you've got a lot of burst damage, but it's going to be about the 15, 14 minute mark at best that you're able to have your first key item, whether that be a Yules, which it looks like he's going to this game. We've seen occasionally the Ags Rush come out, which is pretty damn good this game, but honestly, I might even prefer him going the Ags against the Omni Knight, you know, being able to get multiple heroes silenced up at once, having the extra charge for the additional burst, but not going to happen this game.
Rogers
is a very deep Darkseer.
He got hooked under tower, tried to surge away, but I knew they could continue chasing with the time dilation, and mid one hook back. Roger. Mid one's like, Roger, what are you doing? That's not the plan. You're supposed to give me all the kills.
No, that's the plan. That's always the plan as the Pudge.
Well, he's one of those supports that you just feed every kill to.
You use the term support very liberally.
What would we say a Pudge is then?
A 4th core. It doesn't matter if you're role queuing and you got that hard support selected. Gonna be the case.
Of our former self. Dire's middle tower.
Just play Pudge and have your team mold at you for the entirety of the game. Although maybe not right now. Like honestly, Roger's been a part of all the kills. Done a very good job so far. He's got that shot already queued up as Yopaj gonna TP down bot, and KP looks like he's gonna get caught out. He's got the Heavenly Grace, a little bit of status resistance, a little bit of regen as well, but Yopaj's damage early on in this game, and you see that like Ricky offers no rotation threat at the moment, so a great TP down from Yopaj to the bottom lane.
Yeah, maybe when you get that Orb of Corrosion, you might be able to have something happening in your lane, but I mean, even just with these movements coming out from Rogi, he's had, like we've been saying, a good start to the game, been part of all of SMG's kills so far, but he made that Invis Rune movement when he didn't have mana for a single hook, and he had the clarities available, so he could have popped those before he made the rotation, and instead, Neon, they just used the time spent where, you know, Pudge isn't showing in the lane to try and make something happen. They get another kill onto this bot lane. Most of it's going to Zhao. Gonna catch KP again, looks like it.
Poor KP. It's not a life you want to live. Januel will find it. Rogi's really got to think twice of if he wants to stick around. He just wanted the CS on the creep. Actually, they're going to go in.
Again.
They will. Natsumi's got crit. Fast TPs from Dire. They're going to Delta split. Yopaj to the northern side. The rest of the team to the southern side. With the Inkspell stun. Yopaj out of escape mechanics. And he will get brought down. Ni is going to pick that kill up here. So does waste a little bit of time as no one's farming mid and also no one's farming top.
Surprisingly enough, though, you've got the two cores at the top of the leaderboards being the Faceless Void and the Ricky. So they're doing a good job to start this game out. It's kind of a reversal of what was happening last game, that even though the kill scores were going in SMG's favor, it wasn't the net worth. This time around, you know, you've got a Pudge, right? So that's always going to feel pretty good. He's very, you know, not into farming at all. But with that Faceless Void, I wonder if we'll see a different itemization start to come out for him.
Denied.
They are going to play with mid one's Void at the moment, because he does have Chrono. So Nia and Arfu, but I believe this got scouted out with their Observe Ward in the river from Radiant. Natsumi needs a target to Phantom Strike too. Actually going to try and man fight here. I don't think you win that matchup, and now it's taken enough time for Arfu to be able to block the escape route. Find the Phantom Assassin, and they also will get Januel. It'll take him a little bit of time. And Nia gets a double.
Tried for the tree block. Didn't get it off. Alright. Things going alright for SMG. In that time, though, Yopaj was farming away. He's got his phase boots completed. Has to be careful about not feeding the courier away. I think they should be able to get it on the retreat here, Nia.
Radiant's courier has been
Rogi. So not level 6, Yopaj not going to commit forward for more. Hook, well, he actually gets the hook. No Astral Step or Dissimulator. Rogi's Pudja.
Radiant's bottom tower
Oh,
is under
it's as good as Dandy's right now.
Mm-hmm. How could mid Pudge have ever been a thing?
I don't know.
Like, it just seems so anti what Dota is these days, you know? They're going in. Again, CTM.
He's in trouble here. Inkspell, Silence, followed up with the Phantom's Embrace. That's a mega kill streak for Nia, and honestly, this Ricky is getting a lot more active than I was anticipating, but you know, Brown Brutes, double Wraith Band with the Orb of Corrosion. I believe this is going to be the upgraded Brutes coming up, but they've got a Sentry. They'll scout him. Instant Impale, Hook. Not going to be able to bring the Ricky back to safety, but Rogi actually ran away. With that, he loses the Treads too. Down for a minute 50. Try and chase down Arfu. Yopaj doesn't have another round of the Astral Step, but Playhard is already level 6. Oh, no. Hook. Rogi won't be able to keep the Grimstroke alive, and now, honestly, Rogi might just get turned on. They're still lacking a little bit of stuns, and diving deep under the T1 tower might cost them here.
Will he go for another hook? Cheeky one underneath the tower. I think now you know that Yopaj is going to have you know, some more of those cooldowns.
He just wanted to deny the creep away from Void. That's what the hook was for.
Alright. Game not going quite as bad as I thought it might have for SMG. On the back of some nice hooks coming through from Rogi, who's got his level 6 available as well. They go for a smoke, but did the range creep catch that? It's sitting in the Radiant River. They might be able to make something happen here, but Yopaj, yeah, they know something's happening.
KP.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They should know exactly where they are, actually.
It's very far away. KP's taking a while to bring down just yet. But Neon have all 5 if this teamfight breaks out. Hook, drag back Yopaj. Not going to be able to get the initial stun. The phase boots win lace. Too much movement speed for Rogi. But Mid1's actually going to show up to the fight. Drops the Corona 1-2. They'll miss the double dismember as well. So the Vac's going to be able to cancel that with a nice 2-man Impale. But looks like the Iron Shell damage isn't enough. Yopaj is still going to commit on forward. He's got the backup of CTM with the Surge. He'll get some space. So a 3 for 3.
And there's that Ion Shell damage coming into the equation. Even when you're in that Dissimulate, it's still ticking away. Just slowly losing their life. And, well, it's a maxed out Ion Shell as well. So, very high amounts of damage coming out from Neon. They knew exactly where that rotation was coming through. With the smoke, Yopaj had pulled this Satyr Mindstealer that's standing in the Tri-Camp area away. He wouldn't have heard the stack sound coming through. So that shows that, well, either they've got that warded, or they're coming to try and gank me.
Mid1. Just gonna go back in. He's already got Maelstrom completed. First hit bash, stops Impale. He'll still get it afterwards. And Mid1's gonna fall. Hook, Rogi finds the Void Spirit. He's got the Astral Step, and Yopaj once again getting away. Rogi not getting any assistance with all the hooks that he's been on point with so far. Just needing that extra little bit of damage. And Radiant, it still looks like they're in fighting condition. I say that. Purification rips apart the Nyx Assassin, and our Radiant just crumble. Natsumi has to try and attempt to get the Phantom Strike away, but a great use of the silence. The smoke cloud is there. They've even got the Stroke of Fate as well. It's a classic Southeast Asian game with 30 kills at 13 minutes in.
You love to see it. That was really nicely played by Nia as well, making sure that he gets that that point in onto the smoke screen, not wanting to go for a bit more of that greedy build going into the talent. Instead, just enables them to lock down the PA Surge not used as well. I thought, you know, maybe they might have cut their losses, let Play Hard die, and they just turned around thinking that they were strong enough. Not quite yet, though. I think they need to wait out this Yule Scepter so that at least you've got that tiny little bit of extra survivability potential. Yopaj just TP back into this lane. Just to be a bit careful here.
Yo, it's a lot of damage. Are you a fan that Radiant, I'm slowing this down and that PA's getting involved in these fights? Because this is not going to be the fastest Battle Fury timing, and Mid1 already has this Maelstrom and some change.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a big turnaround if they're able to catch out Mid1 here. It's going to need the chain lockdown, though. With the Vendetta, they'll have a good way to start it.
Stun, follow-up 8th Remnant, Fortune Zen route, perfect stalk and perfect smoke from Neon. They're going to be able to bring down Mid1's Faceless Void. That's a big kill because he was at top of the net worth. It's going to give a little bit of time here, the Phantom Assassin, to be able to catch back up. They will get a counter smoke into the pick-off on top of the Nyx Assassin with a double damage rune. But again, that's not really a worthwhile trade. Maybe they get another if they find Zhao.
Yeah. Almost felt worthwhile just to go for that extra dive. You might force out the False Promise, which then is going to enable a further rotation with the Faceless Void coming back up. Yeah, here we go.
Oh, if they will. Doesn't get out of the smoke range. Yopaj as well to simulate. It's okay. It's a much more difficult task to bring down the Void there.
I think he was mid-casting the False Promise there, but it's actually good that he didn't. You know, you've got that Chronosphere available, Mid1's pushing in the mid tower. You need that Oracle ulti available to be able to defend against SMG's next team fight. And it's nearly a 3-level advantage that this Faceless Void has over the PA. So Mid1, he's had a good game, you know, been caught out a couple of times, out of position, but still doing just fine. And KP, classic KP style, just puts himself on the front lines, trying to take a lot of the attention away.
Yopaj. This movement speed that he's got, Phase Boots, Windlace, hook back, play hard, great Carapace. He's still in trouble though, he's got the Vendetta if he wants to use it, if there's any detection. Not even going to try and attempt it, so they're able to bring him down. It's a pretty solid pick off, Nia. Oh, hook, oh my. I must say, Roger's punch has been pretty solid so far.
It has. They have to be careful with this courier, though. You can't just immediately bring it to yourself. Oh, that was close by Yopaj. They only get the sniper to Natsumi's. Luckily for Neon, it wasn't carrying anything. So that Yule Scepter is going to be completed here on this Void Spirit. It feels like a couple of times Neon have lost these fights because they've committed a bit too heavy when he's caught out underneath that smoke with the Phantom's Embrace onto him as well. So I'm liking it. Yopaj.
Dire's middle tower
that extra survivability. The Observer Ward's going to reveal the movement, though.
Play hard. Should be able to cancel off the Dismember. They got the Vac Wall dropped on 2. Even Knee is looking to get involved. They won't have mid-one's Chronosphere for this fight. So maybe that's going to be the X factor for Radiant to be able to continue on 4. But actually mid-one, he's showing up. They're able to burst through that purification with the help of the damage from Nia. They got 2 Dire Heroes somehow flown up in the air. But the more important thing is the fact that mid-one drops the Chronosphere onto 2, getting a double. And they're not done.
Oh boy.
Zhao is okay.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
More importantly, where was Zhao? You know, you've got this faceless void that's roaming around. You've got your team that's been, you know, attempting to go for kills, but no Oracle there. No burst potential, no way to lock down, well, whoever it is that you catch, whether it be the Void, the Riki. Rare piece of poor positioning coming through from that, the Oracle.
Radiant's top tower
wasn't able to get the
is under
Yule Scepter
attack.
off either, so that item not having any effectiveness in that teamfight engagement by Yopaj. It was thinking that even with the Guardian Angel in onto the Pudge, that the Ion Shell would have been enough to deal with it. But with that magic resistance from the Flesh Heap, as well as just the regen coming through from the Guardian Angel, wasn't enough.
Oh, it has been a little bit of space though for Natsumi. We see this Phantom Assassin doing whatever he can to keep up. He's going to go for that Desolator next item. He might not get enough time for it though.
You're gonna find Yopaj here, on his own, under smoke.
Januel might have to drop the ultimate. Januel this game has not been doing enough to be able to keep the heroes alive. And well, 7, 5, and 8 is KDA for an Oracle support early on. But it's costing a couple of the core kills.
Yeah, and they're not even caring about the banner, and KP and Nia literally ran straight past that bounty because they can see how aggressive they're going to need to get. If they can catch out Natsumi, this is going to be huge. He's got on the Battle Fury, but he's going to TP away in time. Play hard, probably going to end up giving up his life, but you can't be too sad about that. 4-man rotation. He'll even get the Phantom's Embrace Gold bounty, extra 10. Easy bait.
Yeah.
There we go. They even get the D-Ward off here.
Honestly, pretty happy with that. They might lose the bottom tier 2 though, because the Void does have Chrono up in 20, and they've got a lot of wards nearby. So we'll probably see Dire look to try and put a little bit of pressure on that tower. They're well aware that Natsumi is not in fighting shape right now.
Again, now Yopaj is going into the Aghanim Scepter. I would have felt so much more confident if he went that as his first item. Natsumi's, and I can actually see Rogi not going to throw the hook.
Chrono? Oh, Yopaj? Sans follow up.
Yules.
He's going to be able to get rid of it, but everything's on cooldown for the Void Spirit. He'd attempt the solo kill, but unfortunately, he's not going to be able to pick that one up. They're even getting another kill as well on the Oracle. Nia is the thorn in the side for them this game. Monster kill streak 13, 1, and 10. An incredible performance. A bit of redemption for him as well, because it was not the best Ember game from him in that game 1.
No, for sure. I feel like Neon, though, they're biding their time. You know, you need this Ag still. It's a long way away for the Void Spirit. But now you're only 500 gold away from the one on CTM. It's going to allow them to be a lot more survivable. It's going to do a lot more damage as well in these team fights. And we've got an item about to be picked up by Natsumi. Yeah, he's going straight into that Desolator as well. Only 1,000 gold away. His job is just try and evade SMG as much as possible. He's TPing back and forth between this top and bottom sides of the river, trying to bait out a lot of these movements. But with that double damage, they're going to go for a Roche attempt here. They're not going to be able to have Natsumi. I mean, he just TP'd. Probably not expecting this either, to be honest.
It should be pretty free for them. They're actually just going to be able to bring it down without a thought in the world of Radiant coming over.
Roshan has fallen to the Dire.
You love to see it. It is now Ages picked up for mid 1. And Radiant are now going to need a little bit of extra time. It really feels like PA, even with BKB, Dire are going to have the Chrono, they're going to have Dismember. Even Soulbind can kind of kite you a little bit. CTM.
He's got the Ags, though.
Sleep Dart.
is under
Unable to
attack.
get rid of it just yet. So Nia's going to instantly jump. They're doing a great job to control the darks here, so he won't have the vac wall combo. Still looking to try and surge in forward. There we go. It's dropped on 2. Still on the backline,
Pulse
Nia
Pump's already used.
is being a massive issue. They'll get the first stun. It's going to be a follow-up with the crit. It's not enough. Oh, it is actually. They bring him down before he gets away. He had some Blink Strike charges, but the crit from Natsumi will claim the kill. And now SMG, they've already lost a couple here, and still with the Chronosphere on cooldown, mid one, he's just getting kited. They don't have the stuns right now, so mid one's got a time walk away. They'll surge up forward. Natsumi, Phantom Strike coming up pretty shortly here. They've got to be careful how deep you want to dive, because KP's still in the backline. Instantly, Yopaj recognizing the importance of the Omni Knight, trying to lock onto him and find that target, but he's unable to do so just yet. Mid one's also completely out of mana, so unable to drop this Chronosphere. Gets a bash. Natsumi, Phantom Strike still on cooldown, and they actually bring him down. Nice use of the Purification Burst. Mid one still pushing on forward for more. They're going to be careful about going deep now underneath the tier 2 tower, but Rogi catches out play hard, turn, Carapace, stun onto 2. Such a long drawn out fight, really messy of a fight as well. Are we done just yet? Looks like we are.
Able to just get away. I mean, some good spell usage from both sides. That's the big advantage of playing this Faceless Void into the PA before the BKB starts to come online. That time dilation heavily limits your maneuverability in a lot of these team fights. Same sort of thing with a Void Spirit. You know, the time dilation, probably the most valuable spell this game for SMG.
Sleep Dart, hook setup. It's quite the combo. They do not have the false promise. This is actually kind of cool here. I don't mind the combo.
Radiant's middle tower.
I've seen the Sleep Dart into the skewer a few times. Well,
yeah.
Pudge, it's the way of the future.
He's even got the Ag shot already. Rogi also very close to blink all of a sudden, so SMG looking to hit back in this second game. 5,000 net worth lead. They still got ages for another 2 minutes 20 as well on mid one.
Looking to take away the outpost as well.
Radiant's
I mean, if I'm SMG, I give this bottom farm. Well, it's all gone now because of the tower, but you got to get this Pudge available with the Blink Dagger. You know, it kind of feels like, I don't know, a Tusk Snowball, essentially. Just being able to toss them inside of you, get all of that extra health coming through, allows mid one, as well as the Riki, to play that aggressive style that they've used so far. Actually, just, why not? Farming between a tier 2 and a tier 3 tower. He has the Aegis on mid one, so he's going to feel just fine about that. Going into the MKB as well, so responding to the PA.
Riki might pop this. Oh, great positioning from Nia. Smoke pop, sleep darts there. Gonna be able to get rid of it instantly. Nyx Assassin targeted from Nia's follow-up afterwards. Plague Hard's gonna lose his life. A great vac 4, but there's no extra follow-up here. CTM still dropping the combo.
Oh, they get the sleep dart. Actually gets it off.
It's how does the purge work with the sleep dart? Because before I've seen it.
It didn't. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. It didn't work before, and now it did. Sleep dart.
Well, no one can purge that
this time.
What's the cooldown? 12 seconds. Nia. Great use of the defensive Ghost Scepter. Underneath the tier 4 tower. You don't really want to dive too far. Radiant got Glyph as well for the multi-shots if a really long fight breaks out along the high ground. Soulbind, Leash, unable to get mid one, time walk in. There's the Chrono onto 3. The follow-up from Ricky's mouth, dismember. They'll bring down Darksea. They're trying to control Januel, who's already used that false promise. Natsumi's jumping the backline, but instantly KP is going to be able to protect him with the Guardian Angel. They've been able to find the Pudge kill. They're going to try and find more as well with KP getting controlled. And now they're able to man fight. SMG getting punished for that deep attempt. He's got a time walk back up at the Chrono. It's already been used, so there's no way mid one can turn it. He doesn't have the ages as well. Where's the follow-up control? The Carapace? Is that from the time dilation damage? I think it might be mid one. Vac drag back time walk doesn't make it to low ground, and SMG will lose 5.
Yeah, just diving that little bit too deep with the tier 4 towers. Importantly, Zhao redeeming himself there, able to get the false promise off a split second before that Chronosphere is actually used, so they can't take out the highest priority target, which was that Void Spirit. He's able to kite out the Riki, use the Resonant Pulse to survive for that little bit of extra time, in addition to the Yule Scepter, and I believe that is his Aghanim Scepter finished as well. So a lot more aggressive potential now enabled for Yopaj. this becomes so much harder for SMG now. He's going to be looking to go in onto the back lines, lock down KP with the silencers coming through, and then have the rest of the team take out a higher priority target.
DD by Omni Knight. My lord, the damage back again on 3. They've got the silence, so Natsumi's unable to jump just yet. He doesn't even want to hit the embrace, but it doesn't matter because afterwards, he'll rip him to shreds. That is 3 down, utilizing that double damage in a big spike for Neon, like you were saying, and now they've got the net worth lead.
Didn't even notice as well, the Pudge's courier actually got sniped previously, so he doesn't have the blink dagger. All of that net worth that he spent a good time farming up and getting from these heavy kill involvements on Rogi, completely useless. He'll have it for this next teamfight defense, but I'm sure he wished he had it a lot earlier.
These are some gigantic timings. That's just Aghanim's picked up from the Phantom Assassin, from Yopaj, play hard, getting a force. CTM's got the Ags too. Like, this is just
amazing items as well. Gives the quiver over to Yopaj for that initial burst damage with the Astral Step. Gets the Orb of Corrosion for a PA. There's nothing else you could possibly want. He's critting now for 1228.
a real scary prospect here for SMG, and with the lead they have, they've given now. Look at the swing, like that is, oh my lord, like a 9,000 swing, maybe just under.
He's considering about holding on to the Elven Tunic here on Natsumi, but I think once that the MKB is completely revealed by mid one, he's not going to care too much about it. It's all just going to be about the burst damage coming through with that Orb of Destruction. And seeing a smoke here. Zhao's got 3. You could opt to use it if you wanted to, but not wanting to. All ultimates available this game. SMG have the high ground.
Yeah.
They're going to go for one.
Prime position to maybe pop this. They see Rogi at the moment. They're all grouped up. They're going to be careful because the vac wall combo is still ready and waiting. On to 3. They've already bursted through mid one though. Now, but the Heavenly Grace just way too late to tip mid fight as well from CTM. Natsumi's able to move on forward. Rogi has got the blink. He'll get back to safety. KP unable to follow up with him. So they'll get a TP out of the Pudge, but KP, I don't think he's going to make it out of this one. Radiant will find a third duels to cancel. What a target to bring down to start the fight. Just avoid. There was no defensive factor. The Pudge couldn't jump in.
No, he wasn't in position to do it. That's the other advantage of having this Void Spirit, right? As soon as he sees that Pudge, he's just going to silence him every single time. Make sure he can't get the animation off for that. What's it even called? I guess it's still using the Dismember, right? But
under attack. Dire's middle tower
that's a deadly one for sure, and you know, it just goes to show the importance of taking out KP from this fight. The silence able to be used. They even with the animation cast time of the Guardian Angel, the Purification, the Heavenly Grace, it was interrupted by that vacuum coming through from CTM. And again, he's been on point with this Darkseer so far. It's been without all of these. Have they found? I think they're going to give up play hard for this. It's been without a Blink Dagger now on CTM, and he's only 200 gold away, so it's only going to get easier from here. Plus level 20 coming up for him soon as well, so that Ion Shell damage is going to be 150. Pretty nuts to be able to just toss that in onto your Void Spirit.
Yeah, now even the Phantom Assassin is... Just looking what the Lotus Orb can do this game. It's mainly Dismember, it looks like. Dismember, Soulbind. That's about it.
Sleep Dart. Yep. Turn it back onto the Ricky.
Radiant are scanning.
Hey. No you.
No me? Is this what we're doing again?
Sure. Let's go with that. Alright. MKB's at least finished up now. But you can see how much of an impact a neutral item can have, right? I don't think they get that kill. Oh,
Triple silence remnant, vacuum back, wall drop once again, impaled, what a combo! All the abilities used onto multiple heroes. Mid one drops the Chrono, but he's out of mana, and almost out of health as well. He's going to try and get the solo kill, which he will be able to, but it still costs him his life. They can chase down Nia, but the dust is off the mark. CTM. So the gem is on the deck too. Natsumi picks that up. Another great use of the combos from Neon here. They are just hitting multi-hero abilities time and time again.
Yeah. The thing is, like, you have a response if you don't have the Orb of Destruction, if you don't have the Enchanted Quiver, but it just does so much burst damage that KP, like, you can't fault him that much. He has caught out this Ricky. Oh my god, he's holding on to the gem. Why not, Natsumi?
That is, this is a scary prospect now to come back from. Feels like Nia's fallen off his farm drastically, hasn't been finding kill after kill. That snowball effect that we see so often from Ricky. You know, the Omni Knight presence as well with the Faceless Void seems like it's not like the other Omni Knight combos they were probably looking for.
It's just gonna go from bad to worse as well. Like, I'd honestly say Roger's the #1 target if they're ever trying to catch someone solo on Neon. Like, their team fights have been amazing, like, don't get me wrong. But Natsumi, he's gone the Ag Scepter, so he wants to be able to pick someone off, quickly transition that into, you know, another kill somewhere on the map. And right now the Pudge has very little in terms of armor, just sitting on 6. So that Desolator plus Orb of Destruction is going to bring him down to -4. They're going to get a counter smoke here, but it's actually going to be into this Natsumi.
Blink forward instantly, KP. Trying to bring down. He gets the ultimate off, but it's still silenced up, so no more abilities. If you can target the Omni Knight, it's a lot of their survivability. Natsumi crits down. They've lost the first life. Chrono still on cooldown as well. Mid one going to try and deal with the Wall of Replica Illusion. He'll turn back to right-click Natsumi, blink back forward. Mid one, he's just doing all the damage right now, but he's got no extra backup, and it's going to cost him. Nia, too late to rejoin them. 5 down, and only 2 have buyback.
It's getting pretty close to that GG timing again, and that was without the item that I thought was really going to completely enable this Neon lineup. They have the Nullifier now, only 300 gold away for Natsumi. So, you know, that's why I was saying the Pudge. He doesn't have anything in the forms of defense. At least the Grimstroke has the Ghost Scepter. Well, that's not going to matter that much anymore. Same sort of thing with all of these Omni Knight spells. They're going to be removed with the use of that Nullifier. You can go on any target that you want.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle
Void,
are under attack.
no buyback. Up in 35 here. A full set mid. Luckily enough, they still got some tier 2 towers. Looks like top is going to be that next attempt, or they might just get a pick off. Why not? Bye-bye KP. Unless the hook's on point, it's not. Nullify is such a great way to counter out the Omni Knight. They even got the Yours control as well, so Natsumi's able to go back in. Crits down 1, might even crit down a 2nd.
I was about to ask, have we seen a single use of this Pudge Axe Shard? And we just tried to there, but it just meant that he gave up his own life as well. 25 on the PA. Triple Stifling Dagger available. They're just going to end it.
Salt in the wound.
Yeah.
That Oracle voice line as well. Probably how they're feeling right now. At least you got your 3 cores. Instantly jumping, mid one, Heavenly Grace on cooldown. Vac wall once again onto 3. Mid one's going to be able to drop the ultimate, but the Yours Scepter completely counters a majority of the damage from the Faceless Void throughout the ultimate. And they kill off the Void, and they cut off the head of SMG. A 2-0 victory here for OB Neon. What a performance from them.
Yeah, unfortunately, all that net worth that you had going your way. A couple of key Korea snipes. You know, no Blink Dagger on the Pudge when they were going for that super deep dive at the tier 3 towers. They do a lot of damage, turns out, tier 3s and tier 4s. I think they even used the Glyph defensively to get that turnaround happening on Neon. And you know, even super early on, with the power treads being sniped away from the Ricky, meant that he wasn't able to continue the insane amount of early game pressure that he was able to put out. Like, Nia was what? I think it was 13, 1, and 11 at one point, and he finishes up at 15, 6, and 13. So just goes to show how quickly a game can turn around when you allow something like a PA to snowball, and that Void Spirit gets the all-important Ag Scepter.
Yeah, we saw about a 9,000 net worth swing in such a short space of time there, and Neon just... the combos were coming out, the prioritization as well with the heroes they were able to bring down, and just overall, you know, they don't need the Mirana. Turns out they're still able to win. Didn't you say they'd lost every single game they didn't have Mirana? Was that the start?
One time they won. Okay. One time they won. So now it's 2.
Now it's 2. Now it shows, we can still win without it, and that they do here.
It was looking shaky, though. It was looking a lot shakier. I think that was just on the back of SMG performing well, though, in the early game. Like, have a look at the win probability graph, right? Like, even 27 minutes, it's looking very nice for SMG still. But just a couple of those key pickoffs, key engagements, and that's all that Neon needs. You give them an inch, they take a mile.
Indeed, as Neon, they'll take our first series of the night. We are still going to be seeing more of SMG, though. Their next matchup is going to be up against Mg.Trust. We will have about a 20-minute break in between our first and second series, so we'll see you all then.
I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regret. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, hold tight. Chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me can make me.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll
It's ingrained in my head, and I start to see. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Oh, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah.
I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you.
Can I be your superhero? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Superhero. Superhero.
Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. You like a
I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. That it feels right. Feels right. So right, so right, so right. I'm just going with the gut. Never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet. Hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up. You can have it all, watch me rip it off. I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella love. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart, yeah. I won't stop charging, we going come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. It feels
like a diamond from gold. Maybe you are something I cannot define. Maybe you are the fallen kind. I leave them with violence, the silent side of me. We see where fire starts to breathe. When I would lay in silence, the voice inside of me made me use my mind right.
We gon' burn it down. Burn it down. We gon' burn it down. Burn it down. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder.
I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. 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 Show them. Change the station with a new shit.
look so weak. I've never seen you with such tired eyes. And everything we said we'd be, we just traded for a suit coat and a tie. Run underneath the rows of trees, I will see you where the ocean meets the sky. Under your toes, the fire grows. You are ready for a different kind of life. You're silent for the wind is cold. You must return to the wild. You're silent for the wind is cold. You must return to the wild.
their spot at the top of the table. And while for SMG, they're just playing for a little bit of momentum heading into the playoffs.
Yeah, that's right. Making sure. Do Little got any series left? I just want to check that really quick.
No.
No. Okay, so they can't fall further down on SMG. If they're able to 2-0... wait, what was the score against Omega? If they're able to 2-0 and then and Omega doesn't win any games in their next two series, then you might be able to face up against South Built in the first round of the lower bracket, which would be nice, but I feel like that's perhaps out of reach now for SMG because Motivate, they're a strong ass lineup.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they are quite the team to go up to. Looks like Motivate have a little bit different priority with their bans instead of other teams that we've seen so far. They got rid of the Omni Knight and the Elder Titan. We've been seeing previously it's a lot of the ET and Enchantress ban, but they're like, you know what? We're not worried about the Enchantress. We just don't want to see KP on his Omni.
Sure. And, it makes sense. They just wanted to, the Grimstroke seems like core, set and forget for SMG. And there's always going to be something that slips through, right? We've seen many, many times Enchantress, Elder Titan banned out, Grimstroke's available. Grimstroke's banned out, Enchantress or Elder Titan are available. So they're just going to go back and forth, always opening up with one of these supports. It's a little predictable. I would say it's been working out for them so far, but that would probably be a lie. And with this Enchantress, I wonder what they're going to do with it as well. Like, is this going to be an Position 5 Enchantress? Are they going to go a little bit more greedy with it? They do have the flexibility, for sure, on their team, but they're going to need some frontliners. Later on, Enchantress could start to build up a little bit of stats. It's going to have probably that Holy Locket going into the Magic Resistance talent at level 10. Super early Void. I mean, after a couple of those performances from Widmut, I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't just let him have it, but it's certainly something that Jackie's strong with as well.
Yeah, it's
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, for both teams, we're seeing a first phase of their duo support, which is something that we haven't really been seeing too often. And then a very early open off for Motivate's Void. It does get answered by KP. He's going to get his classic Beastmaster, which is not as popular what it used to be, but it is still definitely a good matchup versus the Void. Oh, we all in. All right. All right, baby.
All right, all in on the Chronosphere Cataclysm combo. I'm liking this this Beastmaster though. It's kind of like what people oftentimes pick the Venomancer to do against a Faceless Void. Lots of slow little tick damage, makes it so hard for you to even move around in the lane. You can oftentimes force out an earlier time walk than you might like by leveling up the boars. And they even have the potential of, moving around this Enchantress now to make things even harder for the Void. Or they could go for the kill potential with the Grimstroke. So some very good lanes coming out for at least the side lanes so far for SMG. Wonder what they're going to go for with their last pick overall. The mid one hero that's still yet to come out. It can't be a Deucer now that they've got this Invoker. And it's a bit of a wonder, right? Because no matter what you pick, they're always going to fall to that Chronosphere Cataclysm combo. So maybe something like a Wraith King, if it has not been banned out already, would be the way that I would be going.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the Wraith King at all as well. Like you were saying, they're very reliant on their cooldowns right now for Motivate. So if you go for a hero that's able to play into that, we've seen time and time again, the Wraith King is just too much to deal with. It's left in the pool. Get rid of the Slark, the Phantom Lancer, because they don't deal very well with illusions.
I mean, you're against an Invoker, so it's unfortunate that you're probably going to be suffering from that EMP early on. You don't need the Sunstrike leveled up really early. It's not a ton of kill potential with it, but
5 seconds
I don't know. I still feel like this is a pretty damn good Wraith King game. Maybe an Ursa, other than that, but you're going to get kited around fairly easily. Like, it needs to be something with mobility. Morphling's kind of okay, and I suppose you've got a little bit more of that outplay potential coming through. Trying to catch out the Invoker or the Void before they can get off their combinations, but we shall see.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm trying to see the fearless hero. They can't.
5 seconds remaining.
I kind of want it to be someone
the
that
Master Ross hero?
Master Ross. I kind of want it to be someone that doesn't have a long cooldown stun, because I feel like a long cooldown ability, because then I feel like you're really reliant on your team fight, and I think that's not how you want to play into someone like a Beastmaster, Enchantress. Like SMG can get really active early, so I mean, there's not a lot left available, which is worrying me. I hope they just don't go into the Tidehunter, which...
Bristle is banned, unfortunate. That would have been nice.
Phantom Assassin.
Now
Offlane
select your
Void?
heroes.
It is.
All right. Let's go. Something a little different. It's what we like to see. Motivate don't need the win. SMG do. So they're going to be, well, hopefully licking their lips at this this prospect, but when's the last time we saw an offlane Faceless Void? Like Universe playing it?
Oh, what's going on? I saw China played it, I think, in the DPC. I don't remember who. I'm trying to remember. I didn't watch the whole game, but I remember seeing it relative like last DPC, so it has been recent. What is the reasoning for them wanting this last pick Phantom Assassin when you've got a Faceless Void? Like, unless you catch him on the outskirts, yes, you can chuck the dagger, but it feels like you could have gone for maybe a better position one to be dealing damage in Chrono. And I feel like also the lane versus the Beastmaster, I thought they might have had a better matchup if you were going for your last pick.
I would have gone for a Troll Warlord. I'm not sure if it was banned out or not, but you know, you can dish out damage inside the Chronosphere. You can use your abilities to more quickly clear out those boars. You're actually a ranged hero, or with potential for range. Whereas it feels like Jackie, he's gonna have to toss out the daggers onto the boars to make sure he's not getting crushed in the lane. But that means there's no harass coming through the other way as well. So opens up some decent kill threat. They should win the regen battle on SMG in that side lane. So I don't know. Like it's kind of all in onto this this Cataclysm combo. I suppose it's nice to be able to just go into a bit more. Like, a little unfortunate the Ags doesn't reduce the cooldown on Chronosphere anymore. What if you just went like Refresher Rush or something like that? I don't know.
I'm trying to remember the build that he went. I think it was Mask and Madness into like
Ags?
BKB Blink or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't like
I
me.
find the Ags against it, right? Like, I feel like they
The
need some
shard
sort
or
of
the
way.
scepter?
Both. Just to
Because
try
yeah,
and
increases
bait
the
out a few
cast rate.
abilities.
Wait. I feel like you want the scepter over the Ags, right?
I want both.
But he's gonna do no damage.
But you're an offlane, right? Damage isn't the issue. You've got a PA, you've got Chronosphere and
30
Cataclysm
seconds
eventually,
to battle.
and it gives you a way to get that initial lockdown onto the likes of
Okay.
a Morphling,
And
you
then
can deal
drop.
damage to an
Okay.
Enchantress.
Yep.
Right? Like, you're always going to hit the bash, right? If you
Sure.
go in,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
then you're
okay.
not fully committing either.
Yeah, and sometimes when you time walk in and drop Chrono, like it's got a bit of a cast animation, so you actually get that initial stun. Okay. I guess, like if Lion's unable to fulfill that role, depends how farmed they are on.
The battle begins.
Should be another
3
old
for 1?
neutral 2
Or
for
2 for
2. As you do the old Srapperoo.
Masteros just picking out the bounty, saying, "Wait, where'd this go?"
Get back here, my boy. Alright, how are we feeling about this one? I mean, we got a bit of a wonky off-lane flex for the Faceless Void. Are we liking it from Motivate, or do we think mid one's Morphling and Co can take this?
I think it depends on what his item build is. Like, I really feel strongly about this Ags and Ags Shard. We can already see he's got a Ring of Health queued up, so
This one was
wanting to be able to withstand a lot of early magic burst, you would assume. He's going to maybe build into a hood, just for that initial survivability against the burst coming through from... Because they're lacking a little bit in stuns right now on SMG. You know, the setup from the Raw is going to be so important, and... I mean, there's so many targets that are important to be able to lock down, right? The PA, to be able to burst her down before she gets her mobility off. Same sort of thing with the Faceless Void. So, keen to see how they're looking to itemize here. It's been a while since I've seen it, at least, this offlane Void. Weren't sure if it won in the Chinese region, but it's okay. Like, you were talking about the Tidehunter not wanting to go more into this this heavy cooldown reliance. Well, this kind of is a substitute for it, right? It kind of feels like that combination with the Ravage is essentially the same as the Chronosphere.
And I miss Universe. What
he's up to.
I wonder. So exciting watching him play Dota. So exciting. The high caliber player that he was, and now it's just some unfortunate things, and we don't see the power offlane no more.
You know, I'm going to check his Twitter really quickly, see what he's been up to. He has not tweeted since mid-2020.
Oof. My dude's MIA. So...
I just be loving life.
Yeah. Loving life through COVID, that's how it be. He's going in. He's going inward. Soul searching. Who knows? So this is...
I know, like, some of the other older figures from the scene, like, ex-caster Lumi, for example. He's just spending his time playing a lot of Smash Brothers. He plays some board games as well. He's just having a chill life, you know?
That's all everyone wants in the end. Just a nice, relaxing life where the worries are limited and the fun is plentiful. So this... Again, we are going to see Fearless on a little bit more of a... He's actually gone back into the XOR. He did this in that game we saw versus Southville. He went a couple levels in the Quaswex to start, well, 2 in Quas in particular for this game, and then back into the XOR, which he actually even has the Midas queued up, so looking to get greedy once again.
I suppose you always have that potential, right? You've got the stun set up from Lanax, you've got the cogs, which you're going to be able to use to go for kills. So, I don't mind it. It's just a matter of, like, now you've essentially got 3 cores that don't do anything in the super early game. So, that first Chronosphere is going to be really key to the outcome of this game.
And that's a bit of an issue usually, because when you don't do anything versus someone like a Beastmaster, you can take objectives incredibly fast. I mean, it is definitely not a Beastmaster like we saw in previous patches, but still, if KP wants to go for that Helm Dom, then he can definitely put a lot of work on these objectives.
Might even see Helm of the Overlord. Never know.
Ooh. Afu. Just taking up some right-click damage. Lion got a little bit of advantage. Feels like trading-wise as well. 2 points Earth Spike, and also with those extra damage with the good old right clicks. So overall though, where do we feel like we're potentially going to see our first blood in this game 1?
Might be a bit of an issue towards the top side. I'm sure that's where SMG are looking to put a lot more of their attention, because Rogi's aggression, he's doing a fantastic job at zoning out this Faceless Void. He's had to buy multiple sets of tangos already, and even just used his TP back to the tier 1 tower. So went for the bounty snipe at level 1, Rogi. Tried to go for it again. The movement from Pew's going to be able to block that, but they're just getting nothing out of this top side. And if Void does go back into lane, that's a pretty easy way to get the kill. He might be looking to make a bit of a rotation onto Fearless, or could just be sniping away some of these camps here that he might have been wanting to use to farm up a little bit more. This is the classic, like, puppy style, where, you know, you pick something, he's the extra cheeky, trying to go for a deep kill here. Level 6 picked up by Nia. No,
they're going to get bot first. Afu. It's Jackie that's able to pick that one up, so very nice rotation from Q's Clockwork coming down, and see Rogi and Nia trying to use this catapult for a potential dive, because Nia does have this big level spike in the 6 compared to what Invoker usually gets, but nice awareness from Fearless. He's even going to drag the creep wave away, so this should allow the tower to finally get rid of the catapult.
In the last hit there was Q.
Strike. It's on the mark. Cold Snap follow-up. Afu, they need to try and take up the battery assault here. Rogi will do so, but they still end up losing Afu. Trader 1-for-1 in the supports. Fearless, no real more mana. Right click, not enough. Oh my, that was close.
Able to just sproink away was Rogi. But, you know, some nice early rotations around this mid lane. I think Motivate are going to be totally cool with this. They're actually going to make a play here. He's sitting on low mana, so I'm not sure if he's going to have enough for any kind of escape
he
mechanism.
sidestepped. Oh, that's quite the play, Fearless. It's trying to give him some mana. Cold Snap's up. You wouldn't just predict the Sunstrike, would you? I don't think it's enough anyway.
Not against a haste.
Nah, come on. If you make that play, then it's getting clipped. That's what Fearless, he's going for that. You want that baller play.
That's true. He is hungry for the power of clout.
It's a powerful thing.
Coming straight back to the mid lane is Rogi, wanting to keep the harass up onto Fearless. You know, he's having a decent start. You know, sitting towards the bottom end of the net worth charts. Masros is the one that's really been suffering quite heavily.
Where are you going?
Sunstrike setup. This is what we saw in their previous game with the Invoker, but it does leave Fearless a little bit vulnerable for a dive. Lion Axe TPing forward. Fearless got another round of the abilities. Cold Snap controlling up Nia. Gets some protection of the Resonant Pulse. He's actually even going to commit on forward because he still has another use of the actual set. In and out constantly. Nia's Void Spirit popping off in this game on 3-0, and we see so often, and it's just the pressure. Like, this is really showing the greediness of the Motivate lineup. Like, Jackie's going to TP in. I was literally just going to say, like, you can't have a position 1 that's going to try and TP to the mid lane. You've got an off lane Void. Like, what's that going to do? So SMG, really, they are doing quite the job to reveal the weaknesses early for Motivate.
Yeah, for sure. And even there, just being able to use the Resonant Pulse, there were 3 heroes that it clipped onto, so a lot of extra absorption coming through. What is that? Let me do my quick AU math. 300, which meant that the Cold Snap onto you wasn't doing any damage. So they weren't actually able to get those mini stuns. He was able to continually chase down. So get the kill. They're trying to go for a kill here onto Fearless again, who's just TP'd back.
He's gonna back up. They get the Sunstrike connection, but Nia is out of mana and also out of a lot of health as well, so they'll punish both 2 heroes and turn it into a third as Rogi will fall. Great play. Finally, Motivate. They're bringing all the numbers here, but it's just, I mean, what are we feeling for a Fearless? That's 2 deaths now, and this is a hero that really thrives on having a free early game, especially when you're going for this greedy Exalt Midas.
Yeah, I think if you'd already picked up the Midas and, you know, used it, it was on cooldown, it would be fine. Because when you look at what they're actually losing as a result of all of it, mid 1 clearly at the top of the net worth charts. KP has been able to push out this bot lane already. It's such a weird place for Masros to be farming. I mean, this is what we were worried about might happen in the laning stage, but even with this off-lane Void, you're going to continue to have trouble getting anything out of a Beastmaster lane.
And meanwhile, you contrast the cause right now. Like, mid 1 is free farming top. Yeah, they will get measly Enchantress. Pulls them off the tower a little bit, but they're not doing any damage right now. So what do we got? We got Chrono. Where's the damage? It's 4 points Exort if my R's aren't playing up, and boy, I'd hope they're not at such an early age.
It's going to be about that 300 pure damage though, so it depends who you can catch. Mid 1, he's in full Agi form right now.
He's really committed. Far double use of the ultimate. They'll miss the stun. Mid 1's going to commit on forward. Great Chronosphere onto 2, but the Sunstrike just gets the clip on the Void Spirit, and that's all the damage they needed to bring down Nia. Mid 1's going to be careful as well because he showed up for the fight. The 2-man Tornado. They try and target down the Grimstroke, knowing that mid 1, he committed forward with the waveform, and it's going to be very difficult for him to get back to safety. Even KP showed up. Fortunately, the Cogs not going to push mid 1 back. Raw solo on the Clockwork with the balls is plenty of damage. Mid 1, don't go back in the Sunstrike. Oh, so close. It's still slowed down the waveform dilation, allowing them to continue chasing further and further into the river. But Nia's respawn, and Nia's going to punish.
That was so close. Mid 1 was getting greedy. He wanted to use the adaptive strike to secure that last hit onto the Clockwork. Nearly ends up costing him his life. With that just missing with the Sunstrike there. And, well, this is what happens. We were talking about it. The Beastmaster draft. You've got that Inner Beast Aura. You've got the Siege Creep alongside you. All of these units that you don't do a good job of clearing out, at least until that PA's got the Battle Fury. I believe she's... No, doesn't actually have it coming out to her yet. The full broadsword away.
What is KP? He's gone Solar Crest first. Okay.
Yeah, it makes sense. Just wanting to buff up his units, buff up a siege creep. That's when KP's going to be looking to make a lot of these rotations happen.
And it also feels like it gives them a very early Roche potential. They didn't really have it beforehand with any minus armor, because Radiant are very much reliant on their cooldowns and can't fight early because of the greediness. So if they waste a chrono, then instantly SMG can punish for Roshan. So that's another thing that this Solar Crest will provide them. And like you said, also heavily buffing up mid one.
So at least Fearless has his Midas now. He's able to continue farming, play a little bit more passively around the map. And they've got a couple of deep wards, which is
Mid
quite
one.
nice. I'm hearing a hookshot here.
Hex. They've got the Finger of Death. Sunstrike needs the damage. Oh, just helps Fearless get another kill. It will cost him his life. It's also going to cost Jackie his life too. Great movement from SMG. Unfortunately losing mid one, but you get both the position 1 and position 2 of Motivate.
You're going to be more than happy with that. The pressure just continues here. Going to force a super early glyph.
Radiant's mid
Lose a decent amount of tower damage. I suppose they don't have the creep wave to be able to continue to push in. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a do-nothing draft so far by Motivate. Azeroth so poor right now.
3 bounties!
middle tower is under attack.
He's always... what? I would be taunting if I get 3 bounties.
I mean, that's going to help Azeroth for sure.
Might need a little bit of assistance on his life, unless he can just be a Duke God. It looks like that he can. Meanwhile, we see Nia picked off mid.
How'd that happen?
Lion Axe, it looks
Gone
like, with
into
the setup.
Sunstriker.
Yeah. Are they going to be able to find KP too? Jackie just gives the information. KP on the top side of the map here. Looks like he was trying to put a little bit of pressure on the T1 tower and start to infiltrate the jungle, but he's going to get punished.
A part of a lot of these early rotations, making a ton of stuff happen. He's been part of 10 out of the 12 kills, even though still the net worth lead is in SMG's favor. Not looking nearly as bad now that you're able to get that pick off. It feels like as long as they don't have Nia, you're doing just fine.
Yeah, Nia is a lot of their damage early on, and a lot of their playmaking as well.
Radiant's bottom tower
Is he?
under attack.
I have never seen
He's not doing
an
what I think
Echo
he...
Saber.
Are fortified.
Nia, oh, should get the kill on Fearless. He's not going Echo Saber, right? Like, this is just a awkward build up into, oh crap, I need a bit, like, Echo? Bot lane? Astros is okay. They don't have the control for Nia, although he did heavily commit forward with all his ulti charges. KP charging forward. Alright, Denog. This is, again, why they pay you the big bucks. You might not get a chance right now, Mastros. Man, there are so many shenanigans going on right now across the map.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I'll wait for the action to stop. Actually,
Chrono
here we go.
onto mid one.
He
Great
soaks it up.
positioning.
Nicely done.
Tanks the damage with the Sunstrike. Now Q, he's in a really awkward positioning from the clockwork. They'll end up falling. Meanwhile, Dire making a really cute maneuver with this smoke. They're going to be able to catch out Jackie. Great awareness. SMG recognizing that the Phantom Assassin not going to be getting involved in that team fight, and that he wants to be farming around the top side. So they smoke, get the pick off. Meanwhile, this fight is continuing down bot. Hexed up is the Morphling. Mid one doesn't have too much strength to play with. They've got the control. Mid one will fall. He is still going to show up. He's got the Arcane Rune in the arsenal. Is this going to be enough here? Jumps on top of Fearless. He doesn't have any protection. Again, Fearless. He's going to get caught out this greedy Exort build. Not paying off this game for Fearless's Invoker. And Nia still with the Arcane Rune. He's looking to punish here. They're going to think about going up the higher ground. Astral Step still on cooldown, so they will get back to safety.
Good positioning by Q to be able to protect his cause. Hoping for the lucky crits in onto Rogi, but not going to happen.
He has an Echo Saber. All right.
I can think about it. They're still here, though. They're still here.
Oh.
Like, I know why. But,
you know why? All right.
Well, I have my opinion on why. I'm not sure if it's correct.
You said you know why. You said you know why.
Well, you can disassemble it. Since 7.27b, you can disassemble the Echo Saber. So he's going to go like this God King style. Jackie might die here.
Jump in. Let's see this Echo Saber come into play. Never mind. Maybe it's KP, actually. Hook shot, Sunstrike. Easy setup for the pickoff. They don't have Chrono in case the team fight breaks out. Great prioritization, however, from the Void Spirit trying to jump Lion. It's a lot of the control and a lot of the burst with the Finger of Death as well. Even mid one's looking to get involved. Jackie just picked up the Battle Fury. But with this item, you want to be farming, not getting involved in these team fights. But because of SMG's constant pressure, he feels forced.
A lot of kills again. 16 and a half minutes in, 30 kills. So yeah, disassembling it. I think that's the reason why. You know, he wants a little bit more survivability for now. Eventually you're going to disassemble it, maybe go back into the Orchid, maybe go into a BKB for yourself, or Kaya and Sanj, something along those lines.
Very interesting.
Take an inspiration from God King, perhaps. I think I counted one game where he went like... He disassembled like 5 different items, it felt like. It was crazy.
Yeah, he kind of...
He was the pioneer.
Yeah, felt like the pioneer, the person to invent this disassemble kind of... What we call meta? I don't know. They smoked underneath the Hawk.
I think it's just a playstyle, not a meta. Be able to catch that Lionax.
Echo Saber, go to work! Got him.
Bang, bang.
You haven't failed.
Right, well, the year is definitely popping off. 10, 3, and 4. Deso's the next item of choice here for your Void Spirit. What has the Invoker got?
Dire are scanning.
Scan correct.
2 components left until the axe.
Why, this is going to be on cooldown.
You don't think he's going to die? I think he should be okay.
Yeah, but it's still on cooldown. It doesn't matter.
He TP's one. He's good.
No, it's the efficiency what matters.
Fearless, you got to use it.
What's that, 7 seconds?
Trash. Alright, he's got Exort maxed out now.
Ooh, deities. Quite nice to be able to take Roshan.
All of that extra attack speed, that Solar Crest as well, come into effect, and the Alpha Wolf, if you don't mind.
They are...
Just buff up its damage further.
Imagine...
Clockwork, and they're going to throw it in, but it's going to be too late.
If they tried to attempt that, and Invoker had Aghanims and Radiant were aware, then that could have been a disaster of a zone to fight in. But, get the Aegis, Morphling, able to pick that one up a very early Roshan kill for them. And he is...
They had the nice deep ward though,
yeah.
right? So, what's going to happen? And KP as well had the Hawk available. So, SMG, they felt comfortable to be able to take it. But, yeah, it just keeps ticking further and further. You can see Masteros, Fearless, they're playing around each other, wanting to provide a little bit of extra protection. Missing on the Earth Spike. I don't know if you can continue to do this.
Well, they're going to hook back on KP. Even Chrono committed. Rogi actually doesn't get stuck in the Chrono. Now that's on cooldown along with the Cataclysm. So Dire, they're going to think about fighting, knowing that the big abilities are all wasted here just for the kill on KP. I'll get both the supports. Radiant. More space for Jackie, though. He's trying to farm up that BKB. I don't know if they're going to be able to give him a whole lot of time as Masteros
should get away.
Run, little man.
Yep, so you can see here, Ag Shard, what he's going into next. Up in 20 seconds. So probably just going to walk on back to base, perhaps. Get his mana back. Purchase it up. I suppose mid needs defending.
It's
level 12.
It's a game where we haven't seen Motivate get as many pickoffs as what they did versus South Built when they had this Invoker. It was a bit different over an offlaner. They had that Liege in that game, so it's slightly easier. I mean, yeah. But even with the Clockwork and a Lion, it's still, you have the capability. But I feel like it just comes down to the gameplay of SMG. Like they're the one that is up in the Invoker's face, and it makes it very difficult for Motivate to set up on the map for these pickoffs.
That, plus the lanes were kind of trash. So, you know, you're always going to have a hard time dealing with that. As, well, Jackie, he's revealing in the lane here. You've got the Primal Roar and an Arcane Rune. And it's going to be enough to take out that PA.
Your life cycle
ends. Alright, so can Masteros try and bait out a few bigger spells with the use of that Aghanim Shard?
Should be a tier 2 tower though. They in and out.
Yep, there we go.
Very nice. Maybe got one right click in. In and out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, they know they don't have the roar,
Radiant's
right? So
middle
there's
tower
no, like,
has fallen.
absolute instant lockdown, but it's still a scary prospect. Chrono 30 seconds away. Oh, they're going to continue to commit here.
That's not a bad replicate target. The dilation, very nice for someone like the Invoker.
They're just trying to make sure that the siege creep dies, but mid-1, he's putting himself on the front lines, making sure it still lives. He's got the Aegis to be able to play around with, and I'm sure they've got a timer on that Chronosphere cooldown.
He doesn't get the attribute shift. They want to burst him down with a finger or drop some extra combos. He'll get the protection. Now they're focusing down Q's clockwork. They didn't heavily commit.
Needs mana.
Mid-1.
He needs mana.
Oh. Alright, well, Jackie's back alive. BKB not yet completed. There goes the Chrono Cataclysm on both the heroes in the backline. They'll tear apart the Grimstroke. Beastmaster's gonna fall as well. Great use of the abilities from Motivate, but they're looking to try and catch more. Mid-1, he can turn a man fight, but mid-1, a little bit of miscommunication. Neo actually wants to retreat away. Now their hesitation puts mid-1 in an awkward position, bashed up twice in a row, and Fearless should be able to chain lock him down. Nia needs to come back over, but it's a bit too late here. Gets the attribute shift, Finger of Death's going to be there with the Hex follow-up, Rocket Flare, all the damage trying to be used. Mid-1, Tornado, but they're still able to catch him in the tree line, and the Morphling's down. SMG, back-to-back games here. They walk up the higher ground and throw a massive lead.
Gotcha.
Lead's still in their favor, but finally you get a good use of that Chronosphere together with the Cataclysm, of course. And well, that's not even a heavy amount committed from your PA either. Had very minimal involvement into that. Brings him close to the BKB for himself, and he can start to look to frontline now that you're not having to worry about taking out the two lives.
Fearless, he's gonna get caught. Great catch from KP. That blink coming into play here. See that dire. Their pickoffs on key targets are really starting to ramp up, and it's just showing across the map with how they're playing as well. That is BKB though completed, I believe, on Jackie we just see.
Yes, I'm not sure if I'm super crazy about this. What have they found out here? KP actually blinks into two.
BKB.
In on the backlines. Q, what a hook shot!
Q finds all three. You bet you wish you had Cataclysm. Mid-1's gonna try and replicate forward. I mean, Q's space nets them the kill on KP, but Mastros is still slowed down by the dilation, and Rochi's got the micro as well to further lock him in. They're gonna end up losing two. You'll have the Invoker up in a couple seconds here. There's a lot of your defense. Let's see if it's enough though.
Middle barracks are under attack.
What an attempted play coming through there from the Clockwork. Like you said, if they had Cataclysm, that would have been an enormous turnaround, but not quite enough. They're going to try and...
Great use the attribute shift. Neo moving in forward now with the silence. Finds multiple. Jackie's in trouble as well. The BKB's on cooldown. He's got a Phantom Strike target. Your Void's up soon, but without the Cataclysm, it's going to be lacking a lot of the damage, so they'll get a full set of racks mid. SMG is still sticking around.
Why not? You know they're so cooldown reliant. Chronosphere is going to be up in 10 seconds.
Q?
This is just a long time for that Cataclysm. 70 seconds away on the
baited them. Mastros, Chrono's still on cooldown. It's about to come back up. If he drops it, he does. On to two. The EMP, but where's all the damage for right now? They're bashing down mid-1, but he's still able to get the waveform away. Fearless not having the stun two. Soulbind, Raw, still the Morphling protected for the moment. Spirit Vessel's out, though he's falling low. Bashes are required, and they're there. They'll fire to triple. Jackie's able to push on forward. What a great Chrono. Even without the damage, you just see the follow-up afterwards, locking them in, disrupting that fight, and it allowed Motivate to have the advantage there.
He was playing out of his mind this game. You know, he was part of all of the early game rotations, playing a lone hand, essentially. And that's a couple of times now where he's just gotten that hook shot in onto the backlines. He baited it out that time as well. A lot of these key aggressive movements coming through from SMG, and it's going to keep Mg.Trust in this game. And that's just with the Vessel. Like, he has nothing else other than a Vessel. He's going to eventually be able to go into that 4-star. Going to be really nice to be able to get away from, you know, some of these Primal Roars, these lockdowns. Void Spirit wants to try and get onto them as well. And of course, being able to snap that Grimstroke ulti, very handy as well. Provide a lot more mobility to Masaros as well as Jackie.
I mean, Jackie is now top of the net worth here for the Phantom Assassin, as they should get a solo on Rogi. Okay,
force stuff.
Never mind. Great use from Rogi's force, and now they're actually going to have to TP out.
AP went for the bullwhip, blink forward into the Raw. Not going to commit. I don't know how I feel about the Ags on KP.
Dyer's top tower
Arcane
is
Blink,
under
perhaps,
attack.
might be a good way to go about it. Yeah, he's not going to go Ags anymore. Just Ghost Step to make sure he's not getting taken down by this PA, because it feels like perhaps he's retreating a little bit early from a few of these team fights, not wanting to put himself at risk of dying, but that means no Solar Crest, no Inner Beast Aura. You're not quite as capable of turning around in man
Dyer's
fights.
top tower is under attack.
I mean, late game, I do like the Morphling matchup versus the PA, because you've got a considerable amount of armor, because of being the Agi form. Shotgun is very good versus the Phantom Assassin too. You can maybe pop a BKB or burst her down. It does kind of get to the early stages, because now we already see PA's got 2200 health thanks to the BKB and Sanjin Yashop, so... But it is still going to be a pretty good matchup here for mid one. Just feels like he's going to be cautious, of course, getting caught out before the attribute shift. That is the big X factor.
He's been very good with it so far.
He has.
Every single time he's been able to get it off.
You know, maybe...
And, well, second Roche.
God. Chrono's up.
They're going to know this time, though. Yep, hook shot, available, smoke, up, rocket flare, reveals.
A great positioning, though, from Rogi. And they're actually going to make the long maneuver around. They should get there in time. They've got a great Observe Ward on the backline as well.
Will Q get there in time?
They're going to see the positioning, though. Observer Sentry, so Dire scout this out. Jackie instantly jumping on Rogi. They try to get out of it. With the Chrono! It's on to 2 with the Deafening Blast combination with the Cataclysm. They're going to be able to bring down both of them. Morphling controlled. He's got the Manta if he wants to get out of the Sphere Vessel, but he's still going to get brought down. No! Waveform away mid one. Back to safety. Tornado's going to end up clipping him. Soulbind, it's not enough. He'll fall, but he's got to buy back to rejoin the fight with the T1 tower. Cogs put back. He's coming through from Masaros. Look at the chain lockdown. The target prioritization, SMG will turn. They'll deal with the Invoker if he wants to try and rejoin the fight as well, but it's a heavy commitment from SMG. With the buyback from mid one, they've been able to catch him out. Hex, figure it in. Mid one's in trouble. He needs help, but he needs it now. Cogs pushed away, but mid one back down. Waveform once again trying to deal with the supports. He'll be able to do so, but it costs you your backline as well. And now mid one, he's got no escape. He's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Waveform tornado clips onto both. Fearless, a clutch buyback, giving them the control. It's an ultra for Jackie. Give him the rampage. Close the distance. It's there. A rampage for Jackie's Phantom Assassin.
A rampage for the PA, as well as the dieback on both the Enchantress and, more importantly, mid one's Morphling. And what do you know? Aegis still there, still available, and they're able to just go in on it and take it. Woo. Midas is on cooldown, so come on, Fearless, step it up.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Who's gone and taken it? He's gone for the triple meteor. Okay. I don't know. I kind of feel like you got to give it to Q, right? Give him the jetpack. Look at how much that's affected the net worth as well. 80% to 20. Huge net worth swing happening in Motivate's favor. Almost all of it going over to Jackie as well. Of course, that buyback's so expensive. For the Morphling, cost him 1,300 gold to be able to do so. They hadn't even lost a tier 1 tower, but ends up baiting them into a fight where they thought that they could win.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
What a turnaround. It's back-to-back games that they have now blown open some big leads. What, last game there was a 9,000 swing. They had a 5,000 net worth lead. Now it's 9,000 in Motivate's favor, so 14k swing. Going to be even more as well.
And you know what's kind of disgusting? That team fight went on for so long that the Chronosphere is already back off cooldown. You know, he's just going to hit up onto his level 20 as well here on Masaros.
Do we like the Skadi build up for the Void? Is this just going to make sure he doesn't get bursted and can get the Chrono off? Is that kind of what he's thinking? I know the Skadi is good versus the range cores as well, but
I guess. I still really want to see the Axe. I feel like it's an amazing way, especially now that you've hit your level 20, you've got that -2-second time walk talent. Like, you're not worried about dealing right-click damage in the middle of a team fight. You can see he's all utility, even just holding onto a Grove Bow to maximize his chance for the bashes as opposed to damage.
That meatball is a very wide range. How do you... That's going to be really wonky. Will it actually work in Chrono? It feels like you might not
Well, one
get...
of them's going to hit. The middle one will hit.
One, yeah. I thought maybe a second might. I didn't know the range was that wide.
I mean, it might guarantee that... Jackie, you're a little far forward here. Oof. Actually getting the deny by feeling their position.
Oh, crit. Rips through Enchantress. Mastros, Chrono's gonna be there once again. Cataclysm follow-up, Morphling. He's been able to get the attribute shift. You've got to keep in mind, mid one doesn't have a buyback as well, so they need to bring him down if they can target him. He'll be able to get the Phantom Strike away thanks to the replica, but Jackie is well and truly online. Bash codes, it's there! Q's clockwork the entire game has been so on point. 3 down, no buybacks, and they can walk it down mid.
Yeah, creep waves here. No siege creep, but who cares when you've got Jackie hitting like an absolute truck. He's got his courier waiting there at the secret shop. He wants to be able to have that satanic available for himself as quickly as he can. Actually, never mind. It's waiting in his own jungle. Felix getting his courier sniped.
Tier 3.
It's a satanic, boys.
Dyer's middle barracks
Oh, they're gonna have to make sure they keep those creeps up. But unfortunately, they're gonna run into tower range, so they might have enough time to get... Oh, I say that, Alacrity with PA hits goddamn hard. Maybe a melee racks even. They're fast
No, they'll
enough.
get both. No Morphling. Like, there's no way you can stop this without mid one.
With the backdoor protection is gonna kick in?
Dyer's top barracks has
You got minus armor anyway. It's fine.
Okay.
And KP dies to the support rotation. I mean, come on.
A menace.
It's getting to that stage where it's like, if the supports are able to kill a Beastmaster that's pretty decently farmed, it's looking quite rough. Look at Q's net worth. He is doing so much this game. He's nearly got his accent. Time is money.
Oh no. Mid one, they are starting to set up on you.
Oh.
Forcing out the abilities.
Actually, no, he doesn't.
Control.
He's
mid
still
one.
in Agi form.
Phantom, Cataclysm, they've locked him out. He's low health as well. The Cataclysm's not enough. Phantom Strike back to safety with Rogi. Needs the waveform away, and he will. Great use of the positioning from Rogi. Keeps your carry alive. Now it's time to get these lanes shoved out in a respectable position.
It feels so bad when you go something like this Enchantress, go this hard-to-kill build with the Holy Locket, with the Force Staff, with the Nature's Attendants and the Magic Resistance talent, and then Jackie just comes in and crits you down to basically nothing in one hit. Speaking of Jackie, gonna hit level 25 with this neutral camp. Loses the Aegis, but doesn't really matter, because he already had the BKB available, just sitting on in his backpack, so he's doing just fine in terms of farm.
Hey, we might still get to see the jetpack. Let's go. That's what we're here for.
Yeah. The double jetpack as well, overclock. Could come through.
Uh-oh, they're underneath an observer ward.
Oh no, the triple as well, no bashes.
Dagger, figure of death. They don't need no bashes when you got that amount of damage. KP will fall. And Mastros is still looking to sweep on the back. Mid one is really far outside the base. They get the bash first hit. Mastros has got to set up in the Chronosphere as well. They're going to make sure they don't group up here. Mastros is actually going to try and blink on the high ground. Jackie doesn't have any backup at the moment. KP Raw controlling up through the magic immunity. They won't get the double Raw. A little bit too late on the use of the Soul Bind, but they've done a great job to kite that first use of the BKB. Nia getting rid of the supports as well. The Chronosphere is a whiff from Mastros. In fact, it controls up the clockwork, so mid one freely right-clicking down Q. They'll lose the life of the support. Now it's a 3v2, but is it going to be enough for Bash? Mastros Can he control him up? He can't. They'll get the cataclysm, but it's barely any damage. The main issue is that they need to protect mid one. Manta's still on cooldown. He's trying to play around with the attribute shift. Nia's helping out as well. Mid one gets the adaptive strike. Mg.Trust up with the high gun, back down. He goes with the bash. Mid one, he's in trouble. He's going to fall. Jackie will get him. Nia's bashed up as well. A triple for your Phantom Assassin, and they've had enough. Motivate. What an incredible comeback from them, able to take this game 1.
Radiant victory.
And another ultra kill. Jackie, why not? He's going to get all the flashy highlights and everything else going on. The rampage, it adds to his stats. Q's clockwork, absolutely bonkers that game. Just able to disrupt so many fights. He was the bait that I expected Masaros to be. And eventually not able to punish the very, very greedy early game that, Motivate had on their side. This Midas Invoker, too slow, not able to do anything. The Faceless Void in the lane, crushed. Enchantress able to beat him quite readily. Jackie, kind of surprised with how much he was able to get out of it, considering he was up against the Beastmaster, but, it's bad in the early game. If you let it get late, though, we see just what happened.
Yeah, they were playing, like you said, the early game exactly kind of how they needed to. Getting up in the face, making sure Motivate with this greedy lineup weren't able to get the space and farm, and mainly get the pickoffs as well, because that's how that lineup really thrived. But that's back-to-back games now. SMG throwing a lead when you're ahead, that high ground push, and it's going to cost them here. And maybe they've got a little bit of PTSD now. 2 games in a row. You'd hate to go into
another
it.
Game where Nia was popping off. 24 minutes in, he's 13, 3, and 7, creating so much space. I still don't know what's going on with Echo Saber build, because he still had it at the end of the game. It seems very weird to me. I can understand it if you're wanting to fight super early on and you just need that little bit of extra damage, but you gotta disassemble it when you're going into... why didn't he disassemble it when he was building the BKB, for example? That just doesn't make sense.
Your guess is my best one. I've got... I'm not sure, but in the end, Motivate, quite the incredible performance from them. They're going to be able to come back in this game 1 off the backs of some incredible team fights, being able to take it head-to-head versus SMG in the mid to late game, and now they have a game advantage in both these teams' last series for the round robin. We'll see if SMG can go out on a high note, or if Motivate are going to be able to continue their dominant performance. We'll see you guys back after a short break.
the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Safe and
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Throws here. It does at least lead for exciting Dota, but I'm sure the team that makes the throws, it's different story for them.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because they've been in a position every single time to be able to take out the game, but it just feels like that high ground push. It's the sign of an inexperienced team that they're not able to fully coordinate, understand the limitations that they have, and it feels like they're just not all on the same page.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh. The Enchantress and the Elder Titan were not a pair that was let through, and Motivate, they're actually going to go back into the old standard Lion Axe ET, something that we haven't seen for quite a while because they've been having some good success on a lot of these other heroes.
Luna.
Oh, I like it.
Now we've seen Dreamcell and Boom have a lot of success with the Luna.
Radiant team
Again, I still just don't know how I overall rate the hero.
Dire team ban.
It depends. Like, if you're playing it in a pub, probably not that good, but if you've got the coordination to be able to get multiple stacks off, create space, like Motivate loves to do, so many times before the 15, 20-minute mark, they would be going for 4-man smokes, just allowing Jackie to get that extra item that he needed. It kind of felt like when he got that BKB, they were able to turn things around because you didn't have the threat of being locked down by the Void Spirit in particular. So I feel like they might be able to do the same sort of thing here. Of course, Elder Titan, very capable of building up multiple stacks into the jungle, which also buffs up his own strengths in the early game. And a little bit of extra magic damage never hurts against the Tide Hunter, although with the way that Luna's being built these days, the Lucid Beam build isn't really a strength right now. You're just going full in onto the Lunar Blessing and the Glaives, making sure that you've got the right-click damage to be able to, take that space that your team's been able to provide for you in Snowball. So oftentimes you won't see your first Eclipse until like the level 14 mark.
Back into the Lion, though. It just feels like Motivator always getting the supports they're really comfortable on.
10
like,
seconds
we get the ET for Lion Axe, the Lion here for
5 seconds remaining.
Q, maybe even get that role play like we're always hoping when they pick up the Lion. Who knows?
What, Lion X playing the Lion?
Yeah, that's got to. Like, I feel like, have we asked him if it's his favorite hero?
Don't think we have. He hasn't been playing it a huge amount, and Q's got a good Lion as well, so might not even be him playing it, right? I feel like the ET is a much better pairing anyway. Ooh, something a little bit different, a bit more mid-one-ish, wouldn't you say? Just something that's able to, dive in, going onto the front lines. You're going to have a huge amount of burst damage coming through from that Warlock. With the good old faithful Fatal Bonds.
10 seconds
and
remaining.
You'd probably say it's one of the better combos with the Warlock, right? That guy is Gyrocopter.
5 seconds remaining.
Yep. Good in lane, both for just being able to sustain with your low attack range, for being able to dive extra deep and use the Rocket Barrage to deal a lot of damage, and hell, even with the extra early points in the Fatal Bonds, you can deal out a ton of damage. LC being used, I suppose they wanted some sort of way to get rid of some of those Fatal Bonds on people, but not fantastic in the Gyrocopter as just a pure one-on-one matchup.
Yeah, I was going to say, how does that lane really fare? Because it's a lot of magic damage, and it feels like Legion... Remaining. I don't know if you can really man-fight in that lane.
Yeah, no, it's a bit rough, but, I suppose they just want to play for a little bit more of the late game. They've got some solid pick-off potential together with this Lion once the Duel and Finger of Death becomes available. And I'm sure they're going to be looking to get a nice active mid as well that's able to exploit a lot of that. Invoker's not banned, but I feel like it was one that got away from SMG that time around. They did not have a good early game on Motivate. This time around, at least they've got the LC, but
5 seconds
I feel like
remaining.
you might still be getting somewhat greedy if you were going to go into something like the Invoker again.
Setup-wise, it still does look pretty decent.
Radiant team ban.
And, as the game goes on, Alacrity on Luna is always pretty scary. I just feel like they need something to be in the middle of the fights early on, because Luna can't really fulfill that role. Legion likes to be able to use the Prestige attack more defensively. So I really like the Death Prophet ban.
Yeah, and they get rid of the Invoker as well. So what else is left? Storm Spirit, a little bit. It's going to be great for picking off the Lena and the Warlock in particular, so you're going to make sure you need to be playing with the rest of your team.
Admiral
It's actually Kunkka. All right, that's the middle of a team fight for sure. Lots of team fight control. You're able to mitigate a lot of the damage with the Cocoa Rum, provided that you're able to get off the boat against these insane amount of burst magic damage that SMG has if they get these great Fatal Bonds combos off. How have you found Roger's positioning so far this game?
5 seconds remaining.
Have you felt like he's been caught out of position a little bit too much? I think it's been okay for mine.
Yeah, I've been pretty impressed with Roger so far. I mean, I think SMG overall as a team has been looking a bit rough, but we saw...
Well, he nearly made the Pudge work.
Yeah, nearly made the Pudge work. He played the Oracle previously, right? That past game?
Did he? Maybe I'm tripping.
Oh, no, it was Xiao. Sorry. It was Genuel that played. Yeah. I mean, this game...
It was Enchantress, right? That game?
This game he's going to have to be pretty on point with his positioning. Otherwise, it's a lot of their damage. And you take a look at the AoE synergy they have. They really need to land that Fatals. They really need the Rock as well. SMG have great turn potential. But starting fights is very, very difficult.
So I think they need to go something like the Tidehunter's decent at it. They've got a good amount of burst, though, to be able to lock down this Tidehunter. And, of course, with the duel, that's one of the few things that you can't just shrug off with that Kraken Shell and be able to run away. So I feel like SMG needs something, A, that either does a lot of damage, or B, can just, again, stand in the middle of a team fight and brawl. But it's against a Kunkka. So what are they going to be thinking against that? Could they go something like a Razor? Could they go something like a Viper, perhaps? I mean, you can't stand your ground and fight as a Viper, but against the Kunkka, you're doing all right. I'm kind of feeling the Razor a little bit.
Choose your hero.
Going back for the Echo Saber build. Oh, it's actually a Nia Gyrocopter. See, this is what, when they were on their losing streak before, remember what SMG did? They were like, you know what, let's give mid one a more mid one style hero and let Nia try and carry the game. And you know what? He did. He did just that. He had a good early game, and since he was given a bit more of the farm priority, he had the items to be able to drag it through to the late game. I kind of want to see in the playoff stage mid one playing mid again. Like, it just still feels like so much of his style of meta where he needs to be playing these flashy heroes, and give Nia the opportunity to play a bit more of that carry role.
We haven't really seen Nia play carry in too many of his teams, so that's the only issue. Like, how much experience is he going to have, and is he comfortable in that? But you're right. They definitely overall looked very solid when he was playing that carry from the mid, and I think the matchup as well. Like, you've got an incredible amount of magical bursts. We've seen a couple of these position 2s on the gyro. I feel like Yopaj comes to mind, even Mac as well has absolutely torn games apart. So potentially against someone like the Conqueror, you've got that capability, but it's definitely like this is completely feels like switched up for SMG. It's a very fast-paced lineup.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a little cooldown reliant, of course, with the Golem and the Ravage, but other than that, they're going to be able to go at most stages of the game. As well, one of the big things that we talk about whenever we see the Kunkka going up against any kind of enemy mid laner, if you got that armor advantageous matchup, you're going to be in a good spot. This time around, Gyrocopter, he's got a healthy amount of armor. I believe it's 6 at level 1. 7, actually. I think that might just be rounding, but still looking pretty good.
Prepare for battle.
Well, how are we feeling about this draft here? Are we believer in the SMG draft, or are we a fan of a potential 2-0 for Motivate?
Going to be on the back of Rogi. If he gets caught out, then it should be a pretty easy win for Motivate, but just the insane amount of burst potential that they do have on SMG, provided that they're able to get the initial stun onto Masaros so that he can't use the press the attack to remove that fatal bonds. Might be enough to be able to turn it around for them. I'm hoping that we see a bit of a different build come out here from mid one. I don't want to see no Echo Saber. You need that Ag Scepter ASAP.
No, what do you mean? I want to see the Echo.
30 seconds to battle.
No. Get it out.
Oh, that's a shame. It's a cool item.
It is. Not an Avoid Spirit.
What's with that net worth graph right now? Where there's a bunch of stairs?
What do you mean?
Well, if you take a look at the net worth, there's stairs.
Stairs?
Yeah, the graph. I don't know what's going
The
on.
battle begins.
Don't ask me.
Do you mean Lena and Warlock having less? Is that what you meant? Or because I can't see stairs.
Are you looking at the team net worth graph?
Oh, the team net worth graph.
Well, now it's going back up as a bounty, but like...
I thought you meant in the top left corner. Nope. I got nothing.
God damn it, god damn it. Alright, well, bounty room wise was a 2 for 2, so even in that regard, do we feel like it's going to be, because you were saying Nia is more than likely going to fulfill that carry role this game, do we believe it's going to be a physical build then? Because we do see often that if the Gyro is mid, he'll go for like that magic orientated.
I think a Maelstrom is still needed, just because you want to be able to dish out a lot of AoE damage in these team fights pre-BKB, and he's going to be able to get that kind of early on. And then just go into the Aghanim Scepter, Satanic beyond that. But you need that initial little bit of burst to be able to snowball past this this laning stage. Just make sure you're coming online and actually getting the objectives before those BKBs are available.
We've got a tri-lane at the top here for Motivate, and Arfu will be your first blood. We've seen previously, it was Boom, I believe, that played this Lunar. It was in an aggressive tri-lane. This time for Motivate, they're holding a bit of a defensive tri-lane to start.
No, you don't.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I gotta have a look at just Fearless's heroes. Like, how many heroes have we seen that are at least, like, platinum tier so far on him? It's kind of nuts.
My guy plays a little bit too much Dota, I think. KP? He's gonna die as well. So this tri-lane for Motivate is already starting incredibly well. Now they're about to hit their level 2s, and it's just gonna get even more difficult.
And they're able to get these kills even without an Orb of Venom on Lionax. So it's just on the nice stuns coming through from Q. He's got a decent amount of regen, so didn't opt to go for the mana drain. Just the double stun lockdown is going to be really nice. KP just TP'd back here.
Oh no, not like this. Still got the Hex. Great LSA from Arfu though. It'll give KP a little bit better positioning. But they still have the beam, and Jackie will pick up his second kill. Also use that beautiful emote too.
I hate it. I hate it so much. It's the worst one in the game.
It's great when they're winning. Oh,
It's never great.
But how do you lane here? You're gonna die
You
a
don't.
4th time. Ooh, okay, oh, never mind. One more right click, Lion Axe. Finally.
Finally.
They'll
But
bring up
you've
Rogi,
lost
but-
4 kills. You have to walk back to the lane again.
He might die if someone gets hit. No, Shadow Word expired. Never mind.
Wonder if they're going to try and make something happen. You know, wait for the TP to come through from the Lena, wherever he is. Yeah, Arfu comes to the top side. They spot it out. Do they now rotate down to try and get a kill onto mid one? Gonna get the pull off first by Q. Nicely done. Roger scouted it out though. Let's see, ET running all the way back to base. Even picking up an early infused raindrops. Nicely done.
So we are not worrying too much about all the other lanes. We feel like it's all the action going to be top. No pick-off potential, maybe, or I should say no solo kill potential, maybe mid or bot.
Radiant structures
Maybe.
are fortified.
I just feel like you've got such strong lanes all throughout on Motivate that kills can happen anywhere right now, and we're seeing again the return of the big bracer build on Fearless this time. Not an off-laner build, but Luckily enough for SMG, it's not the one that gives magic resist anymore. Remember how busted that was?
So stupid. Everyone was just going, bracer, bracer, bracer. It's like, yes. Fun. Now we're seeing that on some position 3s. Maybe it's back. Who knows? Sam H is loving it.
Alright. Rogi moving up here has certainly stemmed the bleeding.
Oh, mid one. No, you don't want to get solo killed Masteros. In a matchup, is able to bring down mid one's Void Spirit, and back up the top we go. Arfu's in trouble, and Arfu's going to get brought down plus 127 damage for Lion Axe's Elder Titan. And this is 7 kills, and honestly, they might just make it an 8th. Not even 5 minutes into this game, Motivate are completely running over the lanes. They're even going to TP in mid one up top, so they have had enough. Finally, we'll see a bigger rotation come through. They need to dissolve how the lanes are looking.
They're on the board, baby. They get the first kill onto mid one, realizing, you know what, I'm not getting anything near enough out of this bot lane against this pesky Legion commander. Probably one of the worst heroes that you could 1v1 into in the entire game. That's why I did like the rotation coming through from the Warlock, actually. You know, it leaves the Void Spirit alone, but at least you got the Fatal Bonds to be able to dish out a lot of return damage through. Up against a tri-lane, it's always going to be great. But it was too late, you know, you'd already given up 4 kills at that point. Still capable of diving you underneath the tier 1 tower. Actually getting a kill there. Alright, nicely done by Nia. Again, mid lane going well for him.
Second kill of the game for SMG. That's kind of hype. Yeah, we saw what Nia could do last game. I mean, the Void Spirit did play really well, regardless of whether we weren't a fan of one of the items or not. But he's still...
This is big for Nia. He's been able to bottle up the haste rune. Arfu, he's kind of caught in the river in no man's land a little bit here, underneath vision that this Sentry Ward is providing, maybe just wanting to wait until that Wraith Band at least gets delivered to him as Nia. He might look to shove out this lane a little bit here, and then make a rotation up to help that top side, with the Fatal Bonds coming through from Rogi. Fearless, though, making sure that doesn't happen. Forcing the wave right back underneath the tower. He's going to go back, farm up his creeps again. And, you know, they're not going to be all that worried right now.
Arfu. It's a bit unfortunate when you're trying to stalk in the trees and they just drop an Absorb Ward dead on your head. The solo experience that mid one has got is allowed the level 6, but he's going to miss the Remnant, unfortunately. Still, another jump in, Q. Should be okay now. They're even going to think about TPing Mastros in case of a further dive occurs, but that one will be cancelled.
Sticking down here, they were saying, you know what, Fatal Bonds, it's wearing out. We're not all that concerned. Max might pay with his life for this. Q's at least going to get away, though.
Like, no, don't catch me, please. At least that's a 7-minute Midas on your Luna. Jackie's all in.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Very nice scaling coming through from your Luna already. Going for probably a couple more points than I would have expected as this Luna before we saw how the lanes turned out. But of course, with the tri-lane, you always want the additional kill potential. 2 points in Lucid Beam is the real value.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
But they're able to get a tower at least in response here. Masteros, he's done a decent time of pressuring down to this bottom side, but doesn't have anywhere near as much threat of dying KP against an LC. Although, you compare the levels. Level 4 Tidehunter versus a level 8 LC.
Oh, nice torrent from Fearless. They should be able to stop if they drag you back. No, Fearless. I mean, if he dragged him back, he would have missed the combo. He's going to miss the kill anyway. So...
That haste rune coming in clutch. He picks this one up. Oh.
And that Q,
He
actually?
doesn't keep going, does he?
Oh, he's out of mana. Has to use the bottle charges. These haste is now expired.
Nia?
They're going to use the Tidebringer off the illusion as well. Even mid one's going to show up. Somehow Nia will end up falling afterwards. And now Mastros is looking to get involved. They don't have the X on mid one. They will not be able to try and find that drag back into a potential duel victory. So meanwhile, top tower is actually fallen. And KP is also getting some catch up as well.
It's a long way to come from, though. He's still 3 levels behind his opposing offlaner. And, well, using that time, it's normally the Luna that would be taking this, but Fearless, he's having another good game in that mid lane, being able to take this Ancient stack for himself. He's going straight into that Sand.
Ooh, bounty!
just getting a little bit too keen. You know, it was a great play with the haste rune to be able to.
Jackie. Man, look at that rocket barrage damage maxed out. He'll drop the Eclipse. Jules gonna hold back the Gyrocopter. Now they won't have the damage to kill off Nia. I think it was mainly just to protect the Luna, but unfortunately it's gonna cost them both their lives.
A rare instance where the supports aren't backing up their cores on Motivate. Just wanting to be able to turn around a lot of these kill responses that are coming through from SMG. Q about nearly reaching his level 6 mark. Same sort of thing with Lion Axe, soaking up in the mid lane. And I mean, when you've got this SMG roster that you know is going to want to run into you very shortly, after Roger purchases up the tome that's going to hit it around the 10-minute mark, you want that Earth Splitter to be able to turn around in response.
Nia, again, looking to find the kill on Fearless. Fatal Bonds is out on a couple. And it's a great pick off to start the fight. And Mastros as well is going to get caught out. So SMG, grouping up early once again, is able to find themselves 2 very, very impactful kills. And hopefully leading that into a tier 1 tower mid.
Little sloppy coming through from Motivate. You know, they give up. No, the Conquer kill is just a little bit of poor positioning, but Masteros, I think, just having a little bit too much faith in his team. They've got the Siege Creep as well, so they're going to continue trying to push in this tower. Have to be cautious, though. Mid 1 doesn't have much on the mana front. As Fearless comes back in. Tries to get the Torrent off. Not going to be enough, but I believe that's a Witchblade now finished for the Void Spirit, so going to give him some decent scaling as well. Good damage, good amount of control in the early game.
Still trying to see what Nia wants to opt for this game as well. He's going Hood. Okay, so looks like he's in on the magic build, which means Radiant are not going to scale well into the late game. And if you don't keep catching out Jackie's Luna, then this Midas farm is going to skyrocket.
Yeah, you got to make sure you're coming online, actually taking a lane of barracks before.
Oh, that's a big kill.
See you later, Nia.
Splitter, Finger of Death eventually into the duel. Some plus charges for both the Lion and the Legion Commander.
Cancelling out the TP as well was the Lina. They would have spotted that out as well. So they know that wherever Afu shows, just go to the other side of the map. You can have a decent time. But yeah, those BKBs now are such a key timing. Every single death on the Gyrocopter feels like, honestly, given the way that he's itemizing, worth about 2 deaths against most other core heroes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Do we feel like Radiant... Yeah, okay. I was going to say, do you want to see them come back mid to keep playing aggressively? Because they have all their ultimates and Jackie going Midas. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fearless.
Maybe they're actually making a TP down here.
Oh, mid one's going to miss another Remnant. Great use of the body. Blocks Fearless from being able to retreat through that sliver of the tree line, but now 2 heroes are going to show down bot. Meanwhile, mid, Rock, along with Fatal Bonds, clipping them, but that is now your Golem on cooldown.
Yeah, no Golem, no Bonds for 15 seconds, and Fearless, he's happy to go in and fight. No Boat, which is going to hurt a little bit, but I feel like you're A-okay with this one. A lot of reduced kill threat just gives more time for that Midas to come up off cooldown. Using the Golem to scout a little bit here, so they should at least get the tier 1 tower.
Mid one.
So I tell, he wants to Astral Step in, you can just see.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Astros is... Come here, let me get a jewel.
He's hungry. Sleep onto the Gyro. It's not enough. Not the high priority target right now.
Look how aggressive he can play. Like, they can't punish him. Radiant, very reactionary with how they start these fights. Ravage, Golem. It's kind of the Void Spirit that can really only do it, but without a setup for the Remnant and with how fast the Legion can move, it's very awkward. And look at the positioning from Q. Oh, that is on point. Mid one might still jump, and he will. Quick Hex, not enough. Mastros nearby. But the Dispel will not be able to give Q the distance. It really doesn't matter, though, it feels like, because that is a great pop of the smoke. It means that they weren't able to find Jackie's Luna, who's continuing to get a little bit of farm. Fearless as well on the Conquer is getting closer to his BKB after the Sunge.
Alright, that's exactly what he needs. He needs to be the one soaking up a lot of this early damage coming through. Masteros as well, he's going to be able to help the rest of his team with that pipe being built up for himself. Luna, can go a little bit more of this greedy style with the Yasha, with the farming build. So things still looking quite nice for Motivate right now with their scaling potential.
Oh, mid
one, he's going into the Ags next. I like it.
Neo. This time they don't get the quick start to the fight. So the rotation's going to be fast enough with the Hood of Defiance. Gyrocopter's not dead just yet. And they all group up for a 3-man Ravage. Fatal Bonds links them together as well. They'll lose Q, and they will lose their secondary support there. Motivate just unable to have that perfect execution to bring down Nia's Gyrocopter.
Didn't end up popping the Finger of Death either, and of course no LC being there means that rotation potential is always going to be so much stronger.
Oh, bounty!
Speaking of the dual
is under attack.
owner, Masteros, having to force to retreat back as they were eyeing him off a little bit there. I do like the Witchblade. Like, I was thinking maybe that might have been a small reason. They're going to go in, misses it, going into the Echo Saber because it provides that little bit of an extra slow, a tiny bit more teamfight control, but I mean, Witchblade provides that so much better for a Void Spirit in my mind, and it's always going to scale because it's based off of the intelligence that you have.
Ravage on cooldown from KP. Very tanky
not.
with the Hood. See if mid one's able to jump the supports again. It's where a lot of their control and a lot of their burst damage is what a Golem Bonds! Again, Ford's got to get linked. This time, Rogi dropping it onto multiple heroes, and they're going to force Motivate further back defensively under the tower. A buyback will come through for the Lion. It's going to try and offer some burst potential throughout the duel. Mastros unable to get the victory. Even Jackie's going to look to show up as well. But it's only 3 points in the beam and 1 in the eclipse, so the damage is minimal at best.
Even the buyback being used by Q, not able to turn it around with that dual damage victory, so not even getting the scaling from that particular engagement shows so how important it is for the Kunkka to have that BKB available. I know it's Motivate style to kind of go a bit more aggressive than other teams are expecting. They always want to make sure that they can get on the front foot, say, okay, they're not going to come into us. They don't have their timings yet, but Motivate, without fear, they do it anyway. I think now, though, just because of how that team fight went, underneath a tier 2 tower, they still weren't able to come out the victors. So, Fearless, he needs this little bit of extra farm. You need to try and create space for him. Hit one. They get a turnaround here.
We were saying Fearless needs farm, and it's actually going to need some support help. And he's very difficult to bring down, though. 2400 HP. Got to keep in mind about the effective survivability as well with that press the attack from Masteros.
Yeah, for sure. When he builds up the pipe as well, that's going to be a big reduction in SMG's damage potential. Of course, from the active, but even just the passive 10% resistance. All of their damage right now is magic. There is very little in terms of physical. So it's a bit of a trade-off. SMG, they want to keep the pressure on. You've got the Ravage available, Fatal Bonds. It's going to be enough to dish out a lot of damage. I'm actually kind of surprised that he's got the 3 points into the upheaval. Haven't seen too many instances of a long channel coming through onto it. And the Fatal Bonds feels like what they need to be able to dish out the burst, but you can't fault too much about how Roger's positioned himself in the game.
No, you can't. There's been some solid ability use here for the Warlock. We're hoping to see even better ultimates drop, because either team got some pretty strong combinations if they can use it in the choke point. Like, that's the big issue. If you can tank up through the burst, then turn with the team fight, that's where Radiant are going to be able to thrive through, with the Ravage, with the Rock, cooldown dropped as well. But Dire, they're the ones that need this quick burst. And Q, press the attacks now on cooldown. Oh, used the duel early. KP unable to get the Hood off, and KP is going to lose his life. Jackie, just that extra level in the beam and the Eclipse solo targeting the Tidehunter, this time will be able to have an effect.
Nice group up together. It's what we were expecting, right? Like we were talking about in the draft. Like, you see this much more farm-oriented build, which means that you can't take these earlier team fights. That's why it was so important for him to go the Midas this time around. His team made space for him. And even Masaros actually, is he in trouble here? Has to be careful about his positioning. He's got his supports behind him.
Doesn't get the hood off. LSA, Laguna Blade, plenty. Great use of the start there from mid one. And he is also getting very close to the Aghanims too, 4-1 and 9. And once they get these Aghanims, that AoE silence is really going to cause a lot of chaos for the supports on the backline, which again, you see the importance of either team's support this game.
Oh, he's not going to drag him up to the high ground, is he?
Mid one.
Tilting for that Aether Remnant.
They want to target Rogi or the Void. They use the X and the combo on the Warlock. Great use of the double Earth Spike, but looks like Q is... Well, when you're not on the high ground with the rest of your team, the line you can fall with ease.
And that was his dieback timer as well, so he's dead for the next 50 seconds. Still about 400 gold away from that Blink Dagger. It's going to be so huge for the turnaround potential. It'll allow him to play that little bit further back. We were just talking about the Aghanim Scepter on mid one. Being able to use it to punish. Masaros is actually in a bit of trouble on this top side. Even with the Hood of Defiance, he's going to drop down. And he went away from the pipe as well. He's going into the Solar Crest. I don't mind it, particularly because Fearless, he's been able to pick up his BKB. Jackie, he moved away from going the SNY. He picked up a BKB for himself as well. So essentially the only one that should be in a lot of trouble in terms of their positioning is Lionax, because he doesn't have a Blink Dagger. He doesn't have a BKB for himself until later on we've seen him pick up an Aghanim Scepter even on this this position 5 ET. But everyone else is going to be able to withstand the Magic Burst provided they can get off their item.
It does feel like it's one of his comfort heroes as well for Lionax. We've seen him have some incredible performances in the lower division, and you know, since then a lot of teams have started to respectfully ban it out.
Where's my pension?
How close are we to some of these items? It feels like, yep, Masaros, he's going to go to this top side. A couple of waves coming in. That should be able to finish up his Solar Crest. You can see Q not being the active support that he normally is. He needs this Blink Dagger for himself. Even, like, how often do you see someone like Jackie go past a creep camp that was available to be taken away? It's only 150 gold away, though. You can afford to do this. It's going to provide you with so much more priority. Hell, look, even Fearless on his Kunkka, he made sure that that creep wave, that neutral camp was super low. There was only a couple of right clicks needed to be able to take it down, but can SMG punish before these items come through? Especially now that they've got the Aghanim Scepter delivered on mid one.
This dire ward though around mid is giving them so much information. Like, it's just making it really difficult because we've seen. Do you want to start on KP?
Back so soon?
Oh, I don't know. That's difficult to bring down. Rock's going to get dropped as well. Mid one's off the backline. It's a three-man silence, but KP will fall. He's going to buy back if he wants to try and look to rejoin the fight here, but the Echo sump up to the northern side. Where's the extra follow-up and where's the extra damage? Mid one, he's going to be okay, but it looks like it's a Delta split. As Motivate, they're happy with the pick-off they got. They will... they gotta lose Lionax? They might not if there's no detection. Oh no, mid one's got a gem. He should be able to catch up. There we go.
Still though, very happy with that. Able to take out KP. I believe you got the dual damage from that as well. It was level 12 as well on the LC, so plus 20. Rock used, cooldown used. It did require a couple of BKBs being popped by Motivate, but I still think they're totally cool with that. And importantly, Q wasn't picked off before he was able to pick up that Blink Dagger. So now he's got that available. You've got the Solar Crest. So much more damage potential and turnaround right now from Motivate.
We do see it's quite the neck-and-neck game here for our second one of the series, but it's... Do we both feel like Motivate getting to the later stages are probably favored?
Yes.
So
quite clearly for mine.
So then it's really going to put SMG on that timer. Like, we've seen how aggressive they've been posturing, though. Constantly on the enemy's side of the map here. But they just haven't... The issue is like, how do you start fights on Radiant? Now you've got a blink on KP, so maybe you can drop a Ravage, but... Like, it's so awkward for you to be able to get a blink in, pick off, and it's allowing Motivate just to not get punished. And well, without a pick off, then Radiant can't take objectives. They're trying now with Roche. I mean, that a couple
positioning from mid one.
Great spot for him. He'll pop the smoke. They're all grouped up as well. If mid one wants to jump, KP can follow up. He's even trying to get in the same position around that northern high ground spot. Roche is about to fall. There we go, mid one, instantly onto the backline. KP with the Ravage as well, but the BKB is going to get popped. Both support's going to end up falling, but Mastros is just getting chunked down. Nia with this gyrocopter is now online. Going to try and look to reset, die. They don't have any buybacks, so they're going to have to give this one up. As SMG's positioning and vision game is going to be allow them to take 3 kills and also take Roshan as well.
Another bit of a mistake coming out there from Masaros, not using the active on the Hood of Defiance, just to give him that little bit of extra survivability that he needs to get off the second, press the attack in that team fight. He has a bullwhip as well, so he's incredibly fast when that overwhelming odds buff is available onto him, but ends up getting picked off instead, and you just see, without him, they just can't take a fight. They're still so worried about the Fatal Bonds. Fearless might be getting caught out here. He'll get away.
They had Rock, but I still think that kill's pretty difficult.
Yeah. Just TP back here, Masteros. Gotta be careful. Actually going for the duel.
He's got the Finger of Death. Now this is where the Rock's going to be able to come into play with the Eclipse dropped as well. They won't be able to get the duel victory, but it's important that they bring him down the first time. Can they do it a second, though? Motivate. So difficult to reset with the upheaval. It's level 4. Jackie, BKB back up. Scotty just completed as well. They're going to blink on forward. They need to try and protect Nia, but he doesn't have help or the Glimmer. Nia back to safety. BKB, Fearless, he's still hunting. Mid wants disrupting the backline as well. A 1-for-1 trade at the moment. They might be able to catch out Arfu. He'll sidestep the Echo Stomp. Great use of the defensive factors though. Warlock, that Shadow Word, Glimmer Cape, just enough to keep Nia alive.
And even KP just throwing his big beefy body in the way. Takes away the attention. 3 heroes focusing onto him. Allows him to get away on this gyrocopter. And again, the gyro is your scaling potential. He's had to go the BKB a bit earlier on, as opposed to that Ag Scepter, so the damage isn't quite there. Whew. I mean, things might go a little bit more in your favor once these BKBs are super low on Motivate, right? And it's going to depend on when Rogi actually uses the Fatal Bonds, because it feels like it's going to be Mid-One's job to try and force out a couple of those early BKBs through onto the Kunkka and the Luna, because right now, so much of your damage is reduced just by the single press of a button. You know, that already is removing 2 Fatal Bonds targets, press the attack's going to remove another one. It's rough, and it feels like they're very lacking, even with all these high effective cooldowns.
They have Rock? No, cooldown.
That's one good bait, though. It's been used. Down to 6 seconds.
Attack.
Jackie, you're on your own down here.
Oh, Jackie?
All right.
That is a mistake we do not see often from Jackie.
And what do you know? Mid-One plays a more active hero. Beyond God, like 10, 1, and 10 right now. Score looks like binary.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Poor old Motivate now. They're going to keep losing some objectives without having the Luna. T2 tower. Mid's going to end up falling. That should...
It's that scary high ground, though. It's been the bane of their existence 3 times now, SMG, against different opponents. And well, KP, he doesn't care. He's going to be the one to throw himself in onto the backlines. He's stunned up, and this tower's doing a fair amount of damage as well.
Dire's bottom tower.
That Aghanim Shard for Mastros is going to be really important here for them.
Oh, yeah. Enormous. Even preemptively being able to use it onto a Void Spirit, Aether Remnant combination.
Still holding this gem from Radiant. I love how early they picked it up. Like, you just saw the vision was so important for Motivate. It always felt like they had tabs on SMG as soon as they were walking outside the base.
I have to wonder how wise it is trying to make a play like this. Motivate, they're very wisely sticking together. They're under their Observer Ward. It's all smoked up. Mid-One's going to pop it. They found him.
Glimmer Cape protects him. KP is going to try and disrupt the backline with the rock drop as well. Double Ravage. They're controlling up Jackie, but the burst going to come through with the Gloom Blade. Jackie's falling low. Brutal turn. BKB Eclipse pop, but he's unable to get any more life still back as Jackie will lose his life. Mastros unable to get in range to be able to protect him. It's a 2-for-1, but they might make it a 3-for-1 here from SMG. Motivate still in the area. They're pretty low on mid one. They got to be careful. Mastros is looking to fight. Jules out. Fearless. He'll chunk him down. That extra attack speed, Solar Crest, AC, press the attack is enough to get something out of it.
And Mastros there, it was a good job by mid one to be able to zone him out. If he is there, if he's able to get that press the attack onto Jackie, he lives. He's able to turn around and get a lot of that effectiveness in the team fight. But instead, it's still a decent trade for Motivate. Both teams, I don't want to say they're happy with how the game is going, but it's on a knife's edge at this point.
How's Nia's item progression? Is this the Ags? It is, okay.
It is. I was a little, that's why I was saying, like, do they want to take this team fight right now on SMG? Because he was level 19, he was about 700 gold away from finishing up that Ag Scepter, which might have been, you know, the difference from getting that kill in the end onto the Kunkka before he's able to be saved by Masaros. That increased movement speed going to do him a whole ton of work. Not needing the Rocket Barrage just yet on the Gyrocopter. Just wanting to impact his mobility in a lot of these team fights.
Fearless? Oh, that yours.
Actually timing it well.
Mastros needs to get in range. BKB TP up, but Mastros has been baited. And Fearless gets on his TP.
Stop his TP?
KP, no
I don't know
ravage.
about this one.
You should be okay, but it did just cost you your Legion for that.
The extra Lucid Beam mini stun as well on Jackie here, realizing how important it is with, I mean, it's so stupid, 2.5 second cooldown on this. Stunning up for 1.2 seconds, dealing 400 damage. And he's even got the Lucid Beam Shard. So just going to be dealing with people in that way.
Seems like it's quite the shard, doesn't it? Where are we rating it? A?
If you have the Enchanted Quiver, it's S. If it's anything else, it's probably a B+. Like, it's just like 700 burst damage, essentially, from the backlines. Which is kind of crazy.
The lifesteal with it, too, is nuts.
Mm-hmm.
And it does have that Paladin Sword, so this is going to be very, very important here for the Luna. Just potentially being able to stand her ground. Could we see
Guess what? He's got the Enchanted Quiver.
Oh, no.
S tier. I'm telling you.
Oh, no.
You just watch the backlines. Wherever he launches this Lucid Beam, watch how much damage the people take around it.
Fearless has got to be careful how he... Yeah, okay. I say, and that X baited you into it last time. Now, I'm intrigued to see if it does live up to the S tier, but he doesn't have any lifesteal now. So we'll see.
You got Masaros. He is your lifesteal, essentially. Not lifesteal, but, you know,
Fearless again. Arfu's not close enough this time. But Fearless still going to take a while to get on the high ground, so he's going to have to pop the BKB pretty early. They missed the LSA, actually. Another look to turn. Rabbit, KP, clips all four on the high ground. Press the attack. Still on Kuit, I'm going to keep in mind. Jump instant on top of the backline, but the rock dropped as well. Earth Splitter follow-up, but they've already lost 2. The damage starting to flow in through the tail end of that fight here for Motivate. A 1-for-2, buybacks on all the supports. A lot committed as well, ultimate-wise and item-wise.
And you can commit all this because they used everything on SMG that time. Rock used, Ravage used, Call Down. No Laguna Blade. You've still got the duel. You've still got your Finger of Death. So let's see what they're able to do with it. Do they go for the instant smoke? I feel like that's definitely the play.
Smoke it up? Oh, minus on cooldown.
You hate to see it.
You really do. Arfu? Well, there's no blink on Mastros. They got the X at least. Mid one again.
Nice mid one.
What a silence. In and out he goes. Laguna might be able to burst down a second. The Lion for 70. They're looking to continue on forward.
Arfu's level 20.
Oh, the LSA, Arfu! Fearless is falling really low. They'll use the press the attack instead. The Jewel's going to lock in the Tide Hunter. But there's no damage to dish out on KP. A 1-for-1. You see those beams going to work here. Be careful. So much damage right now.
See, he's been using it onto targets that don't actually have anything nearby, so the glaives aren't able to bounce around or into anyone. That's the difference. That's why the Enchanted Quiver isn't having quite as much impact as we've been expecting. Just having that capability to poke and prod as well with that quiver is nice. The extra attack range that you get from it. You've already got such a low cooldown on your Lucent Beam because of the way that you've talented.
Feels like it's kind of the normal talent build now, right? With how nutty the shard is if you can scale.
It depends. Like, I feel like a lot of the times we do see people go the 8 stats, the attack speed. I feel like Lucent Beam mini stun is always going to be good, just for that little bit of extra lockdown, but wisely enough as well, we have a Satanic being built up for Jackie. You were talking about before how, you know, by getting rid of that Paladin Sword, he's kind of left himself in the dust a little bit here, but he's going to start building up. Already picking up the Reaver, of course, comboing together with the S and Y is going to make that incredibly powerful. What's Fearless got coming out? Has he got the Paladin Sword? Yeah, I was a little curious as to why he didn't have that at the past fight. He was still holding on to the Elven Tunic, but with that Tide Hunter dealing out so much damage, he's going to be able to, you know, put himself back to a fairly decent amount of HP if they get the turnaround here. You scout out that Roche is up. You know where this is where the next fight needs to happen.
KP will lead. Got vision on the back
onto
line. Mid one's gonna get caught. What an echo storm. Mid one brought down. He's got a buyback. Instantly gonna use it. Let's see if Motivate want to stick around for more. The gem down on the deck. KP. Blink on forward. The beacon is on Kuda. They need a protection with the pressing attack. Great timing from Mg.Trust. Jackie's gonna be able to reset here. A buyback's gonna follow up as well. Jackie, can he stand his ground? Laguna blade out. One follow-up stun with the LSA and Jackie. He's unable to tank through the damage. They'll find a big kill on the Luna, and he bought out. He doesn't have a buyback now. Fearless might also end up falling as well. 2 down on Motivate. They both don't have buybacks.
Free Roche, easy money. All that SMG are needing right now. Mid one, he's not needed at that Roche pit. He's hunting for more. Just shows this insane scaling that the Witchblade's able to, provide you. That extra 150 ticking damage coming through from that. He's got the Kyron Sand, he's got the Vambrace to provide him with a little bit more, even going into the E-Blade after that. So there's going to be scenarios where you can just use the E-Blade, not kill him, and just walk away.
Who got the
KP's holding on to it.
Dire's middle tower
gives them some siege. That is what they're lacking.
Oh, did you
I
get
like
to the
it.
Warlock?
I like it a lot, actually.
Okay, never mind.
I feel like it's good on KP. Warlock is amazing as well, but
Dire's middle
they need some way to siege, especially now that they know effectively that there's not going to be anyone buying back for this. Like the tower hits him for nothing. Minus 103 damage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just a pea shooter right now. He's got Orb of Destruction as well on KP.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
That looks like it'll be at least the melee mid one. Looking to jump and force some reactions.
Dire's middle barracks.
They've finally taken some racks when they go onto the high ground. All it needs is 2 cores to be dead. So they're learning. This is good.
3 games in a row, maybe? Question mark? That would be so demoralizing heading into playoffs if you just threw 3 leads in a row.
Hey, you. Alright, level 25 on Nia as well. He's got those multiple charges onto the homing missile. Might force out a few not so ideal press the attacks coming through from Masaros.
Regeneration.
What's KP got here? Just got the casual plate mail sitting in his quick buy.
Shh, what do we feel like this is more likely gonna be?
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I mean, the Lotus is going to be real nice against the lockdown that might be coming from the likes of the Lion. Lion Axe has been on point again, though. The amount of clutch Echo Stomps that he's been able to get off has been amazing.
They're trying to poke and prod.
Dire's bottom tower has
But
fallen.
Nia has done quite the job to be able to scale right now. back-to-back games, the position 2 on SMG has been looking dominant. We'll see if they can bring him down the once. We'll see if they can bring him down the second time even as well. That's a tall order. Well, they'll try with the Eclipse, but it's going to be protected for the Wind Waker. Arfu's already got that picked up. X on KP. Find the connection. Kraken Shell instantly getting rid of it. And it's now a lot of abilities forced out. Jackie's going to try and turn, but the press the attack to BKB popped as well. But the beams are going to work here with the Glaives too. They'll find the Gyrocopter alive. And now they need to try and counter-initiate. KP still got the Ravage. Can they force out anything big here? KP really far on the front line. Spike just shy, but the Echo Stomp. Nia still fighting shape at the moment. Where's that counter-initiation? Still waiting for the Ravage. And yeah, 2 full sets of barracks now claimed. SMG, all they lose is the Ages there.
And Jack, he would have been hating that. He was about 50 XP away from hitting up onto his level 25. Would have given him the confidence that they needed to try and take that fight. And now, too late. Going in the way of SMG.
I guess...
A lifesteal talent as well. I mean, it's good. It's already very good. Combined together with the SNY. Gonna have that passive lifesteal coming through.
BKB's on cooldown. And Mastros is a bit away. He doesn't have Blink. Can they burst him? Mastros needs to get there. No! They've lost Jackie. They've lost Mastros too. This time, it doesn't look like SMG are going to throw their lead. 2 down. No buybacks. Make it a third. Triple for Nia. The double damage. They should rip through the buildings here. What a scaling potential on the Gyro. He turned up in this game. See what they can do. I mean, ET to delay is incredibly strong. You won't have Legion buyback for 2 minutes 50. And you're not going to have the Luna as well. BKB pop, but it doesn't matter. The G's are caught in SMG. They're able to take their last game before the playoffs here, giving them a little bit of momentum to head into the lower bracket.
Once again, they give Nia the reins, and he takes it and makes a lot happen. A lot of that credit has to be given over to Mid One, though. The amount of space that he created in those team fights was insane. Earlier Ags than we saw in game number 1, constantly hitting onto 3, 4 heroes, getting that initial silence out, forcing earlier BKBs, meaning that Rogi's Fatal Bonds is able to do a lot of damage. Hell, honestly, it didn't even do that much at the end of the day. Like a Warlock with all of this AoE damage and you've only got 10,000 damage? It's kind of surprising that, you didn't do more, but the rest of the boys certainly did pick it up.
It did still seem, though, like Warlock's